Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Boss Me, Baby by Crystal Monroe, narrated by Avi Page and Elliot Sands. Chapter 1. Rose. Excuse me, is there anyone in here who would like to sleep with my best friend? Heat rushed into my face. Oh my God, Jenna, I gasped. She ignored me and cupped her hands around her mouth. Not that added projection was needed in the tiny bar. She's really hot, as you can see. I grabbed her hand and yanked it down. Stop it, I hissed. We'd only just walked through the doors of the dive bar, and already I wanted to crawl into a hole and die. Even though my embarrassment was so bad it was clouding my vision, I made out 3 men, all gray and with pot bellies, raising their hands. The female bartender thought about it for a moment, then raised her hand as well. I will. She flashed a smile that was missing several teeth. Biting my bottom lip, I tightened the hold on my best friend's hand and yanked her out of the bar. You are really something else. The door slammed shut behind us, leaving us with no plan B for the night. How else are we supposed to get Operation Get Rose Laid off the ground? She stared at me like this was a matter of national security. Like if I didn't sleep with someone ASAP, then democracy was dead. There is no Operation Get Rose Laid. I stalked along the sidewalk. This is Operation Have One Drink to celebrate my new job, then go home. She didn't say anything, but I could see in her face how pathetic that sounded. Unfortunately, I had to agree. Compared to Jenna, I didn't get out much. So yes, having a drink on the town was my version of exciting. She looped her arm around my shoulders and fell into step alongside me. I'm super proud of you with your new job. Really, I just thought that hooking up with a stranger would be fulfilling. I was going to say exciting. She pointed at a hotel on the corner, where a doorman greeted a couple dressed like they'd just walked out of a magazine. You can probably meet a rich guy there. I growled. I'm kidding. She laughed and squeezed my shoulder. I'll respect your wishes. Although, out of curiosity, what would it take for you to let loose for a night? We both knew what she meant by let loose. I pinned her with a stare as the doorman opened the door for us. It would take hell freezing over. Ah, good to know. I thought about arguing that it hadn't been that long since I'd been with a man. Then I realized it had, in fact, been almost a year. Switching gears, I decided to keep my mouth shut. I see 2 empty seats over there. Taking my hand, Jenna led me across a dimly lit bar decorated in gold and burgundy. A bartender wearing a vest and black tie shook a cocktail, and sophisticated-looking people murmured to each other at cozy booths. Okay, now I like this. Settling onto a bar stool, I picked up the wine menu. What can I get you ladies? The bartender, young and with bright white teeth, asked. A glass of your house red, please, I said, putting my menu down. Make it 2. Jenna winked at him before turning to me. So, are you excited about the job? I took a deep breath. Yeah, nervous more than anything, though. I know, but you'll do great. Thank you, I smiled. And I know you're just trying to help, with the whole... She nodded seriously. Finding a hot guy to give you multiple orgasms? Yeah, I am. I laughed. She flipped her curly blonde hair over her shoulder. I'm just trying to get you out of your shell, Rose. You deserve some fun, too. I started to protest, but stopped myself. The bartender deposited 2 glasses of wine in front of us, and I gave him a grateful smile. It would be nice to let loose. Really nice. I'd missed so much over the years. It wasn't that I was ungrateful or that I felt sorry for myself. I felt pride in my life choices and was glad I'd been able to support my little family. But, like with every path, there had been closed doors. A lot of them in my case. Perhaps this new job could change all that. It could be the beginning of all my dreams finally materializing. Yeah, I sat a little straighter. Maybe you're right. I'm starting a new chapter in my life. New job, new Rose. Jenna's eyebrows crept toward her hairline. Whoa, I was not expecting you to agree with me. Neither was I. I played with a cocktail napkin. But, seize the day and everything. I like this new Rose. Jenna propped her elbow on the bar and turned her stool to face me. I could stand a night off from being responsible. Maybe I should open up more. You'd have more fun if you got out of your comfort zone a little. She knocked her knee against mine. I'm not saying you should start a reverse harem or anything. I laughed. That's a relief. Jenna raised her wine glass. Hey, a toast to your new job. The apocalypse couldn't have stopped the smile spreading across my face. Cheers. I raised my wine, and we clinked glasses. May it bring you more opportunities than you know what to do with. Jenna sipped her drink. This job will be amazing, I gushed, raking my fingers through my hair. I mean, Apollo is one of the biggest media companies in the world, and the pay? I shook my head, trailing off. The pay was good. Really good. I'd worked as an executive assistant at several companies, but the EA job at Apollo paid almost double my last gig. For me, that was a windfall, the kind of money that could change my life. It's amazing, Jenna agreed. And you're working for one of the top dogs. Yeah. I stared at the wooden bar, a rush of nervousness rising. I knew next to nothing about Mr. Maddox, Apollo's COO. His online presence was sparse at best, and the company's human resources department had hired me. What I did know was that I was insanely lucky to have this job, and I planned to make the most of it. On the bar, Jenna's phone buzzed with a text. Sorry, she picked it up. It's work. That's okay. I took the opportunity to text my mom. You doing okay? The little dots bounced as she texted back. Yes, she texted. Don't worry about me. Have fun. Easier said than done. I'd been worrying about her since I could remember. I'd also been tiptoeing around what most people considered proper fun for just as long. Ugh! Jenna put her phone down. What's wrong? I need to go into work tomorrow morning. She stuck out her tongue. On a Saturday? She shrugged. That's the game, which means... She pulled out her wallet. I need to head home and get to bed. I'm sorry. It's fine, and let me get this. Not a chance. She put some cash on the bar. We're celebrating you tonight. Plus, I feel awful for having to skip out early. Jenna, it's okay. Things happen. Let's catch up during the week. She stood and hugged me. I want to hear all about your first day. Sounds great. The mere thought of my first day at the new job had my stomach in flutters. If I made it to lunch without passing out, that would be a win. Want me to walk you to your car? Jenna asked. I fought the initial instinct to say yes. Actually, I think I'll stay here a while. Oh, new Rose is switching things up. I like it. I never hung out at a bar or restaurant by myself, but I was tired of playing it safe, of spending the weekends at home taking care of the chores and stressing over my financial situation. I needed more to thrive. On Monday, I would step into a new world. Why not kickstart things tonight? Just taking the advice of my very persistent best friend, I said. Jenna laughed. Text me later, new Rose. Let me know you got home safe. Will do. Love you. Love you too. She blew me a kiss and breezed out of the bar, more than a few guys taking note of the way her supermodel long legs ate up the distance to the door. Left alone, I sipped my wine and looked around. I thought I'd feel self-conscious without Jenna beside me, but it was no big deal. See? Everything is going to be okay. And it really was. This new job would pay me enough so that my mom and I could move into a better apartment. Relocating to a first-floor home would be so much better for
Hey.
I nearly spit out my wine. The guy who'd spoken leaned on the bar only about a foot away, yet I hadn't seen him approach at all. Grabbing a cocktail napkin, I dabbed at my lips. Hello. I smiled, pretty sure I had wine dribbling down my chin. The 20-something guy leaned a little closer to gawk at my chest.
What are you drinking?
A chill went down my spine as he invaded my personal space. Some kind of red wine. I don't remember.
I'll get you another one.
I shook my head so fast it was a wonder it didn't fly off. Oh, that's okay. But thank you. I'm done for the night. He made a face like he didn't believe me.
That's what you say now.
He gestured for the bartender.
I know how much pretty girls like free drinks.
I'd rather not.
Come on, don't be so stuck up.
My back straightened. Who did this guy think he was?
What's your name?
He shuffled a little closer, his eyes still glued to my boobs. My stomach squirmed. Bad vibes were wafting off him, and all my instincts told me to grab my purse and run. But I didn't. Maybe I was too much of a people-pleaser. Or maybe I was too frozen to move a muscle. Whatever the reason, I opened my mouth, the most unexpected word falling out. Lily.
Lily?
He narrowed his beady eyes in an attempt at seduction. Instead, he looked like he smelled something bad.
That's beautiful.
Thanks. My hand crept toward my purse.
Lily, you're here alone, right?
His arm slipped around my stool, dangerously close to my back. I cringed, caught somewhere between running, shoving the man away, and vomiting from anxiety. This guy made me very uncomfortable. Yes, and I'd like to stay alone. Thank you for the offer, though. His upper lip curled.
All I did was ask if you wanted a drink. Relax. I'm not asking you to go home with me.
Still. No longer feeling frozen, my pulse raced.
Come on, he groaned. Don't be such a bitch.
He reached for my wrist, and I yanked it away.
There you are,
a deep voice said. All of a sudden, a man was between us, tall and broad-shouldered, with sun-streaked hair that fell over his brow in that effortless way. He gazed down at me with deep blue eyes. And just like that, my world turned upside down. Chapter 2. Rose. I blinked at the newcomer, confused. Had he been talking to me?
Sorry I'm late,
he continued as if we knew each other.
LA traffic. What can you do?
He cocked his head and looked down at the creepy dude.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there.
Creepo, who stood at least a head shorter than the fit Herculean god between us, let out a nervous laugh.
Whatever.
Shaking his head, he slunk off. The weasel knew when he was outmatched. I let out a breath, still trying to process what was happening. Had this stranger just come to my aid? Unless there's someone else in this city who looks exactly like me and you've mistaken me for her, I said, thank you.
You're welcome. I hope I wasn't reading too much into the situation, but your body language was like a big flashing stop sign.
I looked up at him, and all sense left me. I was in a trance, lost in his eyes, his smile. I blinked. Snap out of it. That guy was a total jerk, so I really appreciate your help. I started to get off the stool to leave, but he held his hand out.
I'm Griffin.
I stared at his hand for a second. This was my cue to go home, to return to another boring Friday night, lying in bed browsing Reddit and wishing I had exciting plans for the next day. But why do that? I'd branched out by staying at the bar, and even though things weren't going as planned, maybe they were happening as they were meant to. New Rose was in town, after all, and I wanted to see what kind of fun she could get us into. I shook Griffin's hand, the warmth and energy exuding from his strong grasp nearly knocking me off my feet.
And you're Lily,
he said before I could introduce myself. I opened my mouth, about to correct him, but then decided against it. Perhaps Lily was even more fun and exciting than new Rose. Perhaps she was the kind of girl who could flirt with a man without her tongue twisting into knots. Maybe Lily could live in the moment without worrying about the future.
I overheard you introduce yourself,
Griffin explained. Yes. With a start, I realized I was still shaking his hand. I dropped it, but not before his gaze lingered on the prolonged contact.
Were you leaving?
His eyes shifted to where I had one foot on the floor and one on the stool. Actually, I think I might stay a while longer. I settled back on the stool, my heart beating an exhilarated rhythm. An easy, bright smile pulled at his lips.
How about another drink, then?
I'd love that, thanks. I grinned back at him, but inside I was freaking out. This whole thing was crazy. Was I actually pretending to be someone I wasn't? Yes, I was. And it was working, too. Lily knew what she wanted and wasn't afraid to go after it. Unlike Rose, who always second-guessed herself. I'll have whatever you're having, I said, pushing the last of my wine to the side. He ordered us each a fancy bourbon on the rocks. While he was talking to the bartender, I took a moment to inspect him further. Large hands led to thick wrists and strong, muscled arms. He was muscular all over, in fact, and his suit barely contained his physique. A short brown beard, a tan, and highlights that came from the sun rather than a salon gave off a beach bum vibe, but his wardrobe suggested another persona entirely. I wasn't an expert at watches, but I knew the one he wore was an expensive one. And in a day and age when everyone used their phones to tell the time, wasn't a nice watch more a flex than anything else? It fit with his wardrobe, anyhow. The charcoal gray suit looked like it had been cut just for him, and his dress shoes shone like they'd been freshly polished.
Here we go.
Griffin turned back to me, 2 drinks in hand, and I swiftly returned my gaze to his face. Thank you. Accepting the drink, I clinked it against his before taking a sip. The liquor burned a path down my throat.
I've never seen you here before.
He settled comfortably onto the stool next to me, his arm propped on the bar. It's my first time here. I was out with a friend and she had to go home early.
That's too bad.
His expression turned playful.
Or perhaps it's good for me.
A tickle went down my back. Was this gorgeous hunk actually flirting with me? It didn't seem possible. He was at least a decade older than me and, judging by his wardrobe, very successful. And what did I have to offer? The moment I wondered about it, I could hear Jenna's voice in my head, telling me how much I had going for me. Sure, I wasn't a model, but I wasn't something to sneeze at either. I'd noticed men doing double takes of me before. Or maybe it's good for me, I volleyed back, taking a seductive drink of my bourbon. Griffin's face softened, and he gave me a long, meaningful look. The air between us crackled with electricity, and a steady hum began in my veins. What? I challenged him, when a good 20 seconds passed and he hadn't responded. He slowly shook his head.
I'm just trying to figure out how I ended up here tonight.
What do you mean? I swirled my drink, the ice clinking against the glass.
An hour ago, I was sitting in yet another boring work meeting, desperate to get out of the office and start my weekend. And yet, I had nothing to look forward to tonight. I was just planning on stopping in for one drink before heading home.
I blinked slowly, feeling intoxicated in a way that had nothing to do with the alcohol. There was a chance he could be bullshitting me, but I almost didn't care. In the whole 26 years of my life, I could count on one hand the number of times I'd sat at a bar and flirted, and not one of those times came anywhere close to this experience in quality. And now? I asked.
And now?
He sipped his drink, and I found myself mesmerized with the workings of his lips and throat.
Things are looking up considerably.
I bit my bottom lip a deep, aching desire building in my lower belly. There was something about this guy, and it wasn't just his insane good looks. Confidence and calm nearly exploded from him. Just sitting next to him, I felt like I could do anything in the world.
"Do you live close to here?"
he asked. Northridge. I hoped he wouldn't ask anything else. I didn't want to talk about my life tonight, a life that wasn't nearly as glamorous as his probably was. I wanted to forget about the past and future and just be Lily, a girl who went after what she wanted. A girl who could flirt with the kind of hunk who Rose would have trouble looking in the eye. What about you? I sipped my drink, surprised to find I was halfway through it. A warm fog had settled over my skin, and I couldn't stop myself from edging closer to Griffin.
"I live in Malibu."
Malibu? I felt my eyebrows rise.
"I have a place on the beach,"
he said as if it were no big deal. Sounds nice.
"It's gorgeous. The sunsets are spectacular, and I can surf in the mornings before work."
His knee brushed against mine. My insides turned to mush. At the same time, a sizzling desire ripped through me. Griffin paused, his throat rolling with a swallow. A slow realization came over me. He was feeling the same way I was. The attraction wasn't in my head. It was alive and well, pulling the two of us together like the most powerful magnets. "So you're a surfer," I said, unsticking my tongue from the roof of my mouth.
"Have you ever surfed?"
No, I don't have much time for things like that. An image of my mom at home, leaned back in her easy chair, flashed through my mind. She'd insisted I go out for the night, but was she suffering for it? What if she decided she wanted a snack and couldn't get the nuts lid or the pickle jar open? I shook away the thought. She was fine. She spent every weekday home alone. Still, I couldn't help but worry a little. After years of caring for her, spending one night not doing so just felt weird.
"It's the most amazing feeling in the world,"
Griffin was saying.
"It's almost like flying, except it takes a level of relinquishing control that not many things do."
His face glowed as he talked, his gaze unfocused.
"If you go out early or late enough," he said, "the beach is quiet. That's really the best time. Just you and the waves. There's no better place in the world to think."
It sounds amazing, I said. I'd love to see that sometime. His eyes danced across my face.
"I would love that, too."
I bit the tip of my tongue, holding back what I wanted to say. It would be too crazy, too impulsive, and maybe too damn right. Screw it. What about tonight? I asked. Griffin's eyes started to widen, but he quickly composed himself.
"That would be wonderful. I can call a car whenever you're ready."
"I'm ready now." I propped my chin in my hand and gave him a sweet smile while my heart slammed against my ribcage. Holy shit! I was really doing this. I was going home with a man I'd just met at a bar. Even more surprisingly, it felt right. And ironic. 30 minutes earlier, Jenna had encouraged me to do exactly this. Then again, if any of the men in the last bar looked like this one, maybe I wouldn't have been so resistant. I'd never had a hookup before. The few guys I'd slept with, I dated for weeks or months beforehand. I'd always thought going home with strangers was the craziest, most dangerous thing a person could do. But here I was, every fiber of my being straining to be pressed against Griffin. It looked like hell finally had frozen over, and all it took was the appearance of a caring man whose face alone could melt panties. If he felt even half of what I did, he was having trouble keeping his hands to himself. And sure, we hadn't said anything about sex, but why else would a man and a woman who met in a bar go home together?
"Great."
Griffin pulled out his phone to order the car. "I just need to run to the ladies' room. Be right back." Taking my purse, I walked on trembling legs across the floor. In the restroom, I set my purse on the vanity and shook my hands to let out some excess energy. It didn't do much good. I still felt ready to bounce off the walls and right into Griffin's lap. Biting my lip, I repressed a moan. Was it even legal to be as sexy as Griffin was? He was a wet dream come to life, just out and about, walking around the city. And he'd chosen me. That alone made me sure I couldn't let this opportunity pass me by. Even if Griffin and I never saw each other after tonight, I wanted to throw myself fully into our time together, to live in the way I'd never had a real chance to. Pulling out my phone, I sent my mom a text. "I'm sleeping over at Jenna's. Call if you need anything." Somewhere in the back of my lust-filled mind, I remembered that I needed to play the night somewhat safe. Opening up my thread to Jenna, I sent her a text as well. "Okay, fine. You win. I'm going to this guy's house in Malibu." After turning on the app that allowed her to track me, I checked out my reflection in the mirror. Cheeks flushed, pupils wide, my chest heaving with each excited breath. "Here I come," I exhaled, pushing the door open and stepping out.
Chapter 3. Griffin. Watch your step. I offered Lily my hand as we made our way down the front walkway. Her palm slid into mine. Her skin was soft as silk, giving me a head rush. I led her up the few steps in front of the house and unlocked the door. As light flooded the room, she looked around. "Wow," she breathed, her gaze landing on the entire wall of glass that looked out on the ocean. "That's my favorite part about the place." Her high heels clicked on the wood floor as she walked to the dark window. Cupping her hands around her eyes, she leaned forward to peer through the glass. I couldn't help it. Unbidden, my gaze dipped down her back, across her tight, round ass, and over her smooth calves. She was so small, but with curves enough to get lost in. And those lips? Plenty of women in L.A. had pouty, full lips, but Lily's were obviously real. They'd been the first thing to draw me in, along with the intelligent spark in her big green eyes. I was even obsessed with her hair, and I'd never particularly had a thing for brunettes. It had brushed against me in the car, though, and the spot on my arm still ached in that deliciously desperate way. Heat gathering under my skin, I took off my suit jacket and rolled up the sleeves of my dress shirt. I hated playing dress-up every day. To have to pretend that wearing a certain suit made me more qualified for my job, when really it didn't matter one fucking bit. Dressed in a wetsuit, I would be just as good at closing deals. That was the game, though. Second best to toppling the system was learning to take advantage of it. She turned from the window, and for a second, I forgot how to breathe. Somehow, her heart-shaped face was even more beautiful than it had been a few moments before. "Would you like a drink?" I gestured at the bar cart in the corner. "Sure, thank you." She perched on the edge of the couch, crossing her legs and smoothing her dress. I mixed us both cocktails, though I already knew I would barely touch mine. I was running on a high and unusually nervous. Women weren't an oddity to me. I was good with them, and they liked me. Sometimes too much. It was common for them to want to stick around longer than I was comfortable with, and I'd had to get skilled at erecting boundaries over the years. With Lily, though, I already felt like I wanted to tear down those boundaries, invite her into my bed, and ask her to stay a while. Maybe find out what made her get up every morning while I sucked every sensitive spot she had. Taking a deep breath, I cooled my jets. I'd offered Lily a cocktail, not a raging hard-on. Not yet, anyway. Here you go. At the couch, I placed our drinks on 2 coasters. "Thank you." Lily tucked a swirl of hair behind her ear. Again, I found myself staring. Even the shell of her ear made my pants tighter. Noticing my attention, Lily cocked her head. "You've been looking at me a lot." My tongue felt heavy and swollen. "It's hard not to. I couldn't even find the right word. Mesmerizing. Still, that description didn't come close to reality. I expected her to bat her eyes and act coy or scoot closer and grab my thigh, both standard moves from the women I knew. But she looked me straight in the eye and smiled. "Thank you." Just like that, hot, sticky desire barreled through me. Good Lord, all she'd said was, "Thank you," but it was enough to bestow me with the power to scale Mount Everest. I stared back at her, at a loss for words. Lily's gaze dipped down my throat into my torso. Her breasts rose sharply. "I like your tattoos." Electricity buzzed through me. She was just as turned on as I was. I'd bet my last dollar on it. My mouth went dry, and I licked my lips. My brain told me not to rush things, but my primal beast side wanted to tear this girl's clothes off and have my way with her right there on the couch. "Especially that one." She nodded at where several dark rings banded themselves around my forearm. "Right. We'd been talking about tattoos." "I have quite a few," I said, internally congratulating myself for recovering the ability to talk. "Do people ask about them a lot, like their meanings?" "Not really. I cover them up when I'm at work, and on the weekends no one seems to care. Because my friends all know about them and no woman has stayed around long enough to ask. Lily didn't need to know any of this, of course." "Can I see them?" she asked. My heart slammed against my rib cage. "Most of them are on my chest and back." Her eyes widened the slightest bit. "Oh, if you don't need—" She trailed off, catching her bottom lip between her teeth. That one movement, so slight, so unassuming, sent a desperate need to touch her again screaming through my veins. What was it about this girl? I'd been going about another normal Friday evening, stopping in for one drink before heading home to hit the sack, and now the whole world was different. It sparkled in a way I wouldn't have thought possible 2 hours before. And it wasn't just her doll-face looks or lush curves on a petite frame. There was a curiosity and a defiance in her eyes that had me hooked. The world was a tough place, and this girl seemed to not only know it, but be ready to take on any challenges that came her way. "I'd like to show you." I undid the first few buttons on my dress shirt, taking more than a little bit of pleasure in the way Lily's throat rolled with a swallow. With my shirt off, I tossed it on the back of the couch. "See anything you like?" Her voice trembled. "Yes, a lot." A deep, primal growl rumbled from the depths of my vocal cords. My hands were magnets drawn right to Lily's tantalizing curves and mysteries. Scooting along the couch, I stopped just shy of a few inches from her face. Her emerald eyes were orbs drinking me in. Not only was she not afraid to stare, but she wasn't afraid to be seen doing so. Slowly, I lifted my hand and trailed my fingers down a strand of hair hanging against her cheek. She sucked in a shuddering inhale. "Are you real?" I asked, not even knowing the question was coming until I'd already said it. She tilted her head so her mouth was closer to mine. "Why, does this seem like a dream?" I chuckled, knowing better than to answer that. Lily might have cast a spell over me, but I was still in control of myself, and I had never been the kind of person to show all my cards. But yes, this felt like a dream. The kind that you would rather die in than ever wake up from. Ducking my face, I grazed my lips across hers in the slightest touch possible. She let out a tiny whimper, and the last bit of restraint I had blew to pieces. Seizing her lips, I kissed her roughly. Her mouth fell open and her body went slack. That one touch, the passcode to my fantasy. Pressing my palms against her back, I drew her closer. Sweet berries and a nectar that couldn't be from earth coated my tongue. This girl even tasted like she wasn't real. Lily leaned forward, the kiss deepening, her tongue darting into my mouth. The next thing I knew, she was on my lap, her skirt hiked around her hips and her legs straddling my thighs. My cock hardened with agonizing need, but Lily far from minded it. Her fingers threaded with mine, our teeth clashing together with sloppy, careless kisses. She rocked forward, and the wet fabric of her panties rubbed against the bulge in my pants. God, I groaned into her mouth. Lily. She drew back, her cheeks flushed. What? She teased. I shook my head. You're something else. She smirked, but before she could respond, I grabbed her head and pulled her back down to my lips. Her mouth was candy, her breathy gasps music. She pushed forward, grinding her whole body against my lap and chest. I dug my fingers into her hair and held back a desperate groan. Griffin, she moaned against my lips. Hearing her say my name was enough to give me the energy of 10 men. Seizing her hips, I lifted her up and set her perfect ass on the couch cushion. She pressed her fingers to her lips, where a mischievous smile played. Slowly, I pressed a kiss against her bare knee. She dropped her head back, eyes closed in pleasure. A cocktail of adrenaline and self-satisfaction rippled through me. If she liked that one kiss, then she would need to hold on for what came next. Lifting her leg, I kissed a trail down her calf, then to her ankle. Her high heels were still on, and something about that made me even stiffer. Kissing a line back up her leg, I spread her hips. I waited a second to see how she responded, but there was no hesitation, no doubt. She scooted forward on the couch, her lips parted and her chest rising with each inhale. Burying my face between her thighs, I inhaled her sweet musk. Gently, I pushed her panties to the side and licked a long line up her slit. I was met with a loud gasp and nails digging into my shoulder. Not holding back, I suckled and licked. Delicious honey leaked from her pink lips, and the grip on my shoulders tightened. Desperate little cries filled the room. Lily's pussy pulsed against my mouth in hunger, the perfect bud at the top swelling. With a moan, she came, her whole body shaking like a leaf. Releasing a groan, I squeezed her thighs and emerged from between them. She looked at me with hazy, heavy eyes. Wow, she breathed. I kissed her long and deep. That's exactly how I feel. She chuckled. But you didn't... Touching you is ecstasy. I nibbled at her ear. Oh, Griffin, she cooed, her head dropping back. Gathering her in my arms, I stood. She wrapped her legs around my waist and her arms around my neck, her body easily latching on to mine. In my bedroom, I placed her in the middle of the mattress and stripped off the last of my clothes. She watched me on her forearms, her gaze steady and heated. As I kicked off my boxers, her eyes dropped lower and widened. An indiscernible sound left her throat. "Do you want to take that dress off?" I asked. She nodded, her jaw slack. "Allow me." Climbing onto the bed, I helped her remove the dress. Finally, we were both without a stitch of clothing. I pulled Lily to me, nearly in shock at how naturally our bodies fit together. Flipping her onto her back, I gently bit and tugged at her bottom lip. She arched her back, her mound sliding against my aching dick. "I need you," she moaned, the epitome of a creature in heat. "Then you have me." As hard as it was, I tore myself away long enough to extract a condom from the bedside drawer. Rolling it onto my shaft, I took a moment to enjoy the beauty stretched out on the blanket. Full, taut breasts, delicate shoulders, wide hips, soft, rich hair cascading down her neck. If you'd told me, when I woke up that morning, that by the end of the day I'd be the luckiest bastard on earth, I would have laughed in your face. "Where did you come from?" I whispered, nestling onto the sanctuary between her legs. "I've been around," she teased me with a vixen smile. Lacing my fingers in hers, I suckled at her neck. The head of my cock slipped seamlessly into her slick tunnel, where it filled every last inch. Lily cried out, lost somewhere between surprise and pleasure. That's right. Tucking my hands under her ass cheeks, I seized 2 hearty handfuls and slowly pumped. "Take my dick like a good girl." She grabbed hold of my shoulders, her pussy clamping onto my length. I drove in and out, each stroke making me nearly delirious with pleasure. Lily squirmed beneath me, her cries coming closer together. "Griffin," she moaned. Just hearing that, my name on her tongue, sent me to a new high. My balls drew up, the pleasure mounting. "Griffin," she screamed, her sweet pussy milking my dick for all it was worth. I let loose, driving fast into her. We came at the same time, my guttural groans the bass to her melodic cries. I thrust deep inside her one last time, my cock pulsing inside her tight, spasming walls. I let go and released inside her, losing myself in the intensity. Fuck. Coming back down to earth, I rolled off her and onto my back. Our heavy breathing replaced the previous moans and screams, and for a minute we just lay there, side by side, staring at the ceiling. Holy shit. I wiped sweat from my eyes and looked over at her. She rested on her side, her hands tucked under her cheek. Gone was the vixen. Instead, an angel gazed back at me. And as fucked up as it might have been, it made me want her even more. "Come here." I grabbed her at the hip. "Why?" she giggled. "Because," I said as I nuzzled her jaw, "I'm not done with you." My phone's nagging ring woke me up. Cracking an eye, I reached around for it, only to realize I'd left it in the living room. Oh well. It was Saturday morning, and that meant whoever was trying to get in touch with me could shove it anyway. Already, memories of the night before raced through my mind. Lily's kiss, my fingers digging into her ass, the way we fell asleep, my arm around her shoulders. The best part of the night was the fact that she was still here, sleeping in my bed, a present I'd received just for opening my eyes. "Good morning, sexy." I rolled over and reached for her, but the bed was empty. Sitting up, I saw a piece of paper on the pillow. "Thanks for a wonderful night." With a frown, I flipped the paper over. That was it. No phone number. Not even an Instagram handle like some girls were prone to give me. There was a tug in the center of my chest. Why hadn't Lily left any contact info? Usually, I wouldn't have cared. I wasn't into making hookups a multi-night affair. Lily wasn't like most girls, though. Not only was she beautiful, but she shone with something I couldn't quite put my finger on. I wanted to study her from every angle, wanted to pick her brain and see what went on in there. But now, I'd never get the chance. Dropping the paper, I let out a breath that puffed my cheeks. Well, fuck. In the living room, my phone started ringing again. Someone was being insistent. Lily? My pulse picked up, and even though I knew it wasn't likely, how would she have gotten my phone number? I sprinted into the living room. It wasn't her, of course. It was my best buddy, Dean. The energy rushing out of my limbs, I picked up the phone. "Hey." "Damn, don't sound so excited," he said, his tone drier than a bag of stale corn chips. I cringed. "Sorry. How are you, man?" "I'm good. Wanted to check in on you. You've been MIA this week." "Work's been kicking my ass." That, and I'd also been pretty occupied the night before. With the phone pressed to my face, I went to the front window and peeked out at the driveway, just in case Lily was there waiting for a car. Except for an old woman walking a small white dog, the street was empty. "You need a vacation," Dean said. "Yeah," I mumbled, throwing myself onto the couch. "I do." A floral scent tickled my nose. The couch still smelled like Lily's hair. I held back a groan and stood. What the hell was wrong with me? I was never like this with women. Sure, Lily was something else, but that didn't mean I was any different. I needed to shake this girl ASAP. "What are you doing next weekend?" I asked Dean. "How about we fly to Oahu?" There was the telltale sound of him sucking in air between his teeth. "I wish I could, man. Gisella's parents will be in town, and we have outings scheduled the whole weekend." "Oh, that's cool," I said, trying to hide my disappointment. Dean was my oldest friend, and the only person from college I'd stayed in touch with. Like me, he'd mostly been single all through his 20s and most of his 30s. Until Gisella entered the picture. She was a nice person, and pretty too, but I'd never gotten what made Dean worship the ground she walked on. Or maybe I do get it. Lily's wide eyes floated across my vision, and I scrubbed at my face. "Looks like I'm going alone," I said. Another surf trip by myself. Used to be, even though Dean was in San Francisco and I was in LA, we hit the waves together at least once every couple of months. Hawaii was one of our favorite spots, and it held some of my best memories. "Next time," Dean said. I leaned my shoulder against the wall. "I'll look forward to it." "Me too. Hey, are you—" "What?" "I don't know." He hesitated. "You sound off. Is everything good?" A lump formed in my throat. "I'm great." "Okay," he said, still sounding uncertain. "Well, I gotta run. Sorry. If we don't make it to the farmer's market before 10, all the peaches will be gone." Once upon a time, I might have laughed at this new Dean, a man who'd traded in all-nighters at clubs for early morning visits to the farmer's market. He was happy, though, so I was happy for him, even if I didn't understand the appeal of his new life. "Go get your peaches," I said. "Thanks for checking in." "Of course. Talk to you later, man." "Bye." We hung up, and I stared out the window, the morning waves crashing into the shore. The whole day stretched out in front of me. For the first time and perhaps ever, the freedom felt like bondage.
Chapter 4. Rose. Are you sure you have everything you need? I tucked the blanket tighter around my mom's legs. Rose. She placed her hand on top of mine, stopping my busy work. Yes, I can get myself to the bathroom and kitchen, you know. I sighed, but even though her touch was comforting, I was still tense. I know, I'll be gone for so long. No longer than with your last job. I forced a smile. Yeah, I guess that's true. She squeezed my hand. The first day jitters are normal, although I will say, you've been zipping around here like a hummingbird all weekend. Are you sure you got enough rest? I'm fine. I slept well last night. That was a lie. I'd woken up every couple of hours. It wasn't just the new job on my mind, though. It was also what I was leaving behind. 2 mornings since I slipped out of Griffin's bed, and I swore I could still feel his hands on me. I didn't regret going home with him. Not at all. It had been amazing. I hadn't been with a man in many months, and I'd never expected to find myself in a stranger's bed, especially not one like Griffin. He stuck to me like a permanent tattoo. I'd never met a man of his caliber, so handsome, attentive, and successful. But he wasn't mine to keep. He probably hooked up with women all the time. If we ran into each other in a coffee shop that very morning, would he even recognize me? I'd made the right choice leaving before he woke up. Even though I felt something special between us, it was probably all in my head. Or, if he was interested, it was Lily he was drawn to. Rose, he didn't even know. And Rose he might not even like. I wasn't like adventurous, outgoing Lily. I didn't party, didn't know where the hottest bars were or what was trending online. Hell, it had been 5 years since I'd even left the state. Because how could I? My mother needed me. You'll do great today. Mom withdrew her hand and powered up her computer to prepare for her own workday. She did remote customer service from home. I'll try my best. I was being modest. We couldn't afford for me to try my best. I needed to do the best job I ever had. Everything was riding on this. If it went well, my mom could quit her part-time job that tired her out and made her hands ache. Plus, we could move into a more comfortable place, maybe even afford some better treatments for her multiple sclerosis. Thinking about it all made my chest squeeze. Responsibility was nothing new to me, but the stakes had never been quite this high. If I failed, that was it. We had no plan B. No one to catch us if we fell. You should get going, sweetie. My mom nodded at the clock. Oh, I kissed her cheek. See you later. On the street, I climbed into my old clunker and said my daily prayer that it would not only roar to life, but get me where I needed to go without breaking down. The gods were with me that morning because the engine successfully turned over. I slid into traffic, on my way to downtown and, hopefully, the rest of my life. The closer I got to Apollo, the higher my shoulders crept toward my ears. By the time I parked in the parking garage, sweat was pooling under my armpits. Stopping to tug on my blouse and get some air under there, I gave myself a pep talk. You got this. They wouldn't have hired you if you weren't the best person for this job. Or maybe I was just really good at interviews. Had I never thought of that? My stomach churned as I climbed out of the car and approached the building. I fought the urge to be sick on the sidewalk as I gazed up at Apollo's glittering windows. I could do this, if only because I had to. Not only did my mom's well-being depend on this job, but so did my career. I'd wanted to be a writer for as long as I could remember, but Mom's diagnosis came halfway through my high school years. We hadn't exactly been well off before, and her declining health was a big wrench thrown into the middle of an already stressful situation. People streamed in and out of Apollo's front doors, but I hesitated at the curb, not quite ready to make the next big life transition. "Rose Barnett?" a woman's voice asked. I startled and looked over. A woman with gray hair and pearl earrings approached on the sidewalk. "Yes?" I asked. "Carolyn Lewis." She extended her hand. "From HR. We didn't have the pleasure of being acquainted during your interviews." "Yes." I eagerly grasped her hand. "It's so good to meet you. How are you?" "We're happy to have you on board." She gestured at the front doors. "Please, go ahead." I tried not to read into the fact that she hadn't answered my question. She was probably very busy and not into small talk. Which was fine. I could adjust. Adapt. "Your desk is on the 55th floor," Carolyn said as we walked into a lobby with a marble floor. "It is reserved for the top 3 executives and their assistants." "Oh," I breathed. She punched the button for the elevator and gave me a meaningful look, but I didn't need to be told how fortunate I was to be there, or that there would be high expectations of me. The demands of the job had been thoroughly outlined in my 3 interviews with HR, and I would no doubt still be hit with some curveballs. Several other people joined us in the elevator, and I studied them out of the corner of my eye. The woman next to me carried a designer handbag. The 2 men were both busy on their phones, wearing serious expressions as they typed. All 3 of them seemed important, valuable. And me? I was a 26-year-old without a college degree. For the first time, the magnitude of luck that had gotten me to this place felt real. The 3 other riders got off on their respective floors. Finally, it was just me, Carolyn, and the foyer the elevator was opening into. A receptionist who looked like a supermodel sat behind a polished wood desk, a phone between her head and shoulder as she typed on a computer. She glanced over and gave Carolyn a good morning smile, but I might as well not have existed. Maybe that was for the better. I wasn't the best at small talk, and I often ended up putting my foot in my mouth. "Lunch is usually from 12 to 1, Carolyn said, leading the way down one of 2 hallways. Large windows peered out onto downtown, the cars on the street looking like toys. "But Mr. Maddox might adjust your schedule based on his needs." "I'm here to serve," I said, smiling pleasantly. Carolyn didn't so much as look over her shoulder. "Everything you need to know should be in your employee manual, including how to connect to the digital platforms Apollo uses. Your email and login information are at your desk. Anything else you need, ask me." "I will, thank you." We passed a colorful mural on the wall and a kitchenette filled with cozy couches and plants. It was the nicest place I'd ever worked, and I hadn't even seen the actual offices yet. "Here you are." Carolyn stopped in front of an open doorway at the end of the hall. I peeked into the room, which was more like a lavish waiting area with a workstation against the wall. The couches were new leather, and an air hockey table took up a corner. At the far end of the room, just beyond the desk, was a closed door. "That's Mr. Maddox's office," Carolyn explained. "He's not in yet." I nodded, feeling overwhelmed. Carolyn's phone buzzed in her suit pocket, and she removed it to frown at the screen. "I need to go. Let me know if you have any questions." "Thank you." She left, and I stood awkwardly in the middle of the room. After a few moments, the reality of the situation sank in. This job was real. I was here. And it felt damn good. Grinning from ear to ear, I took a seat at my new desk and opened the employee manual. If it were a novel, it would have taken me a week to get through it. I didn't have that luxury, though. At least I had some time since my new boss wasn't in yet. Propping the manual against my monitor screen, I dove in. 2 hours later, I'd absorbed enough information to make my head spin. Sitting back in my chair, I rubbed my eyes and looked at Mr. Maddox's door. It was 10, and he still hadn't arrived for work. I smirked. Must be nice to show up whenever you wanted. Standing, I stretched my arms. I was in desperate need of a coffee, and the kitchenette down the hall was starting to look really good. Then again, this floor also seemed eerily empty. The other top 3 execs and their assistants were up here, presumably, but I hadn't heard a peep from them. I'd have to meet them all eventually, but right then I felt like disappearing into a crowd for a while. So the cafeteria on the 2nd floor it was. Thanks to the floor plan and the employee manual, I not only knew exactly where it was, but what it served as well. Slipping out of the office, I took the elevator down to the 2nd floor and to the coffee stand. The whole trip, no one looked at me twice. It was as if I didn't matter. Which, in a way, was a relief. I already felt out of place, like I wouldn't be able to step up for the job. Having people question who I was and what I was doing would make me even more nervous. "What can I get you?" the woman behind the coffee bar asked. "A black coffee, please." "Which roast?" She pointed at the crafts behind her. I bit my lip. "Try the Ethiopian," a voice behind me said. "It's my favorite." I glanced over my shoulder and found a girl about my age standing in line behind me. Her jet-black hair tied in 2 braids, and her pants and blazer an impressive combination of pink and red. "Thanks." I smiled at her, then turned back to the cashier. "I'll take the Ethiopian." "You're new, right?" the woman behind me asked while I paid. "Yeah, I just started today as an assistant." "Who are you working for?" She went through the motions of accepting a latte and handing over a 5 with only smiles used as communication. Obviously, she was a regular. "Mr. Maddox." Her eyes widened. "Really?" "Yeah." I shrugged and stepped away from the cash register so the next person could order, and the girl followed. "What's that like?" she asked. I sucked in a sharp breath. "Honestly, I haven't met him yet. So far, all I've done is read the employee manual, and I'm already shaking in my boots." She shook her head. "Don't be. If they hired you, it means you're the right person for the job." "Thanks. I've been trying to tell myself that." I twisted my lips at my coffee lid. "It's true. Mr. Maddox is a big mover and shaker, and his face doesn't hurt either." She raised her eyebrows. I blinked at that. "Do you know him?" "No, I've only seen him in passing. The COO doesn't have anything to do with a bottom-rung writer like me." My ears perked up. "What do you write for?" "Front Stoop. It's a magazine." "Yeah, I know." I couldn't stop my voice from pitching. "That's so neat." "It's a job. Front Stoop is one of Apollo's many media holdings. We're on the 22nd floor." I shook my head. I would kill to be a writer. "Why aren't you doing it then?" I fumbled with the sleeve on my coffee. "Life just got in the way, I guess." "Where did you go to school?" she asked. "I didn't." This was always an awkward conversation. I felt like an imposter for not having the 1 or 2 degrees that everyone else seemed to have. Instead of judgment, though, I saw admiration in her eyes. "And yet you're here, executive assistant to one of the most successful people in the city. Impressive." "It's mostly thanks to my last boss. She ran a music label until she retired, but she was able to get me in the door here for an interview." "And then you got yourself the job." The girl lightly poked my shoulder, and I had to smile. I liked her. "I'm Sarah, by the way." She stuck out her palm. "Sarah Wang." "Rose Barnett." I shook her hand. "It's nice to meet you." "Same here." I caught sight at the time on the wall behind her. I should probably head back in case Mr. Maddox arrives. Or he might not come in all day. That made me pause. "What do you mean?" "He's known to take spur-of-the-moment vacations. A few weeks ago, he was in Bali all week." "How does he do that? With his job, I mean." "Rumor has it he always weaves it into work somehow. He's great at what he does, though, so no one can hold it against him too much." "I see," I murmured. So far, This adventurous nature was the only real piece of information I had about my boss. The internet had been pretty devoid of facts on him. Sarah fell into step with me as I left the cafeteria. Want to trade jobs for the day? Is that a serious question? Because I would jump on it in a heartbeat. No, she winked, but I really am a little jealous. Mr. Maddox is one hot piece of man-flesh. She glanced over her shoulder. HR isn't standing behind me, are they? You're good, I laughed. Whoo! She made a show of wiping her brow. I can't afford to be on their shit list. Something told me that Sarah had been called into the human resources offices once or twice. At the elevators, we parted ways, Sarah walking down the hall and me taking the long journey back to the top floor. The top floor. That's right, the place where everyone wanted to be. And here I was, living the dream. Gratitude swelled in my chest. I really was lucky. Especially if Mr. Maddox is as hot as Sarah said. I pushed that thought away. I wasn't here to drool over my boss. I was here to make real money and, hopefully, use this job as a launching pad for other opportunities. Specifically, writing opportunities. Apollo owned a slew of magazines, and becoming a staff writer at one of them would be my biggest dream come true. The fact that I'd met a writer that morning felt auspicious. It wasn't even lunch yet, and already stepping stones were being placed in front of me. Grinning from ear to ear, I entered my office and stopped short. The door to Mr. Maddox's office was open. This was it, the big moment. Although Human Resources had hired me, if my boss didn't like me, surely I would be out of a job. I needed to do everything I possibly could to please Mr. Maddox, to show him I was worthy. Drawing a deep breath, I gathered all my courage and strode across the floor.
Chapter 5. Griffin. 2 minutes in the office and already my skin was crawling. My email inbox was full, and the texts were rolling in. But I wanted to go back to dawn. Back to the waves under my board, lifting me up to the sky, up to a place where worries didn't exist. It wasn't like me to be late to work, but the waves had been so good that morning I hadn't been able to resist. Plus, I still had some steam to blow off. 2 gym visits and a 5-mile run over the weekend had done little to wipe Lily from my mind. I knew I was being entitled, but it wasn't fair. Women like her never crossed my path, and she'd slipped right through my fingers. Sighing, I scrolled down the row of unopened emails and started at the first one. Preston Mills, from the board of directors, was checking in to see how my new assistant was working out for me. A sour taste coated my tongue. Preston had never liked me. He knew I hated HR hiring my assistants, though, and he took any opportunity he could to rub it in my face. Human Resources still hiring the executive assistants made about as much sense as a monkey holding public office. It was an antiquated rule that was supposed to encourage democracy at Apollo, but it hardly ever worked out that way. The countless assistants HR had hired for me over the years all turned out to be clueless at best and spoiled brats at worst. I'd given them all a chance, though, before firing them. If this new girl, Rose, didn't prove herself in the next week, she would be out the door as well. Rose. The name was almost a jeer from the universe. Gone was Lily, but now I had another floral-named woman in her place. Not that Rose could compare to Lily, and I didn't have to meet her to know this, because no one could compare to Lily. Which was stupid. I needed to get Lily out of my mind. Most women in my life were a one-night or one-weekend thing. Lily wasn't unique. I'd been tired from the week, a little tipsy on that Japanese whiskey. Anyone would have seemed special. Or so I kept telling myself. Noise in the outer office caught my attention. Sounded like Rose had returned. My lips drew thin. She wasn't getting off to a good start, being away from her desk when I arrived. I would consider that strike one. "Rose," I called. "Yes, sir," she answered right away. A shiver went down my back. That voice sounded oddly familiar. A figure appeared in the doorway, and I blinked, not trusting my eyes. "Good morning, Mr." Her words dissipated, and for a long moment we just stared at each other. There she was, in the last place I'd expected her. Rose.
Chapter 6. Rose. My limbs went numb, and the room swayed. I looked all over the room, but there was only one person standing in front of me, which meant he, Mr. Maddox, was also Griffin. My heart attempted to climb its way up my throat. In 1 second, the confidence I'd been feeling disappeared. This was bad. So very, very bad. He stared at me, his lips parted and his eyes wide. Apparently, my arrival was also a surprise. I drew a deep breath, desperately looking for some way to explain away the situation, or for some joke to make, but there was nothing. No excuse or humor could make this right. The man I'd hooked up with only 2.5 days earlier was my boss, and he was probably 3 seconds away from firing my ass.
"You weren't at your desk this morning,"
he said. I worked my tongue around. It wasn't what I'd expected to hear at all.
"You should be at your desk at 8 a.m. sharp every morning."
He stood, and I was immediately reminded of his impressive frame. Just the other day, that same impressive frame had been above me, moving along the planes of my body while I writhed in pleasure. I bit the inside of my cheek. Shit.
"Do you know how many people would kill to have this job, Rose?"
he asked. A lump formed in my throat, and my face burned. Was he really not going to say anything about the fact that we already knew each other? Or, rather, that he knew me as Lily? Unless he didn't remember me. The thought was a wallop to the stomach. Friday night had been an outlier for me, but it had stuck in my mind, burrowed deep into a sentimental, aching part of me. More than once, I had wondered if I'd made the right choice by slipping out of Griffin's house before morning. Now I saw I had. The man didn't even remember me. My embarrassment and shock turned into disgust. How many women did he need to go through in one weekend for their faces to all blur together? 4? 5? Or maybe he did remember me, but he was just taunting me, punishing me for being the one to leave before he had the chance to do the same. Well, he wouldn't get to me. The weekend might have just happened, but it was also officially in the past. I stood here now, ready and willing to work. "I'm sorry, Mr. Maddox." I raised my chin higher. "I spent the morning studying my employee manual, and since you weren't here, I figured I would duck down to the cafeteria for a few minutes." His lips twitched, and I saw it in his face. He hadn't expected me to go along with his little game. He wanted me simpering, desperate. If he wouldn't address the elephant in the room, then neither would I. Griffin turned away and faced the window.
"I'll email you a list of tasks that need to be completed by the end of the day."
I nodded, then remembered he couldn't see me. "Yes, sir." He took a seat at his desk, his jaw tight.
"That's all for now."
Again, I nodded, this time following it up by backing out of the room. With my butt firmly planted in my office chair, I stared at the wall. What had just happened? Bigger than the shock of walking into my new job and finding Griffin was my boss was the shock of his behavior. Mr. Maddox was nothing like the attentive, gentle, yet passionate Griffin I'd spent Friday night with. Tears formed in my eyes, and I blinked them away. What did I have to cry about, anyway? We'd been a one-night stand. Even if he wasn't my boss, we still would have never had a chance to turn into something else. Drawing my shoulders back, I opened up my email and glanced at the list he'd sent me. Surprise, surprise, it was unreasonably long. And also unnecessary. Clean the windows with a specific kind of window cleaner? That was housekeeping's job. HR never mentioned that cleaning the office would be one of my duties. Not to mention, the windows were completely spot-free. He was definitely punishing me. And for what? For daring to get ahead of him in his playboy ways? At least he hadn't fired me. Yet. The possibility made me feel sick. I couldn't imagine driving home to my mom and telling her that I'd lost the paycheck that would have changed our lives for the better. She'd be crushed, even though she wouldn't show it. So I would do what I needed in order to keep this job, even if that meant cleaning every window in the whole building. By noon, I was off to a good start on the list. There was a chance I might impress Griffin after all. Not because I wanted to make him happy, of course, but because I wanted to see the look on his face when he realized I was competent.
"Lunch,"
he said, barreling out of his office.
"Don't be late returning."
With that, he disappeared into the hall, not having even glanced at me. I looked at the rest of the to-do list. I still needed to make the arrangements for his next business trip, as well as schedule some meetings and set up a weekly fresh flower delivery for the office. I could do half an hour for lunch, I decided. After that, I'd be back in my chair. Grabbing my purse, I rode the elevator back down to the cafeteria. Hopefully, Griffin deemed eating with the plebeians beneath him. I could use 30 minutes without knowing he sat mere yards away. Grabbing a pre-made salad, I took a seat at a round table near the windows. Within 30 seconds, Sarah was sliding into the chair across from me. "Mind if I join you?" she asked. Relieved to see a friendly face, I felt my shoulders relax a bit. "Please do." She paused in unwrapping her sandwich to study me. "Uh-oh. He screwed you, didn't he?" I spit out my water. "What?" Her eyebrows knit together. "Mr. Maddox can be a real hard ass. What is he having you do? He likes to make his assistants bend over backwards." My cheeks warm, I used a napkin to dab water off the table. "It's a lot, but it's not that bad, really." "Wow, he must like you." I froze, hating how much I wanted that to be true. I wouldn't go that far. He chewed me out for not being at my desk when he arrived. Her nose wrinkled. "That's unfair. You came in hours before him." "I know," I sighed. "But what am I going to do?" "Play the game until you can live by your own rules," she said grimly. "Like the rest of us." "Exactly. I think you can do it." She popped a potato chip into her mouth. "Really?" "Absolutely. The last 12 assistants weren't as smart or determined as you." "The last 12? My very soul withered. "Yeah, I think that's how many he's gone through, but don't worry about them." I stared at my salad, my appetite having disappeared. "That's easier said than done." "I know. He is hot, though, right?" My insides twisted. "Extremely." While it would have been nice to share my story with Sarah, we'd only just met. I didn't want what happened with me and Griffin to get out. If HR knew we'd hooked up, they would send me packing. "I really need this job," I whispered, not even meaning to speak out loud. Sarah gave me a sympathetic look. "If anyone can keep it, it's you." "How do you know?" She studied me, her head cocked. "I'm not blowing smoke, I promise. It's in your eyes. You look determined, like you've been through some real shit and you're gonna fight tooth and nail for even the smallest chance at something good." I smirked. "Yeah, that sounds about right." "Good." She nodded, satisfied. "You've got this." My chest rose with a deep inhale. She was right. I would be the best executive assistant Griffin had ever seen. I would do it for myself. I would do it for my mom. And I would do it, just a little bit, in order to rub my competence in Griffin's annoying, handsome face.
Chapter 7. Griffin. By the time I met my delivery driver in the lobby and grabbed my pad thai, I knew I was in trouble. Typically, I would send my assistant to fetch my lunch, but not Rose. Having her do that felt too intimate, which was fucking weird. It was just lunch. And she was just a girl. A sexy, spirited girl who had gotten under my skin. I probably needed to fire her, which was too bad. The next few weeks would be busy and there was no telling when HR would have a chance to replace her. If only they'd let me hire my assistant myself, we wouldn't be in this situation. Riding up the elevator, I mentally cursed each one of them by name. Rose would need to go. Just eventually. Right then, as much as I hated it, I needed her help too much. In the office, I ground to a stop. Rose was already at her desk, typing away. "It's only 12:30, I said. "I know. I want to make sure I get you a good seat on your flights. They're going fast." She spared me a quick glance before returning her gaze to the computer screen. She was trying to impress me. Not that I hated it. Brown-nosing didn't work on me, but I appreciated her determination to keep her job. Maybe I wouldn't be so hasty in firing her after all. "Did you rent the car for Friday night's event?" I asked. "I don't want whatever service was used last time. They were late." She worked her pouty mouth around, looking for the right answer, no doubt. "I used the service that has the best reviews in the city." No backtalk? No. How am I supposed to know what car service was used last time? She knew I was testing her, and she wasn't caving. The girl had resolve, and it looked damn good on her. "Good," I nodded. "It's in a casual setting, but it's still a business affair, just so you know. Make sure you dress appropriately." "I'm going?" Her long, dark lashes fluttered, and I worked to keep myself from staring at her lips. "It's an office event. The director of sales is retiring. Even though it's a party, these kinds of things are implicitly required around here." "Of course," she nodded. "I'll make sure to find the right dress." At the mention of a dress, the little piece she'd worn Friday night came back to mind. That delicious dress had hugged her like a second skin, but it had also slid easily up her thighs when she straddled me. My cock, so often the enemy, twitched in excitement. Down, boy. Chasing after Rose was one sure way to fuck things up for myself. She was my damn assistant. Touch her, and I'd be risking serious hellfire. Apollo was strict when it came to office romances. Under no condition were they allowed. I could lose my job. She could lose her job. Not that I needed to be worrying about her. Also, aside from the company's policies were my own rules for life. Rule number 1, don't lose my head. That meant not allowing people into my life who would throw the balance off. I'd spent years single and perfectly happy. But Rose was the kind of girl who made a man wonder if he'd been doing it all wrong. Yet, if I were to give in to my interest in her, I would come to regret it. I knew how things went. How the connections that seemed to be the best in the beginning always fell apart in the end. "Is there anything else?" Rose asked. "Sir?" I swallowed back a grunt. Good God, she was toying with me, wasn't she? But I would have rather died than show how much she got to me. "No," I snapped. "Just make sure you have everything done by the end of the day." She nodded. "Of course." I looked for something else to correct, maybe her posture or the state of her desk, but everything was perfect. She was perfect. Annoyed with the whole world, I stalked into my office and slammed the door. Closing my eyes, I pressed my back against the wall. It was just my bad luck that she'd walked into my office. At first, I'd thought my eyes were playing tricks. Once I knew for sure it was her, my initial instinct had been to sweep her up in my arms, to pick back up where we'd left off. I'd almost done it, too. Thank fuck I'd gotten my head back on straight before I'd made a terrible mistake. Not that any advance made at any time would have mattered. Rose wasn't interested. If she were, she would have given me her real name and left her phone number. Shaking my head, I placed my lunch on my desk and took a seat. Life had decided to fuck with my head once again. But no matter. I always came out on top.
Chapter 8. Rose.
You must be Rose.
A thin man with graying hair approached, his hand extended. Yes, I shook his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Eastland. The CEO of Apollo didn't seem surprised that I knew his name, and he shouldn't have been. Unlike with Griffin, there was a fair amount of info about Tony Eastland online. He smiled easily.
I'm sorry it's taken me so long to introduce myself. I wasn't in the office much this week.
Oh, that's fine. I know you must be very busy. I'm honored to meet you now.
Enjoying the party?
He asked. I sipped my wine and looked around the bar, which had been shut down for the retirement party. About 20 Apollo staff members filled the space, and even though I knew all of them through my independent research, I still felt painfully out of place. These people were so successful and respected in their field. How had I ever ended up here, rubbing elbows with them? Very much, I lied.
Griffin.
Mr. Eastland waved him over, and my heart flipped.
I was just getting to know your new assistant. You're not looking to steal her, I hope.
Griffin's gravelly voice said from right over my shoulder. A delicious chill went down my neck.
It depends,
Mr. Eastland joked. Griffin chuckled, but I could tell it was forced. Standing next to me, he sipped his cocktail.
Did you see my email?
Mr. Eastland frowned.
About the New York deal?
They moved toward the bar, discussing business. Just like that, I was forgotten. Maybe it was for the best, though. At least I'd have a break from Griffin's constant antagonizing. Getting through my first week at Apollo had been like running the gauntlet. I'd not only survived it, though, I'd met all of Griffin's requests head on. At this point, if he fired me, it wouldn't be because I was a bad assistant. It would be because he wasn't mature enough to work with someone he'd hooked up with, and that shame would be on him entirely. Or maybe not. Quite possibly, someone like Griffin didn't feel shame.
How's it going?
A man around 30, drink in hand, approached me. Jordan Lee, Bill's replacement for director of sales. A graduate of Stanford, he spent his free time playing tennis and volunteering to help the homeless. All of this I knew, of course, thanks to my sleuthing skills. Great! I turned the charm back on and smiled.
You're Griffin's new assistant, right?
Rose.
I'm Jordan.
He smiled easily, flashing straight, white teeth.
How do you like Apollo so far?
It's great. I love the fast pace. He raised his eyebrows.
You'll get that here. I hope Griffin's not giving you too much trouble.
It's nothing I can't handle. His eyes sparkled in appreciation.
Can I get you another drink?
I looked at my wine, nearly gone. Sure, thank you.
Be right back.
Taking my glass from me, he went to the bar. Across the floor, Griffin caught my eye. He stood in a circle with the board of directors, where an intense conversation appeared to be occurring. Instead of chiming in, though, he was watching Jordan. As Jordan left the bar, 2 glasses of wine in hand, Griffin's gaze tracked him across the floor. It wasn't until Griffin noticed me watching that he finally looked away. A strange sensation, a mixture of annoyance and pleasure, exploded through my chest. What the hell? Was Griffin jealous of Jordan? No, that didn't make any sense. Griffin hadn't even once mentioned the circumstances of how we first met. Every day, that night grew more and more into a forbidden topic that we would probably never address.
"Here you are, Rose."
Jordan handed me my wine. Thank you. As much as I hated it, I had to work to keep my gaze on his face and away from Griffin. Jordan seemed nice, and he was certainly easy on the eyes, but I hadn't even needed to read the employee manual to know that office dating was a no-no. Besides, he wasn't my type. He wasn't Griffin. I shook the thought away and tried to focus on what Jordan was saying.
"All a matter of the market, of course."
He sipped his wine.
"Where did you work before Apollo?" "Jordan!" Bill called from the bar. "Come over here."
Jordan held his hand up, asking Bill to wait. It's fine, I told him. It is his party, after all.
"Right," he chuckled. "It was good to meet you."
You too. Jordan left for the bar. I glanced around, but Griffin was nowhere to be found. Maybe he'd skipped out on the party early, eager to get a head start on this weekend's hookup. Not that I cared, or wondered if he'd been with any women since me. My phone buzzed in my purse, and I pulled it out to see a text from Jenna. How's the party going? Awkwardly, I texted back. You should go ahead and jump his bones, she answered. I rolled my eyes. She was partly joking, but also partly serious. I'd already filled Jenna in on the details of the past week. The mind-blowing sex I'd shared with the man from the bar. The shock I'd had Monday morning to discover he was my new boss. Jenna had been encouraging me to try for round 2 ever since. Just have fun, she added. Fun is keeping a roof over my mom's head, I responded. I gotta run. Talk to you later. I put my phone away and took a deep breath, trying to calm my jitters. My boss was approaching, and he looked pissed.
God, these people are so uptight.
He took a gulp of liquor, the kind that would have made me spew all over the floor. I like them. He looked at me for a long moment.
They like you.
I turned to face him straight on. Was that a borderline compliment? They don't like you? I asked, genuinely curious.
That's a ballsy question to ask your boss.
I'll stop if you like. I took a sip of wine, doing my best to project the image of a cool cucumber. His gaze flicked up and down my body, and a ball of hot lava erupted in my core. What was that about? I fought the urge to tug on my little black dress. With its tasteful hint of cleavage and ruched sleeves, I decided it was entirely appropriate for the party. Knowing Griffin, though, he'd find a way to criticize me about it. Griffin ran his hand down his mouth.
I need help with something at the office.
Now? It was after 6.
It can't wait until Monday. Call the driver, please.
At least I'd gotten a please out of him. It was probably the first time I'd heard the word all week. Sure thing. I pulled my phone back out. Hiring a car service to bring us to the party had been a bit unnecessary, in my opinion. But Griffin clearly liked to flex. He was also successful, so perhaps I had a thing or two to learn from him. He's already out front, I announced after making the call.
Good. That's one more minute I get alone with you.
I stared at him. Hold on. Was he flirting? There was no time to stand around and wonder. Griffin was already walking toward the door. I fell into step behind him, my head spinning. The whole ride to the office, we didn't say a word. We sat at opposite ends of the car, Griffin busy on his phone. I pulled out mine as well, but I didn't have anything else to do. I'd completed what work tasks I could for the week. What are we doing at the office? I asked.
You'll see.
His deep blue eyes drank me in, and I tried to stop myself from flushing, but it was no good. He probably understood exactly what he did to me. Apollo's top floor was even more quiet than usual. We walked past the completely empty offices, past my workstation, and right into Griffin's office. At his desk, he turned around and just stared at me. Under his gaze, my knees went weak, but I held myself up straight and looked him in the eye. "Mr. Maddox?" A slow exhale pushed through his tight front teeth.
God, do you have any idea what it does to me when you call me that?
He asked, his voice low and thick. My breath hitched in my throat. "Hold on." Griffin stepped closer to me, so close I had to tilt my head back in order to look up at him. "It's your name," I said. His gaze roved across my face, and his breath tickled my lips. I could feel the heat from his body, and it made the spot between my legs ache. Griffin lowered his lips to my ear and whispered,
"I wish you weren't my assistant. I would love to bend you over my desk and do every dirty thing imaginable to you."
My throat betrayed me as it let out a shaky little moan. Griffin's breath caressed my ear, and the ache in my groin turned into a painful need.
I can't stop thinking about the way you screamed my name that night.
I bit into my lip so hard I tasted blood. I wanted to hate him for waiting until now to address our hookup, but it was hard when my body was begging to be pressed against his. His lips, his hands, his teeth dragging down my throat. I wanted all of it so badly I could have sworn I was on the edge of falling to pieces. I turned my face to his, and we locked eyes. His pupils dilated and shrank over and over again, and I could taste his exhale. The slightest touch brushed across my waist, and I sucked in a breath. Everything he'd said sounded amazing. And what harm could one evening of fun possibly do? A lot of harm, that's what. I wanted him so much that it put me close to tears. But it was also, paradoxically, the last thing in the world that I wanted. My job was on the line here. If Griffin and I got involved and the company found out, I would be out the front door before I could even defend myself. Unless he decided to get rid of me first. I was already on thin ice, what with Griffin's apparent disdain and the hoops he had me jumping through. It was hard enough to keep this job while having a professional relationship, but if we were to become romantically entangled, forget about it. He'd find an excuse to fire me as soon as he tired of me. I knew it. I took a step back, shaking my head. I need to go. All the light drained from Griffin's eyes, and his shoulders dropped.
"Rose."
"No, I can't." Still shaking my head, I turned and ran from the room. Chapter 9. Rose. "The casserole will be ready in an hour." I set the timer on the stove. "I need to run downstairs and switch out the laundry, and then, how do cookies sound?" "Rose, you need to sit down. Rest." My mom grabbed the oven mitts from me. "I'm fine. I want to meal prep for the week." "For the week or for the apocalypse?" She opened the freezer, which was stacked with dinners I'd started making the night before, the second I arrived home from the debacle in Griffin's office. "Those will keep for a long time," I argued. She closed the fridge and shook her head. "I don't want you to overextend yourself, honey." "I'm fine, really." I smiled gently, a look I had perfected over the years to assuage her worry. "I'll be right back." Leaving the apartment, I jogged down the stairs and into the community laundry room. My mom was probably right. But if I stopped moving, then I would need to start thinking. And I really didn't want to do that. Last night had been crazy. Random. Too close. Griffin had lost his mind, apparently. That or hitting on his assistants wasn't anything new. Perhaps he'd only fired the last 12 of them after he hooked up with them and then tired of them. My phone rang in my back pocket, and I pulled it out to see Sarah's name on the screen. For the first time that weekend, I grinned. We'd traded numbers the day before, but I hadn't expected to hear from her so soon. "Hey, Sarah," I answered, turning around and leaning against the dryer. "Oh, good. You gave me the right number. Of course I did. I laughed. You never know. Listen, what are you doing tonight? I'm throwing a last-minute party at my place. At the word party, I straightened up. Oh, it won't be anything big, just 20 or 30 people. To me, someone who hadn't been to much of anything other than work parties since middle school, 20 or 30 people sounded like a lot. Can you make it? Sarah asked. I chewed my bottom lip. Once upon a time, I'd longed to go to more parties, but I'd always been too busy working and taking care of my mom. Even in high school, I'd worked nearly 30 hours a week as a grocery store cashier. My mom had hated seeing my grades drop, but we had no other choice. With her MS taking its toll, she hadn't been able to work full-time since I was 16. There was certainly never any child support from my deadbeat dad. You can bring someone, Sarah said. Just hearing how much she wanted me to be there made me smile. Yes, I would love to come. She squealed with excitement. I'll send you the address. See you tonight. Before I could ask what time, she hung up. I stared at the phone screen. Maybe there was an unofficial time all parties started that I knew nothing about. It wouldn't have surprised me. After texting Jenna to invite her to come along, I finished up the laundry. Then I went through the painful task of picking out an outfit for the evening. The whole time, even though I'd wanted to avoid thinking about him, Griffin was on my mind. It pissed me off that he thought he could make a move on me just because he was a man in power. Then again, maybe he didn't think it. Maybe he knew it. And here I was, a total noob, assuming that the workplace would be equitable just because it should be. What was he doing tonight? Cruising another bar for another woman? The thought made me sick. Not only because I, shamefully, hated thinking about him with someone else, but also because it was sickening that he would hit on me one night and hook up with someone else right away. But really, what did I expect? I hadn't been looking for a relationship when I shared that first drink with him at the bar, and I was the one who'd slipped out before he even woke up the next morning. But if he thought we could continue running around having a little office dalliance, he had another thing coming. Or maybe I did. Shit. I made a face at myself in my floor-length mirror and dropped the dress I was holding in front of my chest. There was a very real chance that I could walk into work on Monday and discover Griffin had fired me for no reason other than he wanted to. I needed to brace myself for this possibility, even though it was too painful to think about. Right then, though, I would enjoy myself for the night. Sarah's invite to her party had been just the extra nudge I needed. Now that I had somewhere to go, I found that I was desperate for a break from life's stress. A few hours later, Jenna and I parked on a street in the Hollywood Hills and walked to the basement apartment in a gorgeous Mission Revival house. This place is nice, Jenna hissed as we followed the stone walkway to a sliding door. Inside, people packed the living room. Drinks flowed and laughter and chatter filled the air. The 20 or 30 people Sarah had invited looked a lot more like 50. I rubbed my palms against my flared skirt, unsure of what to do or where to go. Hey! Sarah approached, her arms held up high, a good dozen bracelets sliding around on her wrist. You made it! Hey, lady. I gave her a hug. Sarah, this is Jenna. Sarah gave Jenna a big hug as well. Get comfortable, grab some drinks, mingle with some hot guys. She gave me a meaningful look. Although maybe you're tired after doing that all week long. Jenna laughed. Uh-huh, I know what that means. My jaw dropped. What? No, What? I hadn't told Jenna about what happened in Griffin's office the day before, mostly because I just wanted to move past the little incident. Even thinking about the matter made me anxious. Griffin Maddox? Sarah waggled her eyebrows at Jenna and fanned herself. But how could she not be tired? Jenna asked. After... She bit her lip, realizing she'd probably gone too far. Sarah cocked her head at me. After what? I looked around self-consciously, but then remembered none of the strangers at this party gave a damn about what was happening in my life. You can't tell anyone, I sighed. Sarah's expression turned serious. Okay. Is everything all right? Did something happen with Griffin? I met him the weekend before I started work at the company. Like, not at an interview, at a bar. My expression must have revealed the rest of the story, because Sarah's jaw dropped. You slept with him? A handful of people halted their conversations to stare at us. My face warmed, and I ducked my head. Sorry. Sarah pressed her fingers to her lips. That was just... Wow. I did not expect that. I took a seat on a couch in the corner and rubbed my aching temples. I didn't know who he was. There's no picture of him on the Apollo website. All I knew was his last name, Mr. Maddox. Sarah nodded, taking it all in. Uh-huh. And I gave him a fake name, so he didn't know who I was either. Damn, Sarah said. I also did not expect that from you. I know, right? Jenna beamed with pride. It's not impressive, I told them. It's a mess. He was a dick to me all week. He acted like he didn't recognize me at all. And then, yesterday... What? Jenna sat on the couch next to me, while Sarah perched on the edge of the coffee table. He hit on me in his office. I sighed. After hours, but still. Jenna gasped. And what did you do? Nothing. I left. I looked at Sarah. Please don't tell anyone at work. This could get me in serious trouble. She nodded, and I prayed the empathy on her face was genuine. I swear I won't mention it to anyone. They can be really strict at Apollo, especially when it comes to the higher-ups fraternizing with their employees. Thank you. I shook my head. I don't know what to do. Other than sleep with him again? Jenna asked. Yes, other than sleep with him, which is not going to happen. He could fire me at any time, though, and just for not jumping his bones. The two of them fell into a thoughtful silence. Meanwhile, the party raged on around us, everyone else blissfully unaware of the rock and the hard place I sat between. Are you sure he would do that? Sarah finally asked. Fire you for not sleeping with him? I considered it. Maybe? I don't know. I don't think he would. If he did that, even if he had some other excuse, you would report him to HR, and then he would be in hot water. Exactly, Jenna chimed in. And there would be nothing stopping you because at that point you'd have nothing to lose. Sarah nodded, her long earrings skimming the tops of her shoulders. At least that's what any sane person would assume. Yeah, I said slowly. That does make sense. Seeing their logic made me feel slightly better. The big pit in my stomach was still there, but at least I could see its bottom. Sarah arched an eyebrow. So, how was it? My cheeks warmed. The night with Griffin? Sarah nodded. I closed my eyes. Amazing. Sarah and Jenna broke out in laughter. Which makes it even harder to resist him now, I said. But I will. There's too much riding on this job. But it still sucks, you know? Well, Sarah clapped her hands together, I know how to cheer you up. Do I look like I need cheering up? Her lips twisted. Yeah. I guess that makes sense, I mumbled. What kind of men are you into? I mean, other than hot executives. There's this guy from my canvas painting class. He's a little too lumberjack for me, but he's cute and really nice. I'm not looking to meet anyone, I said. Are you sure? Jenna asked. The best way to get over someone is to get under someone else, Sarah finished. Exactly. Jenna snapped her fingers. I smiled at them both, grateful for the support, but feeling like I just wanted to crawl into a hole and wait for the problem to go away. I'll pass, but thank you, I said. How about a drink instead? Sarah popped to standing. That's the second best thing. By Monday morning, I'd worked out what I would say to Griffin. Not only that, but I'd rehearsed it at least 10 times. Walking into the Apollo offices at 10 before 8, I felt less confident. The thought of looking him in the eye and telling him no made me weak inside. And not because I was afraid of the man, but because I wanted him so badly. Badly enough that both Saturday and Sunday night I'd had sex dreams about him. The last time I'd woken to the sound of my own moans. Afraid my mom would hear me, I'd slept with my head under a pillow the rest of the night. Checking to make sure my second-hand silk blouse was still tucked into my skirt, I got off the elevator on the top floor and walked with my back straight and my head held high. I'd prepared for every direction this conversation could go in, but I was hoping that Griffin would make things easy. Even though those odds were about as good as hell freezing over, I still had hope. This morning, his office door was open, and I could hear him puttering around inside it. Taking a deep breath, I went to the doorway and knocked on the wood. Griffin looked over his shoulder from where he'd been going through his filing cabinet. For a long, intense moment, we just gazed at each other. We seemed to have a lot of those long, intense moments, perhaps more than we exchanged words.
"Good morning,"
he finally said. "Hi." I swallowed against the lump in my throat. "Listen." I took a step into his office, then paused. Being in his territory felt like handing over some of my power. I didn't want to go any farther. "About the other night." I cleared my throat. Griffin nodded and said nothing, each of his muscles frozen. This was exactly how I'd hoped it would be, and yet I was having trouble gathering my thoughts. Especially with him standing there with no suit jacket on, a tattoo peeking out from under his shirt sleeve. Especially with his woodsy, primal scent wafting across the room. And especially with the way he pinned me with his eyes, like he was trying to silently tell me that no matter what I said, he would eventually get to me. He would eventually get what he wanted from me. No. I had come to Apollo to change the direction of my little family's life, not to be his plaything. I stood straighter, fire suddenly filling my veins. "I'm flattered that you want to do dirty things with me, but I read the employee manual pretty thoroughly. I know there's zero tolerance for this kind of thing. Also, after meeting the board of directors at the party last Friday, I'm sure they take affairs at work pretty seriously." Griffin looked at the door and slowly licked his lips. Even though he probably wasn't trying to be sexual, seeing his tongue made my chest expand. Maybe if we just hooked up one more time. No. I needed to get all thoughts of Griffin and me out of my head. We could never happen, not in any capacity.
"It would be unwise."
Griffin looked up and nodded once. Exactly. I placed my hand on my hip and nodded as well. Another long, intense moment. We were nearly professionals at them by now.
"I need you to review a proposal for typos and spelling errors," he said. "It's already in your inbox."
The sudden gear shift left me reeling for a beat, but I quickly pulled myself together. This was what I wanted. A professional environment with nothing else to get in its way. And luckily for me, it seemed Griffin had no intention of getting rid of me. Jenna and Sarah had been right about that. Hell, I had dirt on him now. He'd tricked his employee into coming into his office after hours so that he could hit on her. Not that I would rat him out. It was nice knowing that he knew I could, though. And as unpleasant as the whole thing was, it was nice to know this latest fiasco had probably only strengthened my job security at Apollo. So why wasn't I over the moon? Stuffing the questions away for the time being, I sat at my desk and opened the document Griffin had sent. I had more important things to do than worry about him, or the way his gaze made my insides turn to jelly.
Chapter 10. Griffin. If this is about money, then just tell me. I crossed my arms and stared Tony down. He sighed and took a seat on my office couch. That's part of it. Apollo has more than enough money to cover work travel, and it's not as if I break the bank. My last trip I flew coach and stayed in a hotel room the size of a postage stamp. But if it's a real problem, then I'll cover the trip expenses myself. Even though I really shouldn't have needed to. With each deal I made in person, I earned Apollo a shit ton of money. Money that was going right into the board's pockets. How could they not see that? Tony rubbed his forehead. It wasn't even noon, and he already looked tired. It's about time, Griffin. The board feels that you could be more productive here, in the office. I snorted. That's ridiculous. Come on, Tony. I pushed off from where I leaned against the windowsill and paced the room. They have a point. Spinning around, I stared at him. A video chat in your office takes up several hours, tops. Traveling to another city, having meetings, dinners, it takes days. And then I close the deal. I breathed in sharply through my nose, doing my best to control my temper. Tony spread his hands, as if to tell me he was at a loss. I shook my head, unable to believe it. A 60-year-old man who cut his teeth in the business by running all over New York and then L.A. for meetings, now bowed down to the false god Zoom. I folded my arms. Showing up in person is the reason why I close as many deals as I do. And the board thinks you would close even more by staying here and increasing your volume of meetings. I couldn't stop my upper lip from curling. There are only so many high-quality publications. Unless Apollo no longer cared about acquiring only reputable magazines and papers. I wouldn't shame anyone for wanting to monopolize, but there was a limit. "What do you want me to do?" Tony asked. "My hands are tied." I studied him, a man who didn't look apologetic at all. "You also agree with them," I said. He grimaced. "You need to get with the times, Griffin." "The times? You mean stop interacting with people one-on-one and watch our numbers drop?" "There's no solid evidence that will happen." I scrubbed at my face. Shit. With my back up against the wall, what could I do? The board probably thought I took so many work trips because I was looking for an excuse to goof off and have a good time. And yes, traveling was a perk of my job. But it wasn't the main reason I preferred to meet with clients in person. You couldn't form the same connection through a computer that you could in person. Up close, I got to know people better. I saw their hesitations and their hopes. When it looked like a deal might fall through, I had better success at getting it back on track. The board was banking our future success on what they saw other companies doing. But we were unique. It was Apollo's personal touch that had gotten us this far. And now it seemed everyone but me was fine with losing that personal touch. Tony stood. "I want you to really consider how far you're willing to go to see this out." I blinked. What was that supposed to mean? "Are you threatening me?" I asked. He balked. "Griffin, I'm on your side. I always have been." Once upon a time, I'd known that to be true. Tony was more than the CEO I reported to. He'd become one of my closest friends over the years, and something of a mentor to me. Now, though, he was siding with the board of directors. The betrayal hit hard in multiple ways. "Give what I said some thought, please." He walked to my office door, which I'd forgotten to shut. I followed him to the door into the hall, where he said goodbye to Rose before leaving. My shoulder pressed against the door jamb. I turned my attention to Rose. She must have heard the whole conversation. Not that it was probably anything new. Nothing seemed to escape her notice, and I wouldn't have been surprised if she knew more about Apollo's internal politics than I did. "I need you to book the hotel for my New York trip today," I said. "If we wait any longer, all the good places will be full." She hesitated, her fingers on the keyboard and her red lips parted. I did my best to keep my gaze on her face and away from the hint of cleavage poking out of her dress. Black and dotted with small white flowers, the dress was the perfect combination of sexy and cute, just like Rose. My ego told me she was intentionally teasing me by showing up to work looking so good, but I knew that wasn't the case. She'd drawn the line several days ago, and it couldn't have been clearer. "The trip to meet with Brink magazine?" she asked. Yep, she'd heard my whole conversation with Tony, and she was worried about breaking the rules. I pushed off from the door jamb. "The board doesn't like that I'm traveling for meetings, but they haven't banned me from doing it yet." I thought about it, then corrected myself. "Actually, they'll be done complaining once I secure Brink." She nodded. "Is there a hotel you prefer?" "I'll send you a list." "Great. Anything else?" She looked at me expectantly, the picture of perfectionism, which somehow made me want her more. Maybe it was because I knew I couldn't have her. She was strictly off limits, and there was nothing I could do about it. Having my hands tied behind my back wasn't a situation that I was used to. I felt like a caged animal, desperate to get free and live my primal directive. Damn board of directors. Not only did they feel the need to micromanage how I did business, but now they were cock-blocking me as well. Granted, I should have addressed the situation with Rose sooner. Maybe if I hadn't waited so long to make another move on her, she would have been more receptive. Or not. Was I really forgetting that she'd been the one to walk out after our night together? "Mr. Maddox?" Rose asked. God, I hated when she called me that. Griffin sounded so much better, especially when she was screaming it. I cleared my throat. "No, that's all." "Would you like me to go ahead and make a reservation for dinner with Brink's owner?" "Yes, there's a pasta place in Soho." I searched my database, trying to remember. "Mark Scheiber has celiac disease. I can find a pasta place that has gluten-free options." I stared at her. "How the hell did you know that?" "Oh." Her cheeks turned pink. "I researched him. I figured I should, since one of the goals is to make an impression on him." I was vaguely aware of my mouth hanging open. "That's some damn good research. What did you do, tap his phone?" She chuckled. "No." Opening a desk drawer, she extracted her phone and brought it over to me. "I looked at his social media profiles." She pulled up Mark Scheiber's Instagram page. "He doesn't post much, unfortunately, but he was tagged in a post 3 months ago at a foundation for celiac disease. He was quoted talking about his struggle to be diagnosed." She showed me the post, and my jaw loosened even further. Slowly, a chuckle worked its way up my chest and out of my throat. Rose lowered the phone. "What?" "You're always one step ahead of things, aren't you?" "I have to be." Her lips drew thin. I searched her eyes, which reminded me so much of a moss-covered forest, of a sanctuary that I wanted to run into and get lost in. "I'm not going to fire you," I said. I hadn't been entirely sure that was what she was afraid of, but the second her face relaxed, I knew I'd hit the bullseye. Almost immediately, though, the ball was back in her court. "I know you're not. You're the one who came on to me." I let out a sputtering gasp. You... Rose's cherry-red lips turned upward. I pressed my lips together, fighting the urge to kiss the smile right off her face. "You're really something," I said. "You know that?" She tilted her head, challenging me. "What does that mean?" A little constellation of freckles on the top of her throat caught my attention. If I were to start at the bottom and lick my way up, the path would take me right to her ear. How many other details about her body had been lost on me? It was such a shame I'd never get to know about each and every one of them. "You know what it means," I whispered, edging closer, so close that my leg brushed against hers. Rose's breath caught in her throat, but she didn't back up, didn't push me away. Instead, her gaze drank me in. I could nearly feel her thirst, or maybe that was because it was of the same caliber as mine. I knew what it was to want someone so badly and know it could never happen. "It's excruciating, isn't it?" I whispered. Her throat rolled with a swallow. "What is?" I lowered my face so that my mouth hovered near her ear. "Knowing that no one will ever fuck you the way I did." Rose let out a little moan, and I felt her whole body tremble. Scorching desire ripped through me. My hands ached to grab hold of her hips. Turning my face, I brushed my lips against the corner of her mouth. Her breathing heavy, she angled her head just so, and her lips crashed into mine. It was the simplest touch, but it hit me with the force of a tidal wave. My body silently screamed, celebrating success, but knowing it needed so much more. Reaching up, I gripped the back of her head and entered her mouth with my tongue, kissing her deeply, claiming her. Her head went slack in my hand, her eyes hooded and her fingers grasping at my shirt. Trailing my other hand down her side, I found her ass and squeezed gently. She pushed forward, her hips settling against the top of my thighs. "God, Rose," I murmured. "Mm-hmm," she teased. I opened my mouth to answer, but footsteps sounded in the hall.
Chapter 11. Rose.
Shit.
In an instant, Griffin released me and bounded across the room. Shutting and locking the door that led into the main hall, he turned back to me.
I should have thought of that.
I nodded, my tongue too swollen to respond. Griffin's touch had left me intoxicated. I knew I ought to be second-guessing my actions, but I also really didn't want to. What I wanted, instead, was to lose myself in Griffin's heat and touch, to press myself close to him until I couldn't tell where I ended and he began. It was dangerous, yes, and not just because my job was at risk. Griffin wasn't like anyone else I'd ever met. Men didn't come into my life that often, but the few who did never really moved me. But Griffin, he lit the kind of fire in me that I hadn't known could exist. After years of living within the lines and always being responsible, I wanted to let loose for once. I wanted to see who I was without inhibitions and worries getting in the way. He closed the distance between us in several swift strides, his hands immediately going to my face. Our lips collided, and the whirlwind started all over again. How could this be wrong when it felt so right, so natural and perfect? I didn't have the answer, and right then I didn't need it. All that mattered was Griffin's body pressed flush against mine. His lips dragged down my jaw to suckle on my neck, and I dropped my head back against the wall. A moan slipped from my mouth. I pressed my lips together hard, worried about someone in the other offices hearing us. Griffin must have been of the same mind because he grabbed my hand and pulled me through the doorway separating our offices. At his desk, he started to yank me to him, but I stepped back. "Why are you in such a rush?" I teased. His heated gaze ate me up.
"You're really going to make me wait?"
"Maybe." I walked in a slow circle, pausing when my back was to him. "I saw you checking out my ass earlier." Looking over my shoulder, I batted my eyes. Griffin groaned and leaned back against his desk, a bulge growing in his pants.
I can't resist it, baby. You're like a drug.
He raked his fingers through his hair. His eyes were on fire, his cheeks ruddy. For a second, I wondered if he might actually be going mad. But no, he was just a man who wanted me. I wanted him, too, badly. But first, I wanted to make him sweat, put him on the edge of his seat. And not as Lily, as Rose. Because there were so many parts to me I'd never known were there. It had taken meeting Griffin to bring them to the surface. Now that they had emerged, they were never going back down. I played with the buttons on my dress, my eyes on his. Put your hands on the desk. His eyes danced in question, but he complied and braced his hands on either side of himself. Walking a slow circle around the desk, I undid my top button, then the next one. Griffin moaned, one of his hands leaving the desk. Nuh-uh. I shook a finger. Hands down, no touching. I was halfway done with the buttons, the dress hanging open and my pink bra cups showing. Slowly, I ran my fingers down and over my cleavage. Griffin tightened his jaw, his knuckles turning white as he grasped the desk. Finishing the rest of the buttons, I stepped out of the dress. I was wearing nothing but my heels, bra, and panties, but I didn't feel exposed. I felt on fire, lightheaded from my need, and the burning desire I felt from him. Bending forward, I gave Griffin a good view of my cleavage while I took off my heels. Judging by the way his breathing picked up, he liked what he saw. My pulse racing, I straightened up and unhooked my bra. Instead of removing it, I let it slowly slide off my shoulders as I slipped my fingers under the hem of my panties. Griffin's eyes were wide, his mouth set in a determined line. I could nearly read in his face all the things he planned on doing to me. Slowly, I pushed my panties down to the rug, then stepped out of them. My bra hit the floor, leaving me naked. Well? I walked up to Griffin and ran my finger across his broad chest. See anything you like?
Fuck, Rose,
he hissed. A second later, and his hands were on me. Spinning us around, he knocked some folders and a stapler off his desk with one clean sweep of his arm. Looping his arm behind my back, he lifted me up and sat my bare ass on top of his desk. Bending, he closed his lips around one of my nipples. Unexpected pleasure surged through me, and I pressed my lips together to keep the cry in.
I can't wait any longer,
Griffin gasped. Still standing, he unzipped his pants and pulled out his massive cock. My mouth watered. It wasn't until seeing it right then, stiff and pulsating, that I realized how much I'd missed it. Wrapping my hand around its girth, I stroked it steadily. It pulsed against my palm, a little bead of pre-cum dripping out. The muscles between my legs pinched together, angry at being denied for so long. Scooting my ass forward on the desk, I guided Griffin's length to my opening.
Fuck,
he said. But it wasn't the curse of someone lost in ecstasy. What? I let go of his length. He ran a hand across his face.
I don't have condoms here.
It was a surprise I didn't wither up and die. What I craved, what I so desperately needed, was right there, only inches away from penetrating me. You can pull out, I said, taking his hand in mine. Right? Pull out and come on me. The color returned to his face.
Of course.
With that, he pierced me with a violence, his generous width stretching my walls to their maximum. I cried out, Griffin fisting my hair with one hand and holding onto my hip with the other. He fucked me just like that, my ass on the edge of his desk while he stood over me. Each stroke penetrated me deeper, my body warping to accommodate him. My hands slid across the desk, looking for a grip on the smooth wood. It wasn't until they found Griffin's button-down shirt that they succeeded. I held tight, twisting the fabric around and around as Griffin rutted into me and sent my ass moving back and forth across the surface.
"You tease me,"
he gasped in between thrusts.
"All day long."
"You like it," I moaned. He growled, fire dancing in his eyes. A warmth began deep in my core, and no sooner had I acknowledged it than it was spreading through my whole body. The orgasm shook me with the force of a bomb, making my legs tremble and my back arch. Still fucking me, Griffin bent over and pressed his mouth to mine, silencing my scream that the whole building might otherwise have heard. My muscles contracted around his cock, pushing him to the edge. With a curse, he straightened up and pulled out of me. A long tendril of cum shot from his cock and onto my stomach. His gaze locked with mine. His face contorted with pleasure, he stroked the last drops out. Our heavy breaths filled the room, and sweat fell from Griffin's brow and onto my chest.
"Hold on."
His fingers trailing lightly over my thigh, he reached around his computer with his other hand and brought back a box of tissues. I watched him as he wiped my skin dry, my heart and body a weird amalgamation of satisfaction and longing. No matter how much I had of this man, it would never be enough. I'd never felt desire like this. Heck, I hadn't even known it was possible. And while it felt amazing to have Griffin again, the knowledge that it was now over sat heavy on my chest.
"Hey,"
he said softly, taking my hand and pulling me to sitting. He stepped closer to the desk so that he was right between my legs. They wrapped around him, responding as naturally to his presence as the ocean to the moon.
"That was amazing,"
he said. Yeah, it was. I smiled. We'd lost ourselves to a fantasy for a short while, but now it was back to the real world. Back to work and playing the roles that were expected of us, the roles that Griffin wanted us to play. A soft touch on my chin directed my gaze to his.
"I don't want this to be the last time,"
he whispered. Hope bloomed through me. I don't want it to be either. He rubbed his cheek against mine, the stubble a stinging pleasure.
"We just have to be careful."
I allowed myself a moment to ride the thrill. Were we really doing this? Having a workplace affair? It was so out of character for me, I almost wondered if Rose truly had died and been replaced with Lily. But no. This was a part of me that had been slumbering until Griffin came along. And really, what was the harm in what we were doing? No one else was involved, and it wouldn't affect our abilities to do our jobs. When it ended, something I didn't even want to think about, I would continue to focus on my work at Apollo. The job mattered to me too much to allow a personal relationship to derail it. We can be careful. Saying it myself gave me more faith.
"Good."
Griffin wrapped his strong arms around me and pulled me to his broad chest. It was a tender moment that I hadn't expected. In his arms, I felt like we were in our own world. The things that we wanted made so much sense. How could anything go wrong? Unless we wanted different things. A lump formed in my throat. What a silly thought. Of course we wanted the same thing. I wasn't looking for a boyfriend. I knew better than to let a man that deep into my life. My mother had done so, and she'd ended up alone and with a kid to raise. But I'd learned from her mistake, which was why this situation between Griffin and me was so perfect. We could both quench our thirst, and in the end, no one would be hurt.
Chapter 12. Griffin. "To the side!" I shouted at Rose. "The side!" Despite the monster wave that had wiped her out, she somehow gracefully fell to the side of her longboard. I paddled my way over to her as her head emerged from the water. "You okay?" I asked, my chest a rag wrung tight. It was normal to wipe out while surfing, and there wasn't any danger to Rose unless she crashed into her board. I shouldn't have been so worried about her. and yet I was. And not just when it came to surfing. When it came to everything. It was a feeling I hadn't experienced in a long-ass time, and I was doing my best not to think too much about it. "I'm fine." Rose wiped water from her face and grinned. I chuckled, relief seeping through me. Good. She got control of her board. "I almost had it that time." "Yeah, almost. You're a quick learner." She turned her face to the ocean. "Should we go again?" My chuckle turned into a boisterous laugh. Where did she get this energy from? We'd been surfing all morning, and I'd been starting to feel that bone-weary fatigue for the last hour. "How about tomorrow morning?" I asked. "Aren't you hungry?" Her eyebrows rose in surprise, as if this was the first time eating had occurred to her all day. "I guess I am." "Good, because there's an amazing place right up here." I pointed at the little Mexican restaurant on the side of the road. Grabbing our boards, we headed to the shore. A couple people glanced our way as we passed by, and I wondered what they thought of the two of us. Probably that we were a couple. A normal one, too. By society standards, anyway. Just out for the day, enjoying some time in the sand and sun. Surely, not one of them suspected that I was Rose's boss, and this was purely a casual fling. Because it was. So, then, why had I offered to teach her to surf? Because she'd been curious and asked me about it. Said she'd never tried water sports of any kind, which had been agony for me to hear. A life having never hopped onto a surfboard was no life at all. It was my civic duty to teach Rose to surf, which was why I'd offered, as well as gotten her a wetsuit and a longboard that fit her. And it wasn't as if us hanging out was ruining what we already had going. We'd spent the last week working smoothly together, as well as locking the door here and there and taking a little, time for private meetings. Catching some waves and grabbing lunch wouldn't change anything. It was what friends did. At the public showers, we rinsed off the sand and changed into the clothes we'd brought along. When Rose walked out of the women's room in a peasant top and tiny short shorts, I nearly creamed my damn pants. How was she so sexy and cute at the same time? And why did everything look amazing on her, from business suits to a plain t-shirt? "Ready?" She ran her fingers through her wet hair. Stepping in close, I ducked my face and stole a kiss. She grinned against my lips, and I took the moment to breathe her in. Even after being washed clean by the ocean and the shower, she smelled like herself, a distinct, sweet scent that there wasn't a word for, but that I would recognize anywhere. Now I'm ready. I nipped at her lip, enjoying the way she melted against me. It took superhuman effort to not paw her in public, but somehow I managed to walk into the tiny restaurant while keeping my hands to myself. We grabbed a two-seater with a plastic tablecloth and the menus taped to the table, and I immediately felt the need to explain my choice. "This place is amazing," I said. "Best tacos in the area." "Really? That's a big claim." "You'll see." I was happy to bring her to one of my favorite spots, but it didn't feel like enough. Discovering excellent restaurants was one of my favorite pastimes, and I had a good dozen I would have liked to take Rose to in L.A. Unfortunately, most of them were places that we risked running into Apollo's board members at, or an employee at the company. Despite the fact that I dated freely through my 30s, I had never liked sneaking around. I avoided cross-contamination by taking dates to different places, but that was merely considerate. Running into last weekend's date with the current one would be embarrassing for everyone. I was trying to think of my and Rose's actions as covering our asses, though, and not sneaking around. "What would you like?" I asked Rose. She frowned at the menu, which was all in Spanish. Tacos, I guess. You said they're the best here. They are. Be right back. I went to the counter and ordered 2 of each of the tacos, also in Spanish, and returned with 2 bottles of Mexican Coke. Thanks. Rose took a sip of her soda, and I stared at the way her lips puckered around the glass. A thrill traveled through me, and I shook my head. This girl had turned me back into a horny teenager. Not that I was complaining. Oh, she suddenly gasped. What is it? I leaned forward, ready to fix whatever had gone wrong. I'm sorry. I need to check on my mom. She pulled her phone from her purse, her eyebrows pushing together in worry. Did something happen to her? In our short time together, she'd only mentioned her mom to let me know that the 2 of them lived together. Beyond that, I knew nothing about the woman. Rose typed out a quick text, but then her response came slowly. She has multiple sclerosis. Oh. I put my drink down. Damn, I'm sorry. So that was why they lived together. I had assumed Rose was saving money by remaining at home, like lots of people in their 20s. She shrugged. It's what it is. It gets worse every year, but that's to be expected. A flurry of questions danced in my head, but I didn't want to pry too much, so I chose carefully. Are you the only one taking care of her? Rose avoided my eyes. Yeah, it's always been the 2 of us. I hesitated, but curiosity won over. Where's your dad? He left 3 months before I was born. I've never met him. If I weren't sitting down, her words might have knocked me over. I knew her story, awful as it was, wasn't unique. People grew up with single parents all the time, took care of sick family members all the time. Hearing it from Rose, though, seeing the detachment in her eyes when she spoke of it, grated my soul. No wonder she was so fucking tough. It was a shame she'd had to go through so much to grow that thick skin, though. I'm sorry, I said. Knowing before I'd even spoken that, my words were meaningless. I'm fortunate that I've been healthy and able to take care of her, she said, returning her gaze to mine. That's something. I nodded, my mind racing. Was her mother even able to work? If so, she wouldn't be able to forever. I didn't know much about MS, but I knew that a family caring for someone with it needed extra resources, money, assistance. Rose's job paid well, but was it enough to take care of her mother's needs? You're amazing, I said. She's lucky to have you. My mom sacrificed so much for me. I was her everything growing up. I could never. She looked down. I would never leave her. Was this why she hadn't gone to college? I'd thought that missing bullet point on her resume to be interesting, as well as impressive. Even though HR had hired her, I'd asked for her records after the fact, and I'd been shocked to see a level of success from someone who'd never attended college. Despite her lack of education, Rose had worked for some of the most reputable companies in L.A. She'd clawed her way up, determined to not let anything stop her. And our clandestine romp could change all of that. If the board of directors found out about us. I pushed the thought to the side, something I would deal with later. Right now, we were having a great time, sitting in a little restaurant where no one would recognize us. There was nothing to worry about. What about you? Rose rested her forearms on the table and leaned into them. Where's your family? Sacramento. That was usually the end of the conversation, the point where I switched the topic to something else. Is your brother still there? I stared at her, shocked. I saw a picture of you two as kids on the mantel this morning, she explained. I assume that's your brother? You look so much alike. Sawdust coated my mouth. Yeah, that's, I cleared my throat, but the dry, suffocating film remained. That's Levi. What does he do? I worked my jaw around and fiddled with the label on my Coke. He died when we were kids. At 12. I was 14. Rose's face transformed, and I saw the stages playing out there. Shock, sadness, pity. I'm so sorry, she breathed. It was a long time ago. She dropped her arms at her sides, suddenly looking small. Does it feel like a long time ago, though? The word I would never say was a weight pulling on my soul. No. It always felt like just a few weeks ago. It never got better. Neither did the memories of my parents' subsequent fights, their blaming each other for Levi's care, and the botched surgery that ended him. It didn't matter that Levi had probably been doomed from the start, his congenital heart condition something that could only be hoped to be managed rather than cured. My parents had each wanted someone to blame. After the surgeon was cleared of any sort of malpractice, they turned their fury on each other. I sat on the sidelines, listening to them duke it out night after night. I became not much more than a piece of furniture, though before Levi's death, they'd done their best to show us both equal time. With my family unraveling, I threw myself into my schoolwork, knowing that my only salvation was in getting as far away from the fucked-up mess as possible. As my parents divorced around the same time I graduated high school, I took off for college in L.A. and never looked back. Except I still felt like I was running, always trying to escape an invisible chokehold. One that I mostly felt in the presence of other people, especially people who wanted anything long-lasting from me. So no, it didn't feel like a long time ago. I still woke up sweating from dreams, ones where Levi was stranded on an island, and I drowned trying to swim to him, or ones where I was stuck in my teenage bedroom, my parents' cacophony growing so loud that I had to clamp my palms over my ears. Even then, I couldn't drown out their hate-filled words. It feels like forever ago, I said, only half satisfied with my lie. A part of me wanted to open up to Rose, tell her all the things I'd never shared with anyone. The risk wasn't worth it, though. I'd gotten close to one woman before, and it hadn't ended well. Rose smiled in that sympathetic way, and her hand reached across the table to close over mine. Warmth traveled up my arm and into my chest. I have to ask you something now, I said, eager to turn the attention back on her. She sat straighter. What? Why did you sneak out that morning? Oh. Her eyelashes fluttered as she looked at the floor. I thought that was the unspoken understanding, that you would want me gone. My stomach corkscrewed. Typically, after a night with a woman, that's what I would have wanted. But Rose was different. She was an onion to be unpeeled, and one evening hadn't been long enough. You don't know what you have going for yourself, do you? I asked. Rose lifted her eyes, shock laced through them. I ducked my head so that our gazes were level. Don't ever underestimate yourself again. She stared back at me, silent, which was fine. I didn't expect a response. I only wanted to make sure she heard me out. Okay, she said suddenly, surprising me. I grinned. Okay. Good. She smiled wide, and the whole world lit up. Good God! How was it that everyone in this restaurant wasn't staring at her? I could have stayed there, just like that, our hands touching in a shoebox Mexican joint, nothing being said, for the rest of our lives. Which was why I drew my hand back. We were already dancing in risky territory, and not just when it came to our jobs. If Rose was disappointed, she didn't show it. "Here comes our food." She nodded at the waiter bringing the paper plates over. Under the table, I tapped my knee against hers. Reason number 12 why Rose was so great? She didn't make shit complicated.
Chapter 13. Rose. Whistling, I wrapped my sandwich in plastic and set it in my lunchbox. The 5 hours until lunch felt like a whole year away. Even though the food in the cafeteria was good, bringing my own lunch saved me 5 to 10 extra minutes, and that time was priceless. The last few days, Griffin and I had taken to cutting our lunches short and meeting back in the office a little early. It was easily the best part of the day, those 15 minutes that I spent sitting on his lap talking about anything and everything in the world. Deep down, I knew that what was happening was too good to be true. It had to end at some point. But I could at least enjoy it until then, right? Thinking about Griffin's firm hold on my waist, I smiled. His lap had to be the most comforting place in the world, my finger tracing the tattoos on his firm biceps, his lips grazing my throat. "Are you packing for a whole army?" Mom asked, interrupting my daydream. I looked down at my lunchbox, which I'd absent-mindedly put 3 apples into. My cheeks warmed, and I took out 2 apples and placed them back in the fruit basket on the kitchen counter. I was distracted. "You've been distracted for a while now." She smiled knowingly and grabbed a yogurt from the fridge. Was it just me, or was she walking better since yesterday's acupuncture appointment? Thanks to my first paycheck from Apollo, she'd finally been able to lie on a table for an hour with a dozen little needles stuck in her skin. It sounded like a nightmare, but the results, from what I observed, were real. It was always difficult to get her to any appointments since I had to help her down the stairs, but watching her move with less pain was worth it. "Work is good," I said, "and the people I work with are even better." "Uh-huh. I know what's going on." She lightly tugged on the end of my hair, something she'd done since I was little. "Do you have a work crush?" My jaw dropped. "What? No." "All right." She raised her hands, signaling surrender. "I won't ask any more. Just know you can tell me if you like." "Mom, I just really like this job. That's all. It's changing our lives for the better." She dropped her hands, finally believing me. "I know, honey, and thank you for everything you've done. You've worked so hard, and I've just been a lump." She dropped her head and brushed away a tear, while my heart constricted. "Mom," I wrapped an arm around her, "you're not a lump. You're the most amazing mother in the world." "Not the most amazing. I could have done better." I squeezed her shoulder. "You did more than enough. You still do." A knock at the front door made us both turn around. "Are you expecting anyone?" she asked. "No." My lips turned down, worry gnawing at my gut. I'd paid the rent, right? It wasn't the landlord? Yes, that's right. I'd sent the transfer a week earlier. Even though I had a good job now and had always found ways to make ends meet, a lifetime of constant financial insecurity had changed the way I responded to some things. I was constantly on edge, waiting for a debit card transaction to decline or my car to break down when I didn't have the savings to repair it. It would take a while, but maybe one day I would finally accept that we were no longer strapped for cash. I had a good job that could lead to a world of possibilities. Life, finally, was opening up to us. But if it wasn't an irate landlord at the door, who was it? "Hello?" I called, walking across the living room. "Hello, it's Matilda Ford, from Loving Hands." Loving Hands? I opened the door to find a squat woman with a friendly face and graying hair, a big quilted bag at her side. "I'm sorry," I said. "You must have the wrong address." She glanced at the number next to the front door. "This is 12B, right? Wendy and Rose Barnett?" "Yes," I said slowly, my neurons firing rapidly, trying to make sense of the morning's twist. "Your boss, Mr. Maddox, sent me." I blinked. "You said you're from where?" "Loving Hands, an in-home care provider service. We specialize in all kinds of situations, including MS." I glanced at my mom, who looked as bewildered as I felt. "And you said Griffin, Mr. Maddox, sent you?" I asked Matilda. "He sure did." She smiled sunnily. "And judging by your reaction, it's safe to say it was supposed to be a surprise." I blew out a breath. "For sure. An in-home caretaker?" I wasn't sure how much that cost, but it sounded expensive. My new job paid well, but not that well. "The bill is also going to him," Matilda said, reading my mind. Or maybe my face. My head spun with this new information. "Oh." What more could I say? I could, of course, reject the offer to help. It caused me no small amount of shame to not be able to provide my mom with everything that would make her life easier. Except here was a woman standing in front of us who could give us something we really needed. I wasn't entirely sure what all the services an in-home caregiver provided, but I could use any help I could get, especially considering my mom could only leave the apartment with another person's assistance. "That's so sweet," my mom said from the kitchen. "How generous of Mr. Maddox." Knowing that she wasn't opposed to accepting an act of kindness was the last nudge I needed to open the door the rest of the way and urge Matilda Ford inside. As it turned out, she would do everything I usually did, except while I was at work. That meant housework taken care of, a hot lunch made so Mom didn't need to eat the cold sandwich I'd fixed her, and even a trip to the park. Tears filling my eyes, I left the apartment and drove to work. Confusion beat like a war drum in my head and heart. Griffin and I were supposed to be a casual thing, nothing more. So then why had he hired this help? It didn't make sense that he felt sorry for me. That wasn't the man I knew. Then what? He genuinely cared? I swallowed hard, pushing away the bit of hope blooming in my chest. I didn't want a relationship. Hell, I'd never even had an adult relationship. After my high school boyfriend left for an out-of-state college last minute, nothing else really worked out. Not that I'd been trying. I went on dates here and there, and a couple times I saw guys for a few months stretch, but I'd never had time for a relationship, and so those experiments always fizzled out. I'd accepted long ago that a relationship wasn't in the cards for me, and I was happy living with my mom, just as things were. Did Griffin want more, though? I licked my lips, the temperature in the car suddenly climbing. There was no way to know unless I came right out and asked. And if he said yes, how would I respond? It didn't matter, because even if I did want a relationship, I couldn't have it. A real relationship meant going into public together, socializing together, posting pictures of each other on social media. If Griffin and I did those things, I'd be out of a job. So that was that. Trying to ignore the disappointment simmering in my belly, I reminded myself of my priority in life. This job was benefiting my mom, and that was what really mattered. It was for the best, anyway. Even if, in another universe, where our jobs allowed it, Griffin and I did try our hands at a relationship, it would crumble eventually. He would leave, because that was Griffin, a man who flew through assistants and had hookups with people he met at bars. I'd never come across a guy who was willing to commit to a long-term relationship, and I wasn't about to hold my breath for one. My mom herself had thought she'd had some security locked down with a husband and a baby on the way, and then the rug had been pulled out from under her feet. On the 55th floor, I walked down the hall with a bubble of anxiety in my chest. Even though I'd just seen Griffin the day before, knowing I would soon set eyes on him again always made my pulse race. And today was complicated, on top of that. I was grateful for what he'd done for my family, but the act also reminded me of my place, below him. I was his assistant, someone who made significantly less than him. In his office, he sat on the couch, one ankle resting on his other knee. Engrossed in his tablet, he didn't notice me enter. Hovering in the doorway, I took him in. Big, strong hands, hair smoothed to the side but with a few strands out of place, like he'd started to style it but then been distracted by something else. Mouth set in a thin line as he focused on the screen. The best thing about him, though, was something that couldn't be put into words. It was the primal, tough energy that he gave off. Griffin, in the simplest terms, was a man. The kind who could hunt dinner, then throw you over his shoulder and take you to his cave, where you'd be screaming his name till morning. Seeing him in the workplace, dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, almost didn't make sense. I smiled, feeling special that I got to know him this close up, even if it was only for a short while. Sensing me, he looked up. His eyes brightened and a smile exploded across his face. My heart did a somersault. Easy, girl, I reminded myself. You don't get to fall for him.
Hi.
He put his tablet down and strode across the floor. In the span of one breath, he was suddenly inches away. His spicy cologne tickled my nose, a need flitted across my skin. Going through the whole day without touching him would be agony. You hired an in-home caretaker? I asked, not meaning for it to sound so accusatory. I tried again. I mean, thank you. He lifted his hands, probably knowing ahead of time that he'd need to defend his position on this.
I wanted to do it, and it's my treat.
I worked my mouth around, at a loss for words, and ended up letting out an exasperated breath while simultaneously smiling. I appreciate it. Thank you. It really wasn't necessary. He squinted at me.
We both know it is.
I swallowed. Yes, but I've been taking care of her half my life. Again, I couldn't finish. Griffin placed his hands on my shoulders.
You shouldn't have to do that on your own. No one should. Trust me, I went through it with my own family.
That's right, his brother. The story about Levi had blown me away and created even more questions, but I hadn't wanted to pry. Maybe one day he would share more with me. Again, I couldn't hold my breath. This, whatever it was between us, could be over any day. I needed to be grateful for the time that we did have together. Thank you, I breathed. Griffin swept his fingers across my chin.
It makes me happy to see you happy, to know you're taken care of.
My heart trembled. He was talking like he was my boyfriend. The further we got into this situationship, the more confusing things became. What were the boundaries? What were the expectations? I couldn't know, because this was lawless, uncharted territory, and it scared the hell out of me. I licked my lips, knowing I needed to bring all of this up. With Griffin's mouth so close to mine, though, his cologne sending butterflies through my stomach, it was increasingly hard to think straight. Slipping his fingers into my hair, he pressed his lips to mine. The kiss was slow, sure, tender. I reached for his shoulders, needing to hold on to something before I melted away. Griffin's kisses always did that to me. They took all the strength out of my legs and left me feeling like I'd been taken apart and then put back together into a person I didn't recognize. But maybe that was the person I really was. Someone who laughed and went surfing on the weekends. Someone who accepted help after a lifetime of doing things on her own. Someone who went to bed smiling after a half hour of exchanging funny memes with the guy she liked. And I deserved to be that person. I deserved to be happy. The kiss deepened, a new heat entering it. Griffin's hand slipped down my sides to grab my hips, and I pressed my body tight to his. Nipping at my lip, he grabbed a handful of my ass and squeezed. Sticky, desperate desire filled me. Maybe we could wait just a few more minutes to start work. Surely.
Griffin, did you see my email?
A voice behind me suddenly asked. I gasped against Griffin's mouth, my eyes flying open. He stared back at me in shock, looking absolutely frozen. Almost on instinct, I stepped to the side, further into his office. My heart racing, I grabbed the tablet off the coffee table so it would look like I was doing something. Tony strode into the room.
I sent it last night.
Right. Griffin shoved his hands into his pockets and cleared his throat.
No, I haven't checked my email yet. I'll do that in a minute. I was just briefing Rose on the upcoming day.
I smiled at Tony over the tablet, my ears pounding. Had he seen anything? God, we'd been so stupid. What were we thinking, making out with the door open?
Good morning.
Tony nodded at me. Good morning. I smiled big, praying he couldn't tell how fake I was being. Griffin raked his fingers through his hair, his hand trembling the slightest bit. My gaze snapped back to Tony, but if he'd noticed Griffin's state, he wasn't giving it away.
It's about your New York trip. Come see me when you can.
Tony nodded at me before leaving the room. I waited until I was sure he was out of the office to sigh and put down the iPad. Oh, my God. Griffin cringed.
That was my fault.
No, it was just as much mine. I should have closed the door when I came in.
That's suspicious, always having the door shut.
Hands clenched, he paced the floor. My stomach hardened. In one swift moment, we'd nearly lost it all. Our fling, my job, maybe his job. Everything good in my life was a tower with a shaky foundation, I realized. Take one brick out, and the whole structure would crumble. Swallowing, I waited for Griffin to stop pacing and tell me this had been the nail in the coffin. That we had to stop seeing each other, effective immediately. It would be for the best, of course, even if it would absolutely crush me. Instead, he closed the door, just like he'd said was a bad idea, and came to me, took my hands in his.
We'll be more careful,
he said. There was a lump in my throat. I tried to talk around it, but I wasn't even sure what to say. Yes, I wanted to keep seeing him. At some point, though, weren't the risks greater than the rewards? And not just when it came to our careers. I meant to my heart as well. Griffin smiled, though there was anxiety there.
We'll be more careful,
he repeated. It was like he was trying to convince himself of this plan's potential. Like if he said it enough times, everything would turn out well. I couldn't blame him. I craved his touch like sunshine. At this point, if I went a week without it, there was a good chance I could shrivel up and die. It seemed, really, that we had no choice but to keep going. Yeah, I rasped with a nod. We will.
Chapter 14. Griffin. You did an amazing job. Sliding into the tiny restaurant booth next to Rose, I took her hand. She laughed, her long earrings swaying. Not for the first time that evening, my gaze dipped lower. The sleeveless dress, tight around her chest and flared out at her hips, had to be the sexiest thing I'd ever seen her in. I didn't even do anything, she said, other than take notes. You left an impression on Mark, and that will help us secure the acquisition." She pursed her cherry-red lips, her eyes batting in the candlelight. "You made an impression on him. I just stood there." I shook my head. She really had no clue how much she impacted everything and everyone around her, did she? Rose was like her own planet. People couldn't help but be drawn into her orbit. Even strangers on the street, men and women alike, would often cast interested looks her way. Maybe she didn't notice, but I did. I noticed, and damn it, I was proud. I brought her hand to my lips for a kiss. "This trip would have been awful without you." She frowned. "Are you sure it was a good idea to bring me? The board isn't going to suspect it was for other reasons?" "You're my assistant." I squeezed her hand. "It would be silly for me not to bring you." She nodded and drew a heaving breath. "Right." It was obvious, though, that the whole matter was still bothering her. We'd gotten lucky last week. Tony had nearly caught us making out in the office. 2 more seconds and he would have seen me groping Rose's ass. Was it wrong that a part of me wanted that to happen? That I wanted us to be exposed so that the charade could finally be over? Whenever I had that thought, though, I inevitably realized how stupid I was being. If Rose and I were exposed, the board of directors would fire me. And what would I have then? Nothing career-wise. I'd have to start all over again. If we had been discovered, I would have taken the blame and insisted that I'd coerced Rose into an inappropriate relationship. That way, at least she would be able to keep her job. As things stood, we were currently in the clear. We just needed to watch our backs better. The trip to New York was part of that. I'd told Rose the truth when I said I needed my EA on this trip, but I also needed and wanted her, the woman who I woke up thinking about every morning. Other than the meeting with Brink magazine, New York was the chance to have 2 full days to ourselves. 2 full days without constantly looking over our shoulders, wondering if we would be caught. "Tony doesn't suspect anything," I said, just as much for my sake as for hers. She fiddled with her earring and gazed into the distance. "You're right." "What kind of wine would you like?" I opened the wine menu. I'd taken just as many pains selecting the restaurant for our private dinner as she had selecting the lunch spot with Brink's owner. Recalling something Rose had said once about loving French food, I'd found the highest-rated French spot in Manhattan and secured a table by slipping a pretty penny to the host. She skimmed the wine menu. "I don't know. I don't recognize any of these." "Then we'll let the sommelier pick." Satisfied, I put the menu down. And pick he did. He brought us one of the best breads I'd ever tasted. After ordering appetizers and entrees from our waiter, I scooted closer to Rose, happy that the staff had finally left the table and we were alone once more in our cozy booth. "What would you like to do tomorrow morning?" I asked. I'd purposely had her book as late a flight back as was reasonable. The board of directors wouldn't complain, as it was the weekend anyway, and we were returning on a Sunday. "Be with you?" Rose wrapped her arms around my waist. Heat rushed through me. Burying my nose in her hair, I inhaled her fruity scent. God, how did she do this to me? Everything about this woman, from her smell to her expressions to her body, turned me on. And not just in a physical way. I felt tied to her, as if an invisible string connected us. I was trying not to think about it too much. Any time I spent analyzing what we had equaled time wasted not enjoying what was happening. "A morning in bed?" I kissed the nape of her neck. "Sounds amazing." Her phone beeped in her purse, and instantly her attention shifted. "Go ahead," I said. "Check it." Her brows furrowed. that familiar concern coming across her face. Reading the text, she relaxed. My mom sent me pictures of how clean the living room is. Matilda deep cleaned the whole house, she said. Good. She put her phone away, an ease coming over her. Mom's been so happy with her around. And Rose had been much more relaxed. Matilda's presence would have been worth twice her hourly rate. Honestly, Rose laughed, because of Matilda, I have some real free time for the first time since high school. I don't even know what to do with it. What would you like to do? I turned in the booth to face her as much as possible. Her lips twisted. The only thing I've ever really wanted to do is write. I cocked my head. How come this was the first time I'd heard about her desire? Write what kinds of things? I asked. Even with the dim lighting, her blush was obvious. Articles. For newspapers. Or magazines. Magazines? I felt my eyes widen. That's great. She sipped her wine. It is? Yeah, of course, I chuckled. I happen to love magazines. She joined in my laughter. That's good considering your job. Have you written any articles yet? I've had a couple things published in small publications. Nothing big. She sipped her wine. That's one of the reasons I was really excited to work at Apollo. I was hoping it could lead to a writing job. Apollo doesn't hire in-house, so unfortunately that probably won't happen. Her face fell, and too late I realized I'd made a mistake, that I should have been more sensitive in my response. This was her dream we were talking about here, and I'd stomped on it like we were in a meeting discussing Apollo's latest acquisition. There are other avenues. I did my best to recover. Apollo's not the only media conglomerate in L.A. Right, of course. She smiled but avoided my eyes. My chest felt heavy. As long as you keep writing and sharpening your skills, you'll find a position somewhere eventually. You have a portfolio? Yes. I need to add more to it, but I'll get to that. From her body language, I could tell she was done talking about the subject, which was fine. I'd already soured the matter, and it would be best if we moved on. Under the table, I placed my hand on her knee. When she shifted into the touch, I relaxed, glad I hadn't ruined the evening. Is this your first time in New York? I asked. My mom and I came once when I was in elementary school. Her face lit up. We came to see the Thanksgiving Day parade. Really? That sounds amazing. She nodded, brimming with delight. It was the biggest trip we ever took. I didn't know this at the time, but she must have saved up all year for it. We stayed in a hotel with room service, and I thought we were so bougie. Her laugh rang through the small restaurant. I grinned. Your mom sounds amazing. She's the best mom ever. Rose blinked away tears. What about your mom? Are you close with her? It wasn't until my teeth started aching that I noticed how stiff I was, my jaw clenched tight and my shoulder blades drawn together. No. I don't talk to my parents much. She frowned. I'm sorry. It's by choice. That still sucks. I shrugged a shoulder. Not every person is cut out to be a parent. Don't I know it? She snorted and shook her head. I don't know where my father is, and good riddance. He couldn't even be bothered to send the woman he knocked up child support. Forget about birthday cards for his daughter. My chest squeezed tight. I wanted to find the man who dared leave Rose and her mother on their own, a woman with ailing health and a little girl who had to grow up too fast. I would have more than a few words with him. Hell, I probably wouldn't talk at all, not when my fists were capable of getting the message across. You deserve so much more, Rose, I said. Your mom, too. He's a total dick for doing that. She nodded. Pretty much. Maybe it was the growing protectiveness I felt for Rose, or maybe it was that I knew she could understand what I'd been through. Either way, I found myself talking about myself, saying things I'd never admitted to anyone. My parents were complete assholes to each other after my brother died, I said. I'm not sure they even took time to mourn Levi. She looked at me. That must have been so hard for you. You said you were only 14, right? Right. Under the table, she squeezed my hand. Emotion bubbled up my chest, but I kept it in check. He was having his 5th heart surgery since birth. It went wrong, and he died on the table. The way my parents treated each other after, I shook my head. It was atrocious. Maybe they acted that way so they wouldn't have to grieve, you know? They turned their sadness into anger. I pressed my lips together, and the end result was that they destroyed our family. Levi was gone, and we couldn't change that, but they could have still been there for each other. They could have been there for me. I was in shambles, too. I'd lost not only my little brother, but my closest friend. And yet I'd faded into the background, no more consequential than a houseplant, left to deal with my grief alone. That sounds awful. She tilted her head and studied me. I'm so sorry, Griffin. I told myself I would never make the same mistake they did. I wouldn't get married or start a family. I swore not to bring children into the world when I couldn't provide them with the love they needed. Oh. I nodded. So far, so good. I felt for her hand, but it was no longer on my knee. She was occupied with unfurling her napkin and arranging her silverware. A lump formed in my throat. Shit. I put my foot in my mouth again. A memory flashed in front of me, like déjà vu. This was why the only serious girlfriend I ever had left. I'd told Kendra when we first started dating that I didn't want to get married or have kids. She'd promised she was fine with that. As our years together passed by, though, things changed. Or rather, she changed without me realizing it. She wanted more than I could offer. A ring on her finger, and some little munchkins running around. I'd be honest. I considered it. I loved Kendra back then, and was willing to make some compromises. Not that one, though. That one was too big. So in the end, she left. We were both hurt, and I vowed to never enter a relationship again. That was 6 years ago, and I'd stuck to my promise. Women would only end up let down by me, and I would only end up hurt and hating myself. That's why I was here with Rose, enjoying all the perks of time spent with a beautiful woman, without the hurt. I'd hacked my way into the sweet spot. Rose and I could live it up together, no expectations. What could be better? She was looking away from me, fingers curled around the stem of her wineglass. Maybe she thought she wanted a relationship and kids from me, like so many women in the past had. But even if she were to get that, she would end up disappointed, crushed when I couldn't deliver. Hey. I took her hand, and she turned to me, a smile on. I like what we have, a lot. Her gaze softened. I do too. I nodded. The short exchange, all the confirmation I needed. We were doing the right thing here. Chapter 15. Griffin. With all due respect, Preston, your logic doesn't add up. Leaning back in the boardroom chair, I tucked my hands in my pockets and coolly gazed across the table at him. His bushy gray eyebrows furrowed, the distaste in the air nearly palpable. You did not have explicit consent to take the New York meeting in person, and you knew that. I glanced down the table at Tony, who sat there with his hands folded and his lips pulled thin. I didn't expect Tony to defend me. He'd warned me, first in that email and then in person, that if I went to New York, I risked an assault from the board. I'd be lying if I said I didn't go partly as a fuck you to Preston and his buddy Harry, who had also been glaring daggers at me since the meeting began. My success wasn't an accident, though. I went to New York in person because that was the kind of move you needed to make in order to see results. If we're not impressing people, I said, then what are we doing? And you impressed Schreiber? Harry's upper lip curled. Yes, I smiled at him. Since we were in person, we ended up spending the whole afternoon together. I got to know him, to understand his concerns about selling and his hopes for Brink magazine, and my assistant reserved a table at a restaurant that blew his socks off. I quietly clocked the room, looking for any responses to the assistant part. The three men seemed unaffected, though. None of them suspected anything was off about my relationship with Rose. Which, at this point, was a fucking miracle. After Tony nearly caught us in my office, I'd been careful to watch every step. Preston harumphed. Well, that's sweet that you were having a good time partying it up in New York. But where are the results? He spread his hands. I don't see a signed contract in front of me. I opened my mouth to retort, but a knock on the door cut me off. Rose entered the room, bringing with her the fresh scent of lavender and all the best things about the world, from her smile to the way she wore those high heels, like she was begging me to bend her over my desk and fuck her. Excuse me. She hugged her laptop to her chest. I hate to interrupt, but Mark Schreiber from Brink just left a message for Mr. Maddox. He says it's important. Mr. Maddox? Somehow, her calling me that both turned me on and annoyed me. What is it? Preston snapped. I shot him a glare and suppressed the urge to kick him under the table. Harry snorted. He's probably asking for us to pay him for his wasted time this weekend. Harry, Tony said in a weary voice, is that really necessary? My face warmed, and my hands clenched into fists. What was so civil about sitting in a boardroom and throwing shade across the table? I longed to take Harry into the street and settle things another way, the way men had for thousands of years. Primitive of me, yes, but I didn't give a damn. I had done my best to be polite to these bastards, even though Preston and Harry had always had it out for me. Actually, Rose took a step into the room. Mr. Schreiber has thought about Apollo's offer and decided that he would love to sell. He asked for the deal to be sent over today for him to sign, if possible. Preston's jaw dropped, and I had to hold back an excited whoop. Rose caught my eye, and I could see her trying not to smirk. I grinned right back at her, for a moment not caring who saw. You hear that? Tony clapped me on the back. Great job, Griffin. Thank you. I jostled his shoulder. I guess my weekend trip wasn't a waste of time after all. What do you know? Preston looked like he'd eaten sour grapes, and Harry wouldn't even acknowledge any of us, instead pretending to be busy on his phone. I didn't care, though. My success spoke for itself. Excellent, Rose, I said. Thank you. Make the adjustments to the contract that he asked for, and I already did. Of course she did. That was my girl, always on top of things. Excellent. This time I held back my smile, aware of the others watching. Then send him the contract and let him know I'll be calling this afternoon. Yes, sir. Anything else? She blinked those long, dark lashes at me. That's all. With a nod, she turned and left the room, her ponytail swinging as she retreated. Hunger yawned between my legs, but I pushed it away. I could defile Rose later. This has been a great meeting. I stood and smoothed my tie. Very informative. You gentlemen know where to find me if there's anything left to discuss. Wearing a shit-eating grin, I left the boardroom and walked toward my office. Each step was like walking on air. The acquisition would come with a bonus, and I was already thinking about getaways I could blow the money on. Rose had never left the country, and I had a long list of places I wanted to take her. As I was considering the weather in Italy, my phone rang. Pulling it from my pocket, I accepted Dean's call. "How's it going?" I nearly sang. "You're in a good mood?" I laughed. "I should be. I just closed a deal." "Of course you did. Congrats." "Thanks." Ducking into an empty office, I shut the door behind me. "Did I catch you at a good time?" he asked. "It's always a good time when you call," I said with a note of sarcasm. "Now I really know you're blowing smoke up my ass," he chuckled. Grinning, I leaned against the bare table. "What's new with you?" "A lot, actually. I'm going to propose to Gisela." "I'm the one who should be saying congrats." Still full of energy, I walked circles in the room. "That's wow, man, just wow." He paused a beat. "That's not the response I expected to hear from you." My feet ground to a halt, and I frowned. "You didn't expect me to congratulate you?" "Yeah, I did, of course, but I know how you are about relationships, and they're not your thing. That doesn't mean I'm against them for you or anyone else." Did I really come off as that much of a sourpuss when it came to relationships? "Right. Just based on comments you made in the past, forget about it." I braced one arm against the window and leaned into it. "I'm happy for you, Dean. I mean it. When are you going to pop the question?" "I'm not sure." He blew out a heavy breath. "I need to make sure it's a perfect moment, of course. I want to have that figured out. For sure." I gazed at the street below, at the tiny cars zooming by. I was still running on a high from the acquisition, and thanks to Dean's added news, the world had been painted in shades of pure ecstasy. It felt like nothing could possibly go wrong ever again. "What about you?" Dean asked. "Have you been on any dates lately?" He laughed. "What am I saying? Of course you have." "I spent the weekend with someone special." I smiled to myself. He whistled. "The whole weekend? Look at you. So who was she?" I hesitated, shocked to realize that I hadn't told Dean anything about Rose. The last time we'd talked had been the morning she snuck out of my house, when I'd thought her name was Lily. Did I want to share everything with them? Dean was my closest friend, but I carried a hefty amount of shame over sleeping with my assistant. The situation could easily look like something it wasn't, like I was using my power at work to take advantage of someone. "Her name is Rose." I chose my words carefully. "Remember when we talked about going to Oahu for the weekend? I met her the night before that." "You're kidding." "No," I said slowly, confused. "That was weeks ago." "Yeah?" I failed to see his point. "You've never dated anyone that long, not since Kendra." Even though he couldn't see me, I shrugged. "Rose is something special." "She must be. Wow. I guess I'm not the only one making some changes." That made me stiffen, even though I wasn't sure why. "What do you mean?" "You've always said you weren't doing relationships anymore." "I'm not." I folded my other arm across my chest, annoyed, though more at the turn in the conversation. Dean hadn't really done anything wrong. "Oh, gotcha. So you're still seeing other women?" I pressed my tongue against my front teeth. Shit, I hadn't even thought about other women since meeting Rose. Wow, man, you've got it bad. No, I don't. My nostrils flared, and it couldn't turn into a relationship even if I wanted that. She's my assistant. She's your assistant? Dean spoke slowly, as if his mind was full of syrup and he was having trouble processing the words. Yes, and I didn't mean for it to happen that way. We met before she started at the Apollo. It was just a coincidence. That doesn't sound like a coincidence to me, he said. Gisela would say it sounds like destiny. I don't believe in destiny. You don't have to believe in something for it to exist. I huffed. Thank you for that educational fact. Okay, forget I said anything. How's everything otherwise? It's good. What else could I say? My life was work and Rose, Rose and work. I didn't even surf anymore unless it was with her. The evenings that I had to spend alone, most of them during the week, since that's when Rose was with her mom, I spent catching up on work. I wanted to have the weekends free to spend with Rose. Dean was right. I'd turned into someone I didn't recognize. And the most surprising part was that I didn't hate it, which was trouble, because eventually the tide would turn. Everything was golden between Rose and me now, but we were in the honeymoon stage. At the end of the day, I still wasn't the relationship type. Besides, Rose wanted kids. That had been all over her face that evening in New York. If I wasn't careful, I would ruin things for both of us. Which meant I needed to start thinking about an exit plan from our situation. We needed a specific date for the fun to end. The fact that this made me recoil was even more evidence that I needed to get control of the situation before I lost myself in it. There was a knock on the door, and I frowned. Who was knocking on an empty office? Hey, Dean, I need to go. Let's talk soon. Sounds good. See ya. Slipping the phone into my pocket, I opened the door. Rose stood there, looking prim and proper in her tweed dress. I saw you come in here, she said. I have a question about the contract. I grabbed her hand and yanked her into the room. Slamming the door shut behind us, I pressed her back to the wood and latched my mouth onto hers. Our hands found comfort immediately, my fingers twisting in her hair and her palms settling on my chest. We were no strangers to each other's bodies, and for the first time in years, I craved the familiarity. Dean was right. I'd changed, but I would change back. Soon. Just not yet.
Chapter 16. Rose. Well, what do you think? I sat on the edge of the chair next to Sarah's desk. It felt like hours had passed since she'd opened up my articles, but it had probably been 20 minutes. Spinning her chair to face me, she nodded. That was really impressive. Really? I squeaked. Embarrassed over being loud, I glanced around the open co-working space. All of Sarah's coworkers were too busy at their desks to pay me any mind, though. Yes, really, Rose, you have talent. Thank you. I bit into a smile. The talk with Griffin in New York had lit a fire under my butt, and I'd spent the last week researching and writing 3 articles showing off my skills. They were varied, too. An investigative report on industry pollution, a human interest story on a school for the blind, and a current events piece on a recent burglary. Just thinking about my portfolio made me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. I didn't have the education or approved writing jobs on my resume, but I knew how to tell a story, and that was what mattered. Now I just needed to get my foot in the door, my portfolio in someone's hands. I wish I could give this to my editor. Sarah frowned. I know, Apollo doesn't hire in-house, though. She rolled her eyes, which is absolute bullshit. I shrugged. I'd learned long ago that railing against something you couldn't change was wasted energy. I could have cried and complained about my mom's health. However, that not only would have gotten me nowhere, but it would have slowed me down. Sarah lowered her voice. There is someone who might be able to help you out, though. My heart flipped. I don't know. He's the one who told me that Apollo isn't a good avenue. That's only the official rule, though. She gave me a look. And you two are breaking rules all the time. I chuckled. I don't know. How are things going? She whispered. I'm guessing good, since I never see you at lunch. They're really good. I smiled wide, but then instantly felt guilty. This happiness I'd found with Griffin wasn't mine. It was on loan, something that I would need to return to the universe sooner or later. I needed to be careful to not get too attached. I bet you went on that romantic trip together. My smile dimmed. Yeah. What? Did something happen? No, I mean, maybe. I glanced around again, still worried that someone might overhear our conversation, even though we were both whispering. Griffin opened up to me, like more than I ever thought he would. That's good. Her eyes lit up. Kind of. I bit my lip. It ended with him telling me that he never wants to get married or have kids. It seems like his parents' relationship really messed with his head, and now he doesn't even want to try. And you want those things, don't you? I fiddled with my necklace. Honestly, I haven't thought about it much before. My last real boyfriend was in high school. Since then, I've been focused on taking care of my mom. Knowing that Griffin doesn't want kids, though, it makes me realize that I do. A lump formed in my throat. I loved my mom so much. Our little family was everything. I couldn't imagine moving forward in life without that comfort and stability. As I sat on the idea more, I'd come to realize just how much I wanted my family to grow. Yes, I wanted kids running around, and I didn't want to be a single parent if I could help it. No one deserved the struggle I'd seen my mother go through, raising me on her own, which meant I needed a partner. That alone was a strange thought, something I'd never really desired. Or maybe I hadn't let myself desire it. Maybe I'd been too afraid of relationships falling apart, so I hadn't even bothered to start any in years. Already, my mom had returned to asking who I was dating. My good mood didn't escape her radar, and she seemed excited at the prospect of a partner in my life. If only she knew that I had no boyfriend, I was merely hooking up with my boss in dark corners. Shame filled me. God, she would be so disappointed. I don't know what to do. I released my necklace. Rose. She touched my shoulder. This will probably be hard to hear. I winced. Give it to me anyway. I know this situationship is giving you a lot, but if it's causing you any anxiety or stress, it's probably not worth it. I sucked in a long breath. Yep, that had hurt. I'm happy with him, I insisted, meaning it 100%. Are you okay with the fact that the two of you don't want the same thing long term? Yes, I smiled, my teeth tight. Suspicious, she narrowed her eyes. And what if it ended tomorrow because of that? What would happen then? I drew a deep breath and really thought about it. It wasn't as if I'd entered this situation with blinders on. Griffin and I had always been just for fun, even before we discovered that he was my boss. For me to expect anything else would be ridiculous. I would let it go. I nodded, though it felt like I was trying to convince myself. And your job wouldn't be affected? This job is too important. It's one of the best things that's ever happened to me. Okay. She opened up her phone. What are you doing? Sending you a link to a dating app? I don't need that, I snapped, bristling. She raised her eyebrows. You just said that you want kids. When are you going to start dating to find a long-term partner? After you and Griffin are done and you're struggling to get back on your feet? I shook my head, not wanting to hear it. Trust me, okay? Sarah said. The best way to prevent heartache in a situation like this is to build a mantourage. You need to have other guys in your life so that you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. I'm not putting my eggs in one basket. Sweetie, you are. My shoulders dropped. She was right about one thing. I was getting deeply attached to Griffin, but I couldn't even think of dating anyone else. If you're not exclusive, it's perfectly healthy to date multiple men. Then when one, who was never the guy you were going to end up with anyway, leaves, it's not a big deal. My heart constricted. I appreciate your concern, but I can't date anyone else. It doesn't feel right. Men date multiple women at once. Her lips pursed. What's not right is women giving their all to one man who is out there sowing his oats. Was Griffin out there sowing his oats? My stomach turned at the thought. I didn't think he was seeing other women. We saw each other so much. Even on the evenings when we were apart, we constantly texted. I'm going to see how this plays out with Griffin, I whispered, guiding her to put her phone down. Sarah set her phone on the desk with a sigh. Well, let me know if you change your mind. Okay, I said, but I knew I wouldn't sign up for any dating app. The thought of dating anyone other than Griffin made my throat close up. I collected my purse. It was a few minutes till 8. Time to get to my desk. Hey, Sarah said as I stood. Great job on the articles. Really. The compliment lifted me up to a cloud. Thank you. See you soon. On the 55th floor, I took a deep breath before entering my office. I'd also sent the articles to Griffin, although completely unsolicited. If he were just my boss, I would have never done such a thing. We were more than that, though. We were friends. Still, I was nervous, especially following the conversation with Sarah, which had left me feeling torn. What if I felt more strongly about Griffin than he felt about me? As painful as it would be, maybe it would be best if I went ahead and ended things with him. Ripped the bandage off before I became even more attached. I had to protect myself, right? The second I walked into my office, though, that possibility flew right out the window. Griffin leaned against the front of my desk, his arms folded across his chest and a kissable smirk on his lips. His royal blue suit stretched across his muscles, teasing me with the reminder of what was beneath his clothes, and his thick hair fell over one brow, begging me to run my hands through it. One quick glance at him, and all my eggs jumped right back into his basket. Easter hunt over. Hi, I rasped.
Good morning. I read your articles.
His eyes danced, but my stomach immediately turned. I put my purse on my desk. I hope it's okay that I sent them without asking.
Yes, it's perfectly fine.
We were only inches away, the air between us crackling with the need to touch, but we kept our distance. The main door was still open. We had to close it only sparingly to avoid suspicion.
Also, he said, the articles were really good. Really, really good.
I could nearly feel the flame light in my chest. Really?
I'll say it a fourth time, if you like.
He grinned, the expression pulling a smile out of me. That's okay. I got the message. Thank you for reading them. I know Apollo doesn't hire in-house. I was just hoping to get your opinion on them. He inclined his head.
Yes, that's their rule. But sometimes rules are broken.
A shiver passed through me at his double meaning. Uh-huh.
I'll show the portfolio to the editor at the L.A. Herald. I can't promise anything, of course.
No, you don't need to promise anything. Thank you so much. I pressed my lips together, trying to keep my cool. Inside, though, I was jumping up and down and screaming. The editor at one of Apollo's biggest newspapers would see my articles. This was so much more than I'd hoped for when I sent them to Griffin.
You're welcome.
His gaze softened and he drank me in.
You're really talented, Rose.
It was a wonder I didn't melt into a puddle right then. And it wasn't because of that one compliment or the way he was helping me out. It was everything. The way he touched me, the way he built me up, the way he had my back, the way he opened up to me. Yeah, and told you he doesn't want a relationship, ever. Once again, reality slapped me right in the face. I wanted Griffin, wanted him bad, and not just for sex and fun. I wanted to be a real couple, maybe even one day a family with kids. But that could never happen. He'd made that as clear as possible. So if I was holding on to that hope, I had no one to blame but myself. I was setting myself up for disappointment here, and maybe not just with Griffin, perhaps with journalism as well. Because what would happen once we stopped seeing each other? Would he really be inclined to show my work to people? I wasn't that stupid. He was only helping me out because he was also getting something from our relationship. His hand grazed mine, bringing me back to the moment.
What are you doing tonight?
Nothing.
Let me pick you up. Let's go out.
I hesitated, biting the inside of my lip. Maybe now was the time to end things before I fell even harder for him. Except I didn't want to. I was standing on cloud 9, and it was a long way down from there. Yes, at some point I would need to jump and crash into the ground. Just not today. I would love that, I smiled. Mr. Maddox.
Chapter 17. Griffin. Pulling up to the apartment building, I checked the address Rose had given me and frowned. Was this really where she lived? The building was decades old, with water stains on its side and a rusty fence around the front. Perhaps she had given me the wrong address. Parking on the street, I got out and went to the fence. The lock was broken and the gate swung open easily. I blinked, my stomach twisting. Well, this wasn't good. Walking into the courtyard, I looked around. A half-full swimming pool with algae and broken lawn chairs resting on their sides. Mailboxes with graffiti on them. The place was an absolute dump. Why on earth was Rose living here? She'd told me her mom worked, so along with that and her Apollo paycheck, couldn't they afford something better? I took my phone out to pull up her apartment number. Griffin! Rose stood on the second-floor landing, pressed against the railing, looking insanely hot in a leather jacket and a skirt. The sight of her flipped a switch in me, and my whole body powered on, suddenly more alive than it had ever been. Pocketing my phone, I made my way to her. She was already hurrying down the steps, though. Where are you parked? She shouldered her purse, her steps long and quick. Right in front of the building. Rose, someone called. We both turned to see a woman standing in an apartment doorway on the second floor. Even though she was older and stooped over, I saw the family resemblance right away. This was Rose's mother. You forgot your phone. Wendy waved it. Oh. A blush crept across Rose's cheeks. Sorry, she mumbled to me. I'll be right back. But Wendy was already at the top of the stairs. Is this your friend? I walked to the bottom of the stairs and looked up at Rose's mom. Yes, ma'am. Mom, Rose said, this is Griffin. She gestured for me to follow her up the stairs. Once we got there, I understood why Wendy wasn't moving. The symptoms from her MS were bad enough that she couldn't walk down the stairs on her own. My chest squeezed tight. Was there even an elevator in this building? Hell, even if there was, it likely wasn't the kind you could trust. It probably broke down all the time. So you're Rose's work friend? Wendy smiled at me. Work friend? So Rose hadn't told her mom I was her boss. That made sense. It would be highly suspicious for Rose's boss to be picking her up for a Friday evening out, especially when she was obviously dressed for a good time. "That's me," I confirmed. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Barnett." "You too, and call me Wendy. Where are you two headed?" I looked to Rose, unsure of how much she wanted me to say. A blush spread across her face. Just to hang out," she stammered. "Oh," Wendy smiled knowingly. "Just to hang out. I see." She chuckled, and Rose blushed even more. "Goodbye, Mom." She kissed Wendy's cheek. "Call me if you need anything. I mean it." "I'll be fine." She waved her hand dismissively. "You have fun. Don't think about me tonight." We walked out of the apartment complex with Rose's shoulders hunched nearly to her ears. Whether it was her living environment or her mom that had her so embarrassed, I couldn't tell. What I did know was that it didn't matter. "Hey." I stopped in front of my car, my hand on the passenger side handle. "Yes?" She studied me, wary. "I like your mom." Her shoulders finally dropped. "She's great." I nodded. "She really is. Does she, what does she know about us?" "Nothing. I'm not trying to shoot myself in the foot." That got me right in the gut. Not because it was a cruel thing to say. No, it hurt so much because she was only speaking the truth. What Rose and I had was shameful. Not only were we breaking company policy and risking both our jobs, but I was sleeping with my secretary like some cliché of a 1950s executive. Everyone in their right mind knew it was wrong, and that's why we had to hide it. Right. I forced my lips into a smile and opened the door for her. "Where would you like to go tonight?" The old me would have tried to get over one woman by asking another one out, but the very thought of spending even an hour with anyone but Rose made my stomach churn. I didn't want to touch another woman. I didn't want to think about another woman. And I certainly didn't want Rose out with another man. I got behind the wheel of my car, my heart racing. Okay, yes, I'd fallen for Rose. But it wasn't forever. I still planned on ending things before we went too far to turn back. "I want to go to your place." Rose reached over and touched my knee, and it was like the world flipped upside down. I didn't know where the sky was, didn't know where the ground was. All I knew, all I understood, was her touch. In a universe that often made no sense at all, at least there was her, my tether. My heart flew into my throat. Holy shit, I'd fallen in love. How could I have let this happen? I'd been so careful. Yet here I was, falling in love with my damn assistant, and a woman who didn't share my feelings at that. It was sadly ironic, really. I'd had women throwing themselves at me for years. Now I finally met someone I wanted to stay, and she had no interest in a relationship. I looked at Rose's expressive, trusting eyes. I needed to end things, but I couldn't. Not when they felt so fucking right. Resting my hand on hers, I let the warmth sink into my very soul. "Whatever you want." "Is that what you want?" Her lashes fluttered. "I want what you want." At that moment, I meant it with every fiber of my being. Her fingers curled into my thigh, and I actually considered pulling her into my lap and taking her right there in my car, her head knocking into the roof as she rode me. I had at least some sense in me, though, and I managed to drive us back to my house. The moment we were through the front door, all my inhibitions dropped away. Scooping my hands under Rose's ass, I picked her up and carried her down the hallway. She shrieked in surprise and pleasure, her legs wrapping around my waist. In the bedroom, the place I had come to see as our space. I set her down on her feet and removed her jacket. She watched me with a mischievous, sultry smile. "I can do that myself," she said. "But why, when I can do it for you?" Our eyes locked. I bent down and unzipped her boots. Soon, this would all be over. I would have to learn how to go on without this smart, gorgeous, strong woman in my life. That time hadn't arrived yet, though, and until it did, I intended on enjoying every moment we had together. With her boots off, I reached up and pulled down Rose's skirt. She stayed stationary, watching me as I finished undressing her. When she was fully naked, I picked her up again, deposited her on the bed, and climbed on top of her. Seizing her lips with mine, I kissed her hard. She ground against me, all soft curves and delicious promises. "You're mine," I breathed into her ear. She let out a little gasp, and I felt the shudder run through her body. Grinning, I bit into her shoulder. Rose cried out in surprise, but the sound turned into a sweet little moan as I licked the mark I'd just left. Now she wouldn't be able to bare her shoulder without others knowing she was taken. Even if no one knew I was the one she belonged to. "Mine," I confirmed, standing up and ripping off my clothes. My hand shaking from feverish need, I pulled a condom from the bedside drawer and rolled it over my cock. Rose was already wet, her slick juices sticking to her inner thigh. I descended on her, so ravenous I knew one round wouldn't satiate me. Curling my fingers into her hips, I buried myself inside of her with one smooth, primal thrust. She cried out my name, her lips falling open and her eyes squeezing shut. The pleasure of hearing my name was stronger than any physical touch. I could have given up sex for the rest of my life in exchange for hearing that refrain on repeat. Burying my face in her neck, I pumped deep, seizing her, claiming her, making her my promise, if only temporarily. Quick, wild cries filled the room, and Rose held on to me for dear life. I fucked her with everything I had, the headboard smacking repeatedly against the wall. Hooking one arm under her thigh, I pushed her knee toward her stomach and drove impossibly deep. Her body welcomed me like a glove, all its contours and ridges made especially for me. She came fast and hard, her pussy tightening on my dick, and the contractions beating through her. Finding her breast, I closed my lips around a nipple and sucked as she came down from the high. "Griffin," she gasped. I growled, her tight pink nipple still in my mouth. She started to say my name again, but it ended as a moan. Releasing her nipple with a wet-sounding smack, I reared back and grasped her knees. With her bent nearly in half, I rammed her over and over, my balls smacking against her flesh. Her mouth fell open, eyes growing wide, and I felt a second orgasm shuddering through her. This time I didn't hold back. I let myself go, the hot pleasure shooting up my shaft. We orgasmed at the same time, our release and moans both perfectly synced. "Fuck," I gasped. Releasing her legs, I fell onto the bed and pulled her close to my chest. She threw an arm over my stomach and turned her face into my sweaty pecs. "That was perfect," she cooed. Closing my eyes, I buried my face in her hair. Yes, it was perfect. Too perfect. God help me.
Chapter 18. Rose. A smack hit my butt, and I shrieked, "Hey!"
"Hey, what?"
Griffin kissed the back of my neck. I turned to face him, the shower spray getting me right in the face.
You ready for another go?
He nibbled my shoulder. Are you serious? I shook my head. I paused to count the number of times we'd had sex since arriving at his house the night before. There'd been a couple times before bed, then once in the middle of the night, then just now in the shower. I was sore between my legs, yet I still ached for him. All he'd need to do was bring up the subject one more time, and I would jump right on top of him.
Then breakfast.
Griffin turned off the shower and handed me a towel. Breakfast. I smiled. He stepped out of the shower, water running in rivulets down his sculpted muscles. It never failed. I could watch him all day long and not get bored. He went into the bedroom, and I followed behind, drying off my hair.
I really like you naked.
He paused at his dresser.
But if you want clothes...
Yes, I laughed. I think it's time to get dressed. I reached for the clothes I'd worn the night before, surprised when he handed me a pair of his boxers and a t-shirt. I'd never worn his clothes before. Afraid the surprise showed on my face, I turned away and dressed.
How do they fit?
Griffin asked. Perfectly. I turned back around to show off the boxers I'd had to roll up several times just to make sure they stayed on my hips. He chuckled.
The perfect boyfriend fit.
The grin fell off my face, and my heart flipped. Had he meant to say that? Griffin's eyelashes fluttered, his smile dimming. He'd realized his blunder, and now we were both standing there, looking and feeling incredibly awkward and not able to do anything about it. He licked his lips.
How about, waffles?
I swallowed, my throat feeling lumpy. I suddenly knew this wasn't something we could just ignore. If we did, it would only fester between us. It's okay, I said. I know you didn't mean that you're my actual boyfriend. His lips folded between his teeth.
Rose, I think you're amazing.
My ears were hot. I had to say something before he dismissed me like a silly schoolgirl. I think you are, too. I drew a breath, bracing myself as I said words that physically hurt me. It would never work between us, though. I don't have any fantasies about that, so don't worry. His face fell, but a second later he cleared his throat and nodded.
I'm not worried, and I like what we have. A lot.
He took my hand in his, but the touch didn't comfort me the way it usually did. Same. My mouth felt coated with sawdust. Why had he looked so disappointed? Or maybe I'd imagined that. Yeah, I'd definitely imagined that. I'd seen what I wanted to see. Griffin himself had told me he never wanted a relationship. He squeezed my hand and dropped his towel. Turning his broad, chiseled back to me, he began dressing in sweatpants and a t-shirt. I used the private moment to shake my head at myself. God, I'd sounded so unconvincing. If anyone else had listened in on the conversation, they would probably guess that I was crazy for Griffin. And they wouldn't be wrong. But what did it matter? The two of us could never truly date, not with all the reasons it could fall apart. But what was this we were doing? Hanging out all the time and me sleeping over at his house? We were essentially in a relationship. We just weren't labeling it as one. Or maybe it just felt like a relationship to me, someone who hadn't had a proper boyfriend since high school. Hell, it wasn't like Griffin and I were public. And other than that night in New York, we'd shared very little of our history with each other. What we had was just fun, nothing else. I ought to be more grateful for it. Breezing past him, I smacked his ass. That's for what you did in the shower.
Oh, yeah?
I didn't even make it to the doorway before I was over his shoulder. Shrieking, I kicked my legs as he carried me the whole way to the kitchen.
Chapter 19. Griffin. I checked the time on my phone. my chest ballooning with anxiety. This whole idea had been crazy, yet the moment I spotted the for sale sign, I knew what I had to do, crazy or not. Wendy couldn't live in that upstairs apartment for the rest of her life. Hell, even another month was too much to think about. If there was no one around to help her, the woman was basically trapped up there. What if there was a fire, and none of the neighbors thought to check on her? My lips pulled tight. I'd done the right thing, even if I'd had to employ some wily tactics to get there. Rose's car appeared on the street, and something leapt in my chest, something I tried to ignore. That night at my house, where we'd fucked like the world was ending, had done something to me, changed me in a way that not even our conversation about how I wasn't really her boyfriend could reverse. I was in too deep with Rose, and I needed to get out, which was what today, my first step in my exit plan, was about. She pulled into the driveway and got out, wearing a confused smile and her hair in that high ponytail she preferred on the weekends. I hustled over to the car. "Hey." "Hi," she said slowly, her gaze drifting past my shoulder to the house I'd asked her to meet me at. I opened the passenger side door and extended a hand to Wendy. "Good morning." "Good morning," she beamed at me. Rose was already there, pushing past me, helping her mom from the car. Dropping my hand, I stepped back. It would be nice to be of more help, but I knew my place, even if it sucked balls sometimes. "Whose house is this?" Rose got her mom settled with a cane, which she hadn't been using when we met. Was her health worsening? I cleared my throat. There was no way to ease into it. "It's yours," I said. Rose and Wendy stared at me, and I half expected to hear crickets. "And I'll be paying all the moving expenses," I said. "From the security deposit to the moving company." "Whoa," Rose held up her hands. "Hold on. Go back a second. What are you talking about?" "The rent is no more than you're paying now. I saw the rental sign on this house last week and called about it. Then I took the liberty of calling your current landlord and finding out what the units at your apartment go for. That's how I knew you could afford it." Rose's jaw dropped. "Griffin, She clutched at the roots of her hair. "So you just went ahead and got the place for us? You didn't even ask?" "When I called, there were already other people interested. Sorry to be rash, but it was the right choice. The owner told me I had to take it right then or never." This was bullshit, but I couldn't tell Rose the truth. Not yet. "I love it." Wendy grinned big. "Griffin, this is so sweet. Thank you." Her mother's enthusiasm softened Rose. Her shoulders dropping, she smiled gently. "It's 3 bedrooms," I said. "Single level, of course, and it has a backyard. It's not that big, but there's an apple tree and plenty of room to sun. I have all the information on the landlord in my car." Rose buried her face in her hands and shook her head. When she emerged, though, she was smiling. "This is crazy." "Yes, but I'm crazy for you." The word stuck in my throat. Exit plan. I needed to remember my exit plan. I forced my gaze away from Rose and looked at Wendy. "Would you like to see inside?" From my pocket, I produced the house key and offered it to Rose. She looked at it a moment, still unsure. I gazed back at her, and we had a silent understanding. If it were just her, she wouldn't have accepted the gift. It was excessive, and we both knew that. This wasn't just about her, though. There was her mom to think of. And so Rose took the key. "Thank you, Griffin," she murmured, almost in a whisper. I tried to ignore my racing pulse, the way I wanted to slip my arm around her waist and walk into the house as a couple. You're welcome. We walked into the living room, where, thanks to the big front windows, sunlight spilled onto the wood floor. "Oh, my," Wendy gasped. She pointed at the kitchen. "All of the appliances look new." Rose frowned. "I don't understand how this place has the same rent as our apartment. It's so nice." I came prepared for this. It's a family home. The landlord grew up with a single mother, and he liked the idea of helping out a mom. Plus, he wanted to make sure the tenants would take care of the place. I told him all about you two, and he was sold and said he'd bring the price down. The money just isn't that important to him, I guess. "You haggled for us?" Wendy touched my arm. "No, Rose, he's a keeper." Rose's eyes widened. "Mom, Griffin he's my work friend. We're not like that." "Oh, okay." Wendy smiled knowingly and hobbled into the kitchen. "Want to see the bedrooms?" I asked Rose. "I don't know what we'll use 3 bedrooms for," she said. "Won't you need an office to do your writing in?" She worked her jaw around. A hesitant smile broke across her face. "I guess so." I pushed open the door to the first bedroom, which looked out on the small fenced-in backyard. From the kitchen, we heard Wendy opening and shutting cabinets, checking everything out. "How did you say you found this place?" Rose walked to the window and peered into the backyard. "I just drove by it." "Huh. Your house is right around the corner from here." "Not exactly. It's about a 7-minute drive." It had occurred to me more than once that 7 minutes was probably too close for us to live. Once we ended things, it would make staying away from Rose extra hard. The house was perfect, though, and a part of me wanted to keep her close. That way, even once we weren't together, I could keep an eye on her and Wendy. Not in a creepy way, of course, just to make sure that they were safe and had everything they needed. Rose shook her head in amazement. "I still can't believe this. It's too perfect. Who did you say the landlord is?" "His name is James something. This is his only property. I have all the information in the car, including the bank account you can transfer the rent to." This was all bullshit. There was no landlord. I'd bought the house in cash for Rose and Wendy. Yes, I knew it was crazy. And yes, I knew it was too much. I could afford it, though, and they needed a safer home than the one they currently had. So I didn't feel bad about it in the slightest. I'd known Rose would never accept such a gift, though. The in-home care provider had been more than she was comfortable with, even though she didn't push back against it. And so I'd had to come up with a more creative way to get the house into her hands. The rent Rose would be paying would go into an account that, in a year's time, would be turned over to her. At that point, the house title would also be transferred from me to her. My lawyer had already set this up, and the switch would be seamless. There was a good chance that she wouldn't be my assistant at this point either. I'd already started making moves to find her a writing job. I had some channels open, and I'd sent her portfolio to colleagues outside of Apollo. To be honest, I felt like a bit of a mastermind. I couldn't remain in Rose's life forever, but at least I could ensure she and Wendy would be well taken care of. "You sure it's not too close to your house?" She turned a worried gaze on me. "No, it's not too close. We can be adults about this, right? Even if I dropped my voice. "Even with this part of our relationship being temporary?" She nodded, licked her luscious pink lips. "Right." I smiled. "Exactly." She glanced past me, into the hall, making sure her mother wasn't close. "What are you doing later?" "You." I held back. As badly as I wanted Rose to come over and for the two of us to spend the whole weekend wrapped in a naked ball, it was time to start reeling things in. I'm catching up on some work. Oh, she frowned. Yeah. My inhale made my chest feel unnaturally tight. But I'll see you at work on Monday. Yeah. Her gaze flicked away. I'll see you there. I already gave the moving company your number. They should be in touch soon. You can move in any time you'd like. Her smile was forced, plastic. It tore me apart, but what could I do? I'd asked for this by allowing myself to get this involved. Now I had to face the painful work of extraction. I checked my phone. I should go. I'll text you. See if you need anything. She nodded. Sure. Thanks again, Griffin. I hesitated, the urge to pull her to my chest and bury my nose in her hair nearly overwhelming. Maybe, I thought, I could do this. Move into this house with her and Wendy. Or I could move them into my place. Spend my days worshiping the woman I loved. Create a happy home for all of us. Hell, maybe even build a playset in the backyard for a baby or two. But I knew the truth. Things would be all right for a little while. Eventually, though, they would fall apart. Rose would resent me for not being fully present, and I would feel trapped. In the end, I would need to leave. There would be no other choice. I would have to break her heart. I couldn't, I wouldn't, do that to her. Which was why I had to go now, when it was at least a little bit easier. Bye. I kissed her quickly on the mouth and left without looking back. Chapter 20. Griffin. Mondays. I tapped my pen against the edge of my keyboard, my insides feeling like soup. Used to be, I looked forward to Mondays, first because I loved my job, and then later because it meant seeing Rose. Today marked the first Monday in years that I hadn't been excited to greet. The whole weekend had been an absolute shit show. Although I texted some with Rose, I'd forbidden myself from seeing her. This meant extra time each morning at the gym, followed by useless projects around the house. I must have visited the hardware store 6 times before Sunday evening. By nightfall, I had new window flower planters and my living room fireplace whitewashed. 2 things I didn't particularly care about. I'd been trying to stay busy, though, trying not to think about Rose. I'd even gone out for a drink once, but without meaning to, I ended up at the bar I met her at. After one sad, lonely drink, I left. I was stuck in a weird no-man's land. I couldn't see a life with Rose, and I couldn't see a life without her. I needed to put my big boy pants on, though, and do what was right. Picking up my cell, I called Dean. I'd come into the office early, even earlier than Rose, which was hard to do. Dean wasn't a morning person, so at the most he was still driving to his job. Hey, his groggy voice answered. Hey, what are you doing next weekend, other than going to the farmer's market? I spun my chair around. He chuckled. Sorry, man, but I can't go on a trip this weekend either. Actually, I was thinking about coming to visit you, if that works with your schedule. Really? His whole tone changed. That would be awesome. Good. An ounce of the heavy weight on my chest lifted. I can skip out of work Friday morning, spend an extended weekend in San Francisco. Sweet. This'll be great. Man, there's so much I want to show you around here. I stopped spinning my chair. Perfect. I'll have my assistant send you the flight details. You mean your girlfriend? Unless something happened. I glanced into Rose's office. It was still empty. She was never my girlfriend. It was just a fling. This was true, but my mouth tasted sour after saying it. Oh, all right. Dean sounded deflated, although he had no reason to be. A relationship wasn't the answer to everything. I shook my head, eager to move on. "It'll be great to see you and Gisela." The main office door opened. Rose had arrived. My stomach jumped into my throat, and suddenly I felt nervous. "I should go," I told Dean, "so I can get everything in order. Talk soon." "Cool, man. Bye." Hanging up, I took a deep breath and walked into Rose's office. She was perched on the edge of her chair, putting her purse away in a desk drawer. Like every workday, she'd taken great care getting herself ready. Her hair was coiled in a braid on top of her head, and a tight navy blue dress hugged her every curve. My hands actually twitched, every instinct I had yelling at me to rip the dress off her, bury myself in her soft folds, and fuck her until she screamed my name. Somehow, I summoned Herculean strength and stayed where I was. Feeling my gaze on her, she turned in her chair. "Oh, hey." I swallowed. "Good morning. How was your weekend?" I tensed, worried that she would say it was great, that she had a great time without me, and simultaneously needing to hear this. The sooner she moved on from me, the better. "I just packed all weekend," she smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Thank you again for all of that." She kept her voice low, aware that there might be co-workers outside in the hall. "It was my pleasure." She was still smiling, but the tension was so thick between us, it could have been a fog. She knew something had changed, and yet neither one of us had said anything about it. And maybe it was better that way. I cleared my throat. "I need you to book some tickets for a trip to San Francisco this weekend. Departure Friday morning and return midday Sunday." "Oh," she perked up. "Sure. Isn't that where your best friend lives?" "I'm overdue for a visit." She opened a browser extension for locating prime flights. "The weather should be nice this weekend. What's the plan?" "I don't have one yet. I'm just going to his apartment, and then we'll take it from there." Her lashes fluttered, and her hands stilled at the keyboard. My chest squeezed tight. Fuck. She'd thought she was going with me. But of course she did. For over a month, we'd been doing everything together. I bit the tip of my tongue. Apparently, my distance this weekend hadn't sent the needed message. I was going to need to spell things out. My jaw tight. I crossed the room and closed the door to the hallway. Rose didn't look at me. Her eyes were on the screen, her shoulders drawn back, but I could nearly feel the disappointment wafting off her. "Rose." I kept my distance from her desk. It would be easier this way. She looked up. "Yes?" I licked my lips. "We've had a good time together. But what we had was temporary. It was fun while it lasted, but it can't go on. I don't want all of that white picket fence stuff." I didn't know what I expected. Maybe for her to cry? Or to ask me to change my mind? Fuck. That's what I wanted deep down, wasn't it? For her to somehow convince me I was making a terrible mistake. But that's not what happened. Her gaze turned hard, as if her soul retracted deep into a place I no longer had access to. Just like that, she shut me out. "I know," she said, her voice clipped. "I never expected anything long-term. Is first class important for this trip? I can get you on an 8 a.m. departure flight, but there's only coach left." My body felt numb. In fact, I wasn't even sure I was in it anymore. "Coach is fine," I rasped. She nodded, completely professional, and turned back to her computer. "Excellent." My ears rushing, I went into my office and closed the door. This was good. This was the clean ending I had hoped for. So then why did it feel like the worst thing in the world?
Chapter 21. Rose. Where do you want this? Sarah pulled a wetsuit out of one of the boxes, and I just about died. I worked my swollen tongue around, completely forgetting how to speak. Sarah and Jenna looked at me across the boxes we were sitting around unpacking. Though I wished I could say something faster, it felt impossible. The wetsuit was one of the 2 Griffin had bought me to surf in. Now I didn't know why he'd even bothered. If he'd known, we wouldn't even be hanging out for 2 months. You can throw it in the donate pile. I dug my hands back into the box I was unpacking. Moving into the new house had been a good distraction, even if the knowledge that Griffin had made the change possible sat heavy on my heart. At this point, I almost wanted to stay in our old apartment just to spite him, but I wasn't that stupid or cruel. The house was a godsend for my mom. At least I'd gotten something lasting and meaningful for her out of my time with Griffin. Are you sure? Jenna took the wetsuit from Sarah. It's really nice. I doubt I'll ever use it again. You can take it if you want it. Jenna's face crumpled. Oh, Rose. It's fine. I'm fine. I blinked back tears. Thank you for helping me set up my room. I looked around the space, feeling a bit of calm. This new bedroom was considerably larger than my old one, and I already had plans to set up a reading nook and bring in some potted plants. And then maybe adopt a cat. My mom loved animals, but they weren't allowed at our old place. A little creature to curl up on our laps was just what we needed. All in all, life would be okay without Griffin. I would move on, survive. But would I thrive? After what we'd shared, that seemed impossible. How could I truly be happy knowing that I'd never find anything that came close to what we'd had? And how would we work together? He'd be back from his trip on Monday, and I wasn't prepared at all for that. It's okay to cry. Jenna threw an arm around me. I'm not crying. I touched my face, shocked to find tears there. Sarah frowned. I know how much you like Griffin, but what happened is probably for the best. He's a player. He was bound to break your heart eventually. And think about your job. I nodded. Yeah, that's true. At least now there was no risk of anyone finding out about us and my getting fired, and that had been my main concern from the get-go. I hate to say it, Jenna sighed. I really thought you 2 might end up together. That's impossible, I said, choosing to ignore that deep down I'd been gunning for the same outcome. Even despite our conflicting desires, even despite my fear that a good, long-term relationship could never happen for me, I had still dreamed. And this was what I had to show for it. Sleepless nights and an ache in my heart that never went away. After the way he treated you, Jenna said, fuck him. I knew it wouldn't last, I said, and I wasn't looking for it to, anyway. Bet you fell for him. I pressed my lips together, hating the truth but unable to deny it. He didn't have to be so cold the other day. Jenna pulled books from a box and set them on the case the movers had brought in that morning. It's probably better that he was. He's over me, so I'm over him now. I flattened an empty box. My friends both knew this wasn't the case, but, angels that they were, they both also knew not to argue with me. Let's get drinks tonight, Jenna said as they hugged me goodbye at the front door. I searched for an excuse, knowing that I wouldn't want to do anything that night but lie under a mountain of blankets while I ate junk food and stared at the TV. Maybe, I said, my mom... Oh, I'll be fine, Mom called from the kitchen. You should go out. I cringed. Her health might have been failing in other areas, but my mother still had impeccable hearing. Bye, guys. Thanks again for helping. I'll text you later. Sarah waved on her way down the walkway, and I shut the door. Letting out a big sigh, I leaned back against the wood. It would have been nice to crawl into my bed that had just been set up, but there were things to be done. It was probably better to keep moving, anyway. That made it harder to wonder what Griffin was doing in San Francisco, if he had thought about me, if he had met anyone else. Feeling heavy, I trudged into the kitchen. My mom was organizing the silverware drawer. "You should go out with your friends tonight," she smiled. "You don't get out enough." "Mom," I laughed and shook my head. "I've been out the last several weekends. I want to be home with you." "I meant before that." She pursed her lips. "You've missed out on a lot, Rose. Experiences other young people are having. I don't want you to look back and have regrets." I touched her shoulder. "I don't. I want to be here with you." I nodded at the kitchen table. "Have a seat. Let me finish this." "Oh, I can do it." She waved her hand. "I'm not asking. Sit." She must have been tired, because she didn't argue a second time. Instead, she lowered herself into a chair while I fished the tea kettle out. I didn't need to ask if she wanted tea. She was always down for a cup. "What about your work friend?" she asked. "Griffin, aren't you seeing him this weekend?" I was glad my back was to her. I kept moving around, pulling tea and mugs out. "He's on a trip. It's probably not the best idea for us to spend time together anyway, since we work together." "Did your boss say something about it?" God bless her. She still hadn't picked up on the fact that Griffin was my boss. I prayed it stayed that way. "No, but there's a company policy about it." I filled the kettle and turned on the stove. Since there was nothing else to do, I had no choice but to turn around and face her. "Against being friends with your coworkers, or against dating? You work with Sarah." I hesitated, really not wanting to dive into the topic. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to." I let out a heavy breath. "It's just that I think I would rather move on." She nodded. "I understand." But I didn't. In fact, I was already regretting what I'd just said. Taking a seat across from her, I laced my hands together. "What would you do if— how did I even put this? If someone you liked—" "A man?" she prompted. "Yes, a man you liked." I licked my lips. "What if he sent you mixed messages? Like spent all this time with you and paid attention to you, but then was cold. How would you read that?" Her lips drew thin as she thought about it, and I held my breath. The last time I'd asked her for relationship advice, I'd been in high school. Since I was a teenager then, that same advice probably no longer applied. "Actions speak louder than words," she said. "Yeah," I nodded, my heart sinking. It wasn't just actions. Griffin had also told me with his words that we were over. And yet here I was, still fawning over him. What was wrong with me? "But sometimes people don't act in accordance with what they really want," she said. "So it's smart to give people a chance. Don't hold one bad day against them. Don't sit around waiting for them to change, though. That will always bite you in the ass." My breath caught. "Is that what happened with you and—" I couldn't even say it. "My father." Her gaze turned steely. "The signs were there for years. He didn't really want to be in that relationship. He was just lying to himself." She shook her head. "I was lying to myself, too, acting like things would get better. Meanwhile, I was putting all my faith in him, only to have him up and leave one morning with nothing but a note on the table." My chest burned, and my hands curled into fists. I didn't care what the man had been through or what was going through his head that day. I hated him for what he'd done to my mom and me. My mom's touch shocked me back to the moment. Her soft hand rested on my wrist. "Not all men are like him, Rose," she said softly. My throat felt thick. "I know." This woman knew me almost as well as I knew myself, though. Without a doubt, she saw through my lie. If a man has made a mistake, don't wait around for him to fix it or come back. That's a life wasted. Give him a chance to redeem himself, though. Everyone deserves that. I looked at the table. Give Griffin a chance to redeem himself? Based on the way he treated me all through the week, only speaking to me when he needed a call made or an errand run, Griffin wasn't interested in redeeming himself. The tea kettle shrieked, and I stood. Thanks, Mom. I offered up a smile. You always help. Are you going out with your friends tonight? I went to the stove and poured the steaming water into 2 mugs. I think I'll stay home, get settled in the new house. Specifically, I would get settled on the couch, under that mound of blankets.
Chapter 22. Griffin. Dean raised his voice over the bar's cacophony. "There's a blonde at 2 o'clock checking you out." He swigged his beer, a grin on. "Oh, yeah?" I checked my phone. No messages. But what had I expected? Rose wasn't stupid. She'd received the message I was broadcasting loud and clear. And it was for the better. We could both finally move on, without the risk of losing our jobs. As well as other things. Like my peace. Her emotional safety. A relationship would only end with the 2 of us getting hurt. "Seriously?" Dean frowned at me. I shrugged and looked out the window next to our booth. Rain slicked the dark panes, matching my mood. "I'm just not interested." I watched as his jaw slowly became unhinged. "Why don't you just call her?" That made me stiffen. "Who?" He rolled his eyes. "The Queen of Denmark. Who do you think I'm talking about?" Rubbing the back of my neck, I shook my head. "This isn't about her." "Bullshit. You've been moping all weekend." "Sorry." I cringed. I didn't mean to be a bad friend and bring my shitty mood with me to San Francisco. "You're obviously crazy about Rose," Dean went on. "You're usually so quick to bounce back, but now you won't even look at other women." I didn't know what to say to that. It would have been nice to deny the claim, but it was obviously true. The blonde checking me out could have been the most beautiful woman in the world, and I still wouldn't have cared, because she wasn't Rose. I picked at the label on my beer bottle, feeling like the sorriest bastard in the whole world. Dean's gaze was like a laser beam burning into my face, but I waited until I absolutely couldn't stand it anymore to look up. "What?" I asked. "Why do you put yourself through this?" I felt all my muscles bunch up tight, like I was bracing for a car accident. "This is what's best for me. Yeah, I know. I've heard the whole sob story, Griffin. Your parents neglected you and disrespected each other, and now you can never get close to anyone. And you know what?" He jabbed a finger at me. "It's not unique. There are 1,000,000 people out there with pasts just as fucked up as yours. Hell, another 1,000,000 with pasts even more fucked up. There are people who have lived through wars and learned to go on. I get that it's hard. It's scary. But who said life was a fucking cakewalk, huh?" He collapsed back against the booth, breathing heavy. A long moment passed where he avoided my eyes. "I'm sorry." He raked his fingers through his hair. "Don't apologize. You only said the truth." His gaze cut to mine, sharp and demanding. "So you've acknowledged it. What are you going to do about it?" I bit the inside of my cheek and tasted blood. "I would let Rose down." "Why don't you let her be the judge of that?" My laughter was bitter. "You have an answer for everything, don't you?" "Tonight I do." He leaned forward, looking me in the eye. I don't want you to throw away a good thing, Griffin. To look back years from now and regret not seizing this opportunity. My chest burned. Late at night, when I couldn't sleep, I worried about the same thing. "What are you afraid of?" Dean asked, softer this time. "Really?" I thought about it some more. "That I'll hurt her," I said. "And she'll—" "What?" he pressed. "Fuck." I shook my head and looked away. "Are we really going to play therapist right now? It's my last night here." "Then it's the perfect time. What are you worried she'll do?" "That she'll leave." The volume and ferocity of my voice shocked me, and I sat there with my chest heaving and my face burning. Dean stared at me, his face blank. I wanted to bolt out of the bar, hop on a plane, fly back home, lock myself in my house, and become a hermit. I'd never admitted something so big before, not to anyone. It felt like a giant spotlight was on me, the whole world aware of how messed up I was. Suddenly, Dean's face split into a big grin. "Now we're making progress." I rubbed my eyes. "Dean, you are... What, an asshole?" I looked at him through splayed fingers. "Yeah, but I deserve it." "Sometimes people do leave, Griffin, and sometimes we hurt them by being the ones to leave. Pain is a part of life. It's entitled to think we can go through a whole lifetime without some of it. Besides, hasn't being alone all this time been painful? You could have been with someone. You could have gotten your head out of your ass and made it work with Rose. Instead, you're here, sobbing into your drink in a bar." I narrowed my eyes at him. "Metaphorically sobbing," he said. "You get what I'm saying." I sighed. "Yeah, I do." And I hated it, but also, I needed to hear it. "Do you really want to end up like your parents?" he asked. I cringed. That's a low blow. "Then that's where you're headed." He raised his eyebrows. "Your parents are both alone and bitter." My stomach roiled. I knew. And no, I didn't want to end up like them. After their divorce, they both gave up on other people completely. And look where it got them. Honestly, I wasn't sure that either one of them even had any close friends. They were so good at pushing people away. A realization hit me like a sucker punch. I'd spent so much energy trying to not be like my parents, and in the end, I'd turned out exactly like them. Alone and distrustful. Shit. I pressed my fingers into my hands. I fucked up. "There you go. That's the spirit." Dean bobbed his head in excitement. I wasn't feeling it, though. "I already told Rose it was over." "So tell her you want her back." I frowned. "Just like that?" "Griffin, you're a COO of a major conglomerate. Why are you making me spell everything out for you?" He grinned, and it was at that moment I saw just how much he believed in me. "Thanks." I swallowed against the emotion surging up my throat. "I'll grab us another round, and when I get back we'll discuss your Oedipus complex." I narrowed my eyes at him, but he just laughed. "That was a joke," he said as he walked off. "Uh-huh." I pulled my phone out of my pocket, opened my text thread to Rose, and stared at the screen. What exactly was I supposed to say? There was so much on my mind, and I still couldn't make sense of it all yet. I knew one thing to be true, though. I missed her. And so I typed exactly that, hit send, and put my phone back down. I'd either just pushed the button that would end the world, or I'd unlock the key to heaven.
Chapter 23. Rose. I stared at my text exchange with Griffin for the 100th time, as if an encoded message would suddenly jump out at me. Nothing happened, of course. The conversation was still confusing, thrilling, scary.
I miss you,
he'd said late Saturday night. The text, received while I was halfway through a season of the latest reality dating show, had nearly made me fall off the couch in surprise. I knew some girls would be standoffish and make the guy jump through hoops after what he'd done, but I couldn't bring myself to do that, because I missed Griffin, too, and I didn't want to waste any time. I miss you, too, I'd written back.
Can I see you tomorrow night?
He asked. Of course, I'd told him yes, and so here I was, sitting in my car in his driveway, my stomach in fits. Of course I had my hopes that I would walk through the door and Griffin would sweep me off my feet, a knight in shining armor ready to fulfill my every need. Then again, did I really want that? I knew I wanted Griffin. The whole thing was scary, though, confusing. I'd never wanted to be with someone this badly, and that alone was terrifying. If I walked into his house and things ended up badly, with him asking me to leave Apollo or telling me he'd already met someone else, I would be absolutely crushed. Taking a deep breath, I opened the car door. Sitting around worrying about things would do no good. I didn't even have to knock. The door opened the moment I set my foot on the first step. Griffin stood there in a t-shirt and jeans, his hair tousled and boyish. My chest ached and my knees went weak. How could I go on without him in my life? Could the powers that be really be so cruel?
Hi,
he breathed. Hello? I awkwardly shifted my weight.
Come in.
He stepped to the side, holding the door open for me. I walked into his living room, into a space I had once felt so comfortable in. Now it felt like a museum where I wasn't allowed to touch anything, and I ran the risk of an alarm going off if I did so.
How are you?
He asked from behind me. I could feel his body heat, the subtle electrical field that made me tremble. I'm good. My voice was too high-pitched, too peppy. I turned to face him, smile on. It was only then that I noticed the bags under his eyes.
I'm awful. I made a mistake, Rose. I miss you. I don't know how to make it work yet, but I want to be with you.
My ears rang. I opened my mouth to speak, but just gulped like a fish out of water. His lips drew thin.
I understand if you're not in the same place anymore, especially after this last week. I was distant, I know. I just thought that would be best, that it would help us both move on.
He gestured, as if his waving hands were grasping the words his tongue couldn't find. My throat burned. I missed you, too. Relief spread across his face.
What we have is too good to throw away.
He stepped closer, his large body towering over me like a citadel. His thumb swept across my cheek. I closed my eyes, lost in the ecstasy of the simple touch. He was right. Something like this didn't come along every day. Heck, maybe not even every lifetime. But what about Apollo's policy? What about the future? I wanted a family. I hadn't known that before, but being in a situation with a man who didn't want marriage and kids had made me realize where my heart lay. But Griffin didn't want any of that. I could have brought this up, but Griffin's other hand was gripping my waist, pulling me closer to him. I wanted to sink into the hard planes of his chest, disappear in his gentle touch. The future would come whether I was ready for it or not. Right then, I just wanted to enjoy the moment. Yeah, I rasped, my eyelids heavy from his intoxicating presence. It is too good to throw away. He grinned big.
Good.
Ducking his face, he captured my lips with his. Soft yet demanding, the kiss knocked me off my feet and turned the world on its head. Griffin and I were tumbling through the universe, locked together while chaos passed us by. When he broke the kiss, I actually swayed. "Wow," I murmured. He chuckled.
"Exactly. Too good to lose."
I took a deep breath and noticed the smell of fresh herbs. What smells so good in here?
"Oh, I took the liberty of making you dinner in the hopes that you would stay."
He cocked an eyebrow.
"Will you stay?"
"Of course," I laughed. "But what were your plans if I didn't stay?"
"Sadly eat a whole chicken alone."
I grasped the hem of his t-shirt, my knuckles grazing his waist. A fire burned deep in my core, one that I'd been working all week to suppress.
"Are you hungry?"
he asked, a little grin hanging off his lips. "Yes," I nearly purred. He took my hand.
"Then let's eat."
A teasing smile on, he led me to the kitchen, where something simmered on the stove.
"Have a seat."
Planting me on one of the bar stools, he left me with a kiss and went to stir whatever was in the pan. "Can I help?"
"Nope, you just sit there."
"Okay, I like that." Lacing my hands together, I watched as he worked, adding seasoning to the vegetables and checking the temperature of the chicken. I could have lived every day of my life like this, watching Griffin move in his assured, effortless way. He was like the ocean he loved surfing, powerful and determined, unable to be stopped, but also giving and nourishing. My heart dipped a little. I needed to stop thinking this way. Griffin had said he wanted me back, but our relationship still had an expiration on it, whether we ignored the sticker or not. "How was your trip?" I asked. He frowned.
"It was good to see Dean, but it would have been even better with you there. I'm sorry I didn't bring you."
"How about we just consider it water under the bridge?" He planted his hands on the island and leaned into them, the roped muscles on his arms tightening.
"I'll do better than that and make it up to you. We'll go on a special trip soon."
"That would be nice." His eyes softened, the blue becoming crisper.
"What did you do this weekend?"
"I wrote." It wasn't entirely a lie. I had gone to a coffee shop to do exactly that earlier that afternoon, but I'd been so nervous about meeting with him later that I'd ended up going home after 15 minutes.
"That reminds me."
Griffin pulled his phone from his pocket.
"I sent your portfolio to the editor at the LA Herald, and they got back to me."
My stomach flipped. "They did?"
"Yes, they really liked the work, but said they're not hiring now."
Just as fast as my hopes had risen, they fell. "Oh." He showed me his phone, and I glanced over the email. The editor seemed genuinely impressed. So then why weren't they asking to meet with me further? Griffin must have read the disappointment on my face.
"Don't be discouraged. You're just getting started, and journalism is a hard field to break into."
"That's true. Thank you for sending that out."
"You're welcome."
He turned the oven off and removed the chicken.
"I'll keep my eye out for any other opportunities outside of Apollo."
"That would certainly fix one problem." He cocked a thick eyebrow. "Aren't you worried about us being caught?" I asked. He sighed and tossed his oven mitt onto the counter.
"Yes, I try not to think about it too much. You're right, a job outside of Apollo would solve that issue. I don't want to chase you away, though. Don't leave Apollo if it's because of me."
"I want to be a journalist," I insisted. "It's what I've always wanted to do." He nodded.
"And I want to help you achieve that goal."
A fuzzy feeling spread through me. The moment he turned away, though, a new thought occurred. What would life be like if I wasn't at Apollo? Griffin and I wouldn't be where we were if it weren't for the job that brought us together. I knew he had a low tolerance and a short attention span. He'd been through a dozen assistants before me, and that alone spoke volumes. If I didn't work in his office and we weren't seeing each other all day long every day, would he still be interested in me? Or would it be an out-of-sight, out-of-mind situation? With us only able to see each other on weekends and some evenings, would he get distracted by some other girl? The questions burned a pit in my stomach. This uncertainty had to be a bad sign. But maybe I was also asking for too much. Griffin and I weren't getting married. I needed to cool my jets and enjoy the time we had together.
Dinner is ready.
Griffin came around the island and slid his arms around my waist. Spreading my legs, I pulled him closer so that he was tucked between my thighs. With my head against his chest, his heartbeat thrummed in my ear. This felt so right. So perfect. Yep, I definitely needed to stop overthinking things. Nuzzling my nose in his shirt, I sighed. The campfire in my lower belly had turned into an uncontrollable forest fire. Griffin ran his fingertips up and down my back.
However, it does need a little while to cool down.
I would have eaten dinner ice cold if that meant spending 10 more seconds locked in Griffin's embrace. Stepping back, he dropped to his knees in front of me. My legs were still spread, and since I'd worn a dress, it was no feat at all for him to reach between my thighs and find the wet spot there. The brush of his fingers sent pleasure crackling through me, and I closed my eyes and gripped the back of the stool. Pushing my panties to the side, Griffin breathed on my aching parts. "Griffin," I gasped. How could the slightest touches make me come so undone? He didn't respond to my crying his name. He was too busy licking a slow line along my opening. My hand curled tighter around the stool, and my other fingers found his hair and held on tight. A flick of his tongue against my clit, and I was done for. He suckled and licked, devouring me like I was the greatest feast ever made. I thrust my pelvis against his mouth, desperate to have more of him, to have all of him.
He moaned against my opening. God, Rose, you're so perfect.
I bit into my smile, heat rushing through me. The next thing I knew, I was exploding, riding a drawn-out orgasm as I screamed Griffin's name. He kissed my inner thigh and inhaled deeply.
You smell and taste so good.
I sucked in a deep breath, my whole body still trembling from the release. Griffin stood, and I slid off the stool and advanced on him. Our eyes locked. I got on my knees, where his jeans were already tinted. Undoing his zipper, I pulled out his cock. It pulsed in my hand, and I smiled, something like pride blooming in my chest. What was there to doubt? Griffin wanted me, and it showed in more ways than one. Closing my mouth over the large, smooth head, I stroked the shaft and sucked.
Even the most gripping tales need a moment of rest. Let this pause refresh your senses.
Griffin threw his head back, a moan flying from his lips. Tightening my grip, I pumped my hands up and down in rhythm with my head. He swelled in my mouth, his sweet pre-cum dripping onto my tongue. A hunger that I'd never experienced overtook me. I was ravenous, desperate to take him wholly in my mouth. Opening my jaw wider, I took him in until he hit the back of my throat. I gagged, sputtering and coughing, but I didn't break the rhythm.
Fuck, Rose,
he hissed. I felt him jerk in my mouth, and then he let out a deep groan. Warm cum hit the back of my throat, and I swallowed it down. With Griffin's thick gasps filling the room, I sat back on my heels. He looked at me with thick eyes, as if a haze had settled over his irises.
"Are you for real?"
he asked. My lips pulled into a smile. "What do you think?"
"I think,"
he took my hand and pulled me to standing,
"that life isn't supposed to be this good."
I searched his eyes. "We're living it, though." He growled low in his chest and pulled me close.
"We better not waste it, then."
Spinning me around, he leaned me against the island and pushed up my dress. Slowly, he ran his hands across my breasts and down my waist and hips. A smack hit my ass, followed by a sting. I let out a yelp, more surprised than anything. Griffin smoothed his hand over the part he'd spanked, soothing away the irritation.
"Stay right here. Don't move a muscle."
I bit into my smile. "Okay." I stayed bent over the island, my ass hanging out. Griffin's footsteps left the room, and when he returned a minute later, I looked over my shoulder to see him rolling a condom on. My body trembled with anticipation, and I searched for something, anything, on the counter to hold on to. It was already too late. Griffin slammed into me with the force of a tsunami, filling me up and sending a scream flying from my throat. He fucked me hard and fast, his hips smacking across my ass, creating a drumbeat. My breasts slid across the cool countertop, and my hair fell into my face. Finally, I found a grip on the edge of the island, where I held on for dear life. Griffin drove into me again and again, burying every inch of his length. One of his hands found my hair, which he balled into a fist. Pulling slightly, he drew my head up. With my back arched, his cock hit a whole new angle. An unexpected orgasm hit, and I whimpered his name the whole way through it.
"You like that?"
His teeth grazed the back of my neck. "Yes," I cried. I liked it so much, tears were gathering in my eyes. He pumped into me one last time, gasping as he did. I squeezed my eyes shut, focused on the feel of him coming inside of me. With a low groan, Griffin pulled out and turned me around. His gaze was fire, his mouth set in a straight line. I swallowed, my heart slamming against my rib cage. Why did he look so serious? His eyes softened, and something inside of me lurched. Was he about to? No, of course not.
"Ready to eat?"
he asked. I swallowed the mixed ball of disappointment and relief and nodded. Of course Griffin hadn't been about to say, "I love you." That would be crazy. We'd gotten back together, but love wasn't us. We were more fun than that. More free. "Let's eat," I said.
Chapter 24. Griffin. That settles it. Harry checked the time on his phone and went to push his chair out. "I'll see you all at the next meeting." Actually, I cleared my throat. There's one more matter to discuss. The 3 pairs of eyes on me felt like the Inquisition. Sweat formed under my collar, and I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. "What matter?" Preston frowned. I lifted my chin. "There's a company policy that staff has been expressing dissatisfaction with, and it deserves to be revisited." Tony steepled his hands in front of his face. "Which policy?" I did my best to sound nonchalant. "Dating between employees. Studies show that work is one of the top ways people meet their partners. In light of this, it goes to show that prohibiting dating at Apollo contributes to long-term dissatisfaction." Harry scoffed. "And who is complaining exactly?" I turned my cool gaze on him. "You know I'm not able to say." His face reddened. Checkmate. I had all the logic, and he had nothing but straws to grasp at. Preston shook his head. Come out with it, Griffin. Who are you fucking? My jaw tightened, and the heat rushed through my face. Excuse me? He chuckled. This is so out of the blue. Who is she? No one, I said. I'm sorry that you think I'm selfish enough to only want to change company policies when they affect me personally. To be fair, I'd stood up for Apollo's employees a number of times. I'd been the one to bring up the need for hybrid work, and I'd also started the daycare center on Apollo's main floor, which offered childcare for little more than a stipend. For Preston to claim I was selfish was completely unfair. I didn't need to be shamed for fighting to better my life, or the lives of others. Apollo employed hundreds of people. No doubt the policy change would be welcomed by many of them, including a percentage that were surely dating in secret. Yes, of course I was trying to cover my ass. I'd thought I could end things with Rose. But with each day that passed, I was falling harder for her. Dean was right. I'd built a wall around my heart, based solely on my parents' poor decisions. After a lifetime of living in that cage, I was ready to break free. It was scary, and I didn't know what the rest of my life would look like, but I could take it one step at a time. Step 1 had been winning Rose back. Step 2 was making sure Apollo couldn't fire us once our relationship eventually came to light. Preston's eyes were narrowed on me, the suspicion there nearly a fourth person in the room. As much as I hated to admit it, the man was smart. He knew something was up. I also knew he would like nothing better than to get rid of me. Tony spoke up. I think it's a proposition worth considering. If we don't keep our staff happy, we have very little chance of thriving as a company. I bobbed my head in agreement. Exactly. Harry heaved a big sigh, and Preston continued to watch me as though he might suddenly find the truth written on my forehead. I smiled back at the two of them, determined that they wouldn't see me sweat. We'll consider it then, Preston said. But at the next meeting. We are already out of time. My lips drew thin. Suddenly, Preston was the busiest man in the city, apparently. Next time, then. Standing, I smoothed my suit and left the boardroom. My ears buzzed, and my shoulders crept up in annoyance. Rose and I had only gotten back together yesterday, and already I was eager to make changes. Unfortunately, the board was standing in my way. I wanted her to understand that she was more than an average woman to me, more than a fling. She'd turned my life upside down. While I'd initially been unprepared, now I was ready to embrace this new reality. Making sure that we could date openly without retribution was one of the best ways to show how much I cared. As far as the other ways, well, I was working on that. Rose was still out to lunch, so the office was empty. Dropping into my desk chair, I did a quick search for airline tickets. As I clicked and scrolled, the idea of taking the company jet tickled through my mind. Technically, it was available for the board, the CEO, and the COO to use for work as necessary. With all the boards whining about my travel, I'd neglected to use it recently. I hadn't wanted to stir the pot. But really, why was I hesitating? Preston had it out for me anyway. He would have me fired that very day if he had his way. Going the extra mile to please him did nothing. Feeling satisfied, I made the call to book the jet. As I was getting off the phone, I heard Rose coming back from lunch. Leaving my cell on my desk, I went and leaned in the doorway. She turned around, in the middle of pinning back a section of loose hair. My heart thunked. Good Lord, she was beautiful. Today's sexy yet professional outfit. A scoop-neck top and flared skirt with a bow on the front made keeping my hands off her pure agony. I stayed in the doorway, though, my dirty paws stuffed in my pockets. All I needed was patience. We were our own people once we got out of there at 5 o'clock. Hi, she smiled, and the whole room lit up. Hey, I grinned big, feeling like a teenager. Would you like to go on a trip next week? She bit her lip, considering it. Overnight? I'll have someone stay with your mom, I said. If Matilda can't do it, I'll find someone else. She exhaled in relief. Okay, sure. That would be nice. Where are you thinking? I've been meaning to check in with the French branch of Pinnacle. How about Paris? Her lips rounded into a perfect circle, and she blinked, processing what I'd said. Paris? I nodded. Do you have a passport? I do. I got it a while ago, just thinking. She shook her head, her cheeks pink. It was sort of a fantasy move, I guess. What if I could travel thing? Perfect. She bit into her smile. What needs to be done to prep for the trip? Would you like me to set up a meeting with the Paris staff? Nothing needs to be done. Lowering my voice, I took a few steps toward her. She lifted her chin, her eyes searching mine. I stopped right in front of her, and though we weren't touching, we were so close I could taste her exhale. You're not going as my assistant, I said. You're going as my girlfriend. Oh. Her eyes widened in surprise. It was the first time I'd called her that, and I was unprepared for how nervous it made me feel. What if she didn't see our relationship in that way? We'd gotten back together, but we hadn't drilled down specifics. And I hadn't told her about my conversation with Dean, about my realization about how backwards I'd been living my life, about how I wanted to give my all to her. I wanted to open my heart in a way I never had. Yes, this was still scary. I still had moments of panic. But overall, this move felt so right. I'd been aching to have Rose to myself, really, truly have her, since we met. Now that I was finally allowing that, I felt the most free I ever had. We were meant to be together. I knew it just as I knew the sky was blue. All of this I would tell her in good time. Right then, I was still adjusting to the changes. I would love that, Rose whispered. A satisfaction unlike any other filled me up. Perfect. I can't wait. It wasn't just the trip I was talking about. It was the rest of our lives.
Chapter 25. Rose. Oh my gosh! My jaw dropped as I took in the bathroom, which was nearly as large as the hotel room itself. It wasn't the size of the room that shocked me, though. It was the bathtub. Round and sitting in the middle of the floor, it looked more like an outdoor hot tub. Except it was much fancier than any hot tub I'd ever seen. In fact, was that real marble? I ran my hand along the tub's cool exterior and smiled. Yep, this trip would definitely be a great one. Heck, we were in Paris. It would have been memorable even if we spent the whole time sitting on a park bench.
Rose?
Griffin called from the front of the hotel suite, where he'd stayed to tip the porter. I met him in the bedroom, which led to the living room, which led to the foyer. This place was more like an apartment than anything else. Hi, I smiled. Even though I'd seen him only a minute earlier, his appearance still released a kaleidoscope of butterflies in my chest.
Hi,
he breathed, slipping his arms around me. I snuggled into his chest and sighed in pleasure. The flight hadn't been nearly as tiring as I expected. Certainly, the private jet we'd taken had something to do with that. With no lines, no security checks, and plenty of room to stretch out, I almost hadn't wanted the plane to land in Paris.
Where would you like to go for dinner tonight?
He asked, drawing back. I shook my head and laughed. I have no clue. Taking a seat on the edge of the bed, he pulled me onto his lap.
The editor here sent me some recommendations.
He scrolled on his phone while I looked on, my arm draped around his neck.
What about this?
Griffin showed me a picture of a restaurant that looked more like a palace. He flipped through the photos of foods that I didn't recognize. Was that cheese? Or fruit? Each dish was on a small plate, the colors and arrangements like nothing I was used to. I bit my lip, suddenly unsure. I wasn't used to this kind of opulence. The private jet, the hotel suite, it was starting to feel like a bit much. Okay, I said, already worried about wearing the wrong outfit to the restaurant. What if it was the kind of place where they turned you away for dressing inappropriately? God, I didn't want to embarrass Griffin. The last week had gone so well, and I was holding my breath, praying that things stayed that way.
Is something wrong?
He put his phone down. I worked out a smile. No, everything's fine. He frowned, and instantly I felt awful. I'd never been a good liar, and if Griffin knew I was keeping things from him, that would make everything worse. I'm kind of overwhelmed, I admitted. I mean, I'm not used to all this fancy stuff. I cringed, feeling low-class for merely calling the things fancy, but too off-kilter to find another way to put it. Griffin rested his big palm on my thigh.
We can go somewhere different if it would make you more comfortable.
I swallowed. I don't want to embarrass you. His eyebrows pinched together.
How would you embarrass me?
I sighed. Come on, Griffin. I'm as trailer park as you can get without the actual trailer park. He drew back and stared at me.
Is that really how you see yourself?
I twisted my lips and looked away. Sometimes. His gentle touch on my chin guided my face back to him.
Rose, you're a goddess.
The serious way he said it, the intensity in his eyes, they were so much that I actually laughed.
Do you believe me?
He asked. I dropped my forehead against his. I believe that's what you think. Still, what would I even wear to dinner?
Your black dress.
His palms splayed against my lower back. I lifted my head to look him in the eye.
Black is good for every occasion. Although...
He trailed his finger down my arm, eliciting shivers.
There is something else you look better in.
What? His eyes danced.
Nothing at all.
I threw back my head with laughter. Very funny.
I assure you, I wasn't trying to be.
He squeezed my thigh, and the moment was so perfect, so natural, so everyday yet heavenly, that I lost my breath for a second. How had we ended up here? A week earlier, I'd thought the two of us were done forever. Now I was sitting on Griffin's lap in Paris. And he'd called me his girlfriend. That was a far cry from the man who'd said he didn't want a relationship. What was happening here? As much as I questioned things, I also knew better than to look a gift horse in the mouth. We'll go to that restaurant. I ran my finger along Griffin's shirt collar and inhaled his peppery cologne. My head swam with giddiness.
And we'll have a great time.
His fingers worked their way up my back.
What will you do tomorrow while I'm at the meetings?
I might go check out the Eiffel Tower. As far as I knew, Apollo's board had no idea I was even in Paris. There was currently no work for me to do, and I hadn't joined Griffin on the trip as his secretary.
I'm sorry I can't go with you,
he said.
I should be free in time for a late lunch, though.
That would be nice. I traced the fullness of his bottom lip, still unable to believe I got to touch this man, this ideal of humanity, any time I wanted to. Well, except for when we were at work. Griffin cocked his head and studied me, a piece of honey hair falling across his forehead. What? I asked.
I like being here with you. A lot.
My chest ballooned. Me too. I more than liked it. I loved it. So much that I never wanted our time together to end. I bit my tongue, refusing to give in to the desire to ask Griffin about our future. What if he said we would have to break up next year? Or that we could stay together, but he still never wanted to get married and start a family, maybe not even live together. I would be crushed, and I really didn't want to be crushed in Paris. Better to save that for a boring day in L.A., a day that I didn't even want to think about right then. Bottling up all the worry and fear, I popped the cork on the excitement and joy. Everything would work out as it was meant to. Deep down, past all my worry, I knew this for sure. Chapter 26. Rose.
You know what would be really good right now?
Griffin put his espresso cup down. What? In the blink of an eye, his arms were around me, and we were falling back into bed. I shrieked, collapsing onto his chest. Griffin chuckled, a deep sound that made his whole torso vibrate. Sliding his hands up my shirt, he kissed me deeply. The world could have blown up then, and I wouldn't have cared. This was it. The feeling, the absolute joy that everyone was always chasing. And somehow, I'd found it. Not only found it, but managed to hold on to it. I dragged my lips across his jaw and nuzzled my face against his stubble. You're right. The croissants were good, but this is the best start to the day. Griffin squeezed my ass, and a little thrill went through me. I wiggled against him, already aching to be naked and pressed together. The groan that he let out wasn't a positive one, though. I craned my neck, following his eyes to the bedside clock.
I have to go.
He pecked me on the lips, and I rolled off him. I know. I smiled, trying to ignore the ache in my chest. The day before, I'd had a great morning exploring the city, but every time I saw something interesting, I wished Griffin was there to experience it with me. He grabbed his phone and wallet.
I'll meet up with you as soon as I can. Do you know where you're going today?
I rested on my side, my head in my hand. No, I like walking around the best. He cocked an eyebrow.
Paris is easy to get lost in.
I knew. It had happened to me more than once the day before, but I hadn't minded. I have the maps on my phone, I said, and I know the name of our hotel, if all else fails.
And your phone is fully charged, so you can call me if you need to?
His lips drew thin, and I realized he was worried about me. What was more, it was probably the most touching thing ever. Yes. Standing, I snuggled close to him. It's on 100%.
Good.
His kiss was full and round, complete.
I wish I didn't have to go.
I know, but someone has to do it. Griffin chuckled.
No one else at Apollo will.
I briefly wondered about the board. Were they pissed that Griffin had taken this trip, and would there be some kind of retribution? Pushing all thoughts of the board away, I put on my shoes and grabbed a third croissant from the room service tray. Apparently, I'd worked up quite the appetite from all the walking the previous day. I'll walk out with you, I said, snatching my bag. On the sidewalk in front of the hotel, Griffin pulled me in for one more kiss. His big body wrapped around me, a cocoon I could disappear into. His stubble scraped against my face as we drew back, a terrible ache forming in my stomach.
I'll see you soon,
he said, climbing into the waiting car. I waved, missing him already but eager to start the day. With his rental car vanishing around the corner, I took off at a clip. The hotel was in Le Marais, a neighborhood full of narrow cobblestone streets, beautiful courtyards, mansions, and cafes. I'd walked around it some the day before, but hadn't gotten anywhere near my fill. Since this was our last day in Paris, I wanted to see as much as possible. The sun was already beating down on my neck, and I started sweating almost immediately. After 2 blocks, I ducked into a cafe for some shade. Chatter and the familiar sounds of an espresso machine filled the air, and I joined the short line at the counter. J'aimerais acheter une bouteille d'eau, s'il vous plaît, I said to the cashier. I inwardly cringed, afraid I'd just butchered the language. I had a French app on my phone, and I'd spent the whole plane ride over practicing phrases I expected to use. I'd taken a year of French in high school, and this was the first opportunity I had to dust off what little I remembered of the language. Apparently I wasn't as bad at French as I assumed, though, because the woman gave me the price and fetched a bottle of water. Merci. Feeling satisfied with myself, I started out of the cafe, but a sudden wave of nausea stopped me in my tracks. Stepping against the brick wall, I clutched my stomach and waited for it to pass. Apparently eating 3 croissants in one setting hadn't been the best idea. Instead of passing, though, the nausea rolled right up my chest and into my throat. Realizing what was about to happen, I desperately looked for a bathroom. Spotting the sign at the back of the cafe, I made a mad dash around a group of old ladies. Please be empty, please be empty. Slamming my palm against the cracked door, I catapulted into the bathroom just in time to lock the door behind me and bend over the toilet. Done vomiting, I washed my face, rinsed my mouth out, and took a big breath. I couldn't remember the last time food had made me sick. I could stomach almost anything, usually. But the dishes here were richer than I was used to, I supposed. Opening my eyes, I looked at myself in the mirror. Bags hung under my eyes, and I looked generally worn down. No doubt the jet lag had gotten to me, plus my period was due soon. I blinked at my reflection. That's right. It was due any day now, right? Actually, I didn't know when it was due. Rooting in my bag, I pulled out my phone and opened my period tracking app. An empty calendar stared back at me. Frowning, I scrolled backwards. The previous month was empty as well. I hadn't had a period for 2 months. My heart slammed against my chest. Okay, this wasn't too weird. My period had never been regular. But I'd also never gone 2 whole months without it. I couldn't be pregnant. Griffin and I were safe. We always used condoms. Except for that one time in his office. Oh my God, I gasped, my hand going to my mouth. This was insane. I couldn't be pregnant. That wasn't a part of my plans. Not now, anyway. Being with Griffin had made me realize that I wanted a family, but that was a one-day thing. Right now, I was building my career, having a great time with him and taking care of my mom. A kid would throw all of that into chaos. With my hands shaking, I left the bathroom. I definitely wasn't pregnant. The last 2 months had been stressful, what with starting a new job and all the drama with Griffin, and stress could stop periods. I needed confirmation, though. A solid answer to make me comfortable. Outside of the cafe, I pulled my phone out and found the nearest pharmacy. Feeling like I was walking in a dream, I made my way to the pharmacy, bought 2 pregnancy tests, and promptly ducked into the bathroom. This is just a fluke. I unwrapped the tests, my heart in my throat. That's all. Still, as I peed on the tests and set them on the sink to wait for the 3 minutes to pass, an unexpected excitement ballooned in my chest. I could be pregnant. With a baby. My heart fluttered at the thought. Placing my palm on my lower belly, I tried to intuit whether something new was happening in there, but it did no good. If I was pregnant, I could make it work. Somehow. Even though it hadn't been planned, I would be the best mom in the world. Griffin and I... What was I thinking? There was no Griffin and I when it came to parenting. He'd told me very explicitly that he didn't want kids. The reminder made my stomach sink. If I were to have kids one day, it would need to be with someone else. But what's someone else? I couldn't imagine myself with anyone other than Griffin. And if I was pregnant, then... My phone's timer went off, making me jump. The 3 minutes had passed. Silencing the alarm, I sucked in a deep breath and edged toward the sink. 2 plus signs greeted me. The tests were both positive. I stared at the little lines, my limbs going numb. I was pregnant. With Griffin's baby. A knock on the bathroom door made me jump. 1 second. I scrambled to shove the boxes and instructions in the trash. Right before tossing the tests as well, I reconsidered and jammed them into my bag. Back on the street, I walked with my arms crossed, unsure of where I was going, unsure of what I would do. I needed to tell Griffin, but I wasn't about to interrupt his meetings with this kind of news. The information made me swell from the inside, though, and I needed to tell someone. It was too big to keep to myself. Finding a park, I took a seat on a bench and pulled out my phone. Right before calling Jenna, I remembered it was the middle of the night in L.A. She would answer if I called, but I didn't want to wake her up. She had work tomorrow. Feeling defeated and alone, I put my phone away. A woman and a little boy played on the nearby swings, and a couple dogs dragged their owner across the park. The day was warm and lively, everyone going about their regular lives. And I was pregnant. The fear, excitement, and uncertainty hit me all at once. I had to work for my next inhale. This time next year, I would be a mother. And where would Griffin and I be? I already knew the answer to that. Our time together had been heavenly, but I'd known it couldn't last. This news would no doubt make him eager to end things with me as soon as possible. Burying my face in my hands, I let the tears flow.
Chapter 27. Griffin. Knock, knock. I lingered in the doorway between Rose's office and mine. She looked up and smiled, which was a relief, until I saw that the smile didn't reach her eyes. She'd been distant the last 2 days, starting when we met up after my last meeting in Paris. I'd asked her a couple times if anything was wrong, but she claimed she was having a great time and everything was good. We'd slept most of the flight back to L.A., and then she'd gone home almost immediately to be with her mom. Back at work today, the hours had been full of catching up on tasks. We'd both even had lunch at our desks in order to finish on time. There'd been little chance for us to talk. I couldn't help but get the sense something was wrong, but she didn't want to tell me about it. "Hi," she said. "I was thinking. I hate that I didn't get to spend every minute in Paris with you. I'd like to plan another trip there, this time with no work. It will be all pleasure." The smile I expected never came. "That sounds good." It felt like a rock lodged itself in my chest. She had seemed to really love Paris, so then what was she upset about? She'd known I would need to take meetings while there. I'd been very clear about that before we left. I cleared my throat. "Would you like to come over for dinner tonight?" She didn't even pause to think about it. "That sounds nice, but I should spend the evening with my mom. She misses me when I'm gone for more than one night." The rock migrated into my throat, making it hard to get any words out. "Of course, another night." She powered off her computer and grabbed her purse. "I'm going to head out, unless you need anything else?" "No, I'm good." "Okay, have a good night. I'll text you." Glancing at the doorway to the hall to make sure it was clear, I kissed her. Though she responded by kissing me back, her body language remained the same, stiff, cautious. Something was definitely wrong, but I already knew poking and prodding would do no good. Rose would open up to me when she was ready. What really sucked was how much it wrecked me. Our time in Paris had made me feel even closer to Rose. I wanted to know everything that was on her mind, and now it seemed we were going in the opposite direction. Her hand slipped from mine. "See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," I rasped. There was so much more I wanted to say, but I held back. We were finally in the right place, on the same page, and I didn't want to risk ruining that. It would be best to have patience and wait for Rose to open up in her own time. I watched her walk out of the office, my insides twisted up. I'd been hoping for an evening with her, but I could also use the time to finish work and hit the gym. Going into my office, I took a seat at the desk and opened my email. Several new messages waited for me, but it was the one at the top of the inbox that caught my attention. The address was unknown, and the email header said, "I know your secret." Usually, I would dismiss such an email as spam and delete it immediately, but the tingle going down my back told me to do otherwise. With my breath lingering in my chest, I clicked on the email. It was photos, 6 total, all of Rose and me. Some of us kissing in front of my house. Some of us laughing in the parking garage, our hands brushing. My chest screwed up tight. "What the hell?" I hissed. There was no text in the email, no indication of who had sent it. Obviously, though, someone wanted me to know they were watching me, that they knew what I was up to. Sensing a presence, I looked up and found Preston standing in the doorway of my office, wearing a shit-eating grin. All of the surprise and questions coagulated into a ball of understanding and anger. Immediately, I knew who had done this. "You piece of shit," I hissed. Preston only smiled bigger, his eyes sparkling in his hawkish face. "Let's get right to it, shall we? We can do this the easy way or the hard way." "Blackmail, Preston? Isn't that a little low, even by your standards?" He waved my words away with an amused smile. "The easy way? You submit your resignation immediately. The hard way? I provide evidence of you and your assistant breaking the policy on romantic involvement with coworkers. By the way," he chuckled, "upon further review, we won't be changing that policy." Fury and regret burned a path up my esophagus. I'd made a terrible misstep by trying to have the policy changed. My insistence must have tipped Preston off and inspired him to have someone follow me. Preston jammed his hands into his pockets and leaned against the door jamb. Meanwhile, I was trying to control the urge to launch myself across the desk in order to strangle the man. "Well, I would love to share these photos with the rest of the board," Preston said. "It would be a shame for Rose to lose her job, too. She's a hard worker, and I actually like her. It's unfortunate she got involved with you, of course." My teeth ground together. "Don't you dare mess with Rose." "Or what?" He cocked his head. "Your power at this company is gone, Griffin. You might as well accept it." I opened my mouth to argue, but he was right. I danced with the devil, and now it was time to pay the price. I didn't regret Rose, not in a million years, but I did regret not being more careful. Especially since getting back together, we'd been reckless. Looking back, I realized I'd almost wanted to be caught. I was tired of sneaking around, hiding the fact that the most amazing woman in the world was mine. In that fantasy, though, I'd afforded little space to think about the consequences. I stared into Preston's evil eyes, trying to read him. He didn't really want to share these photos with the board. That would make him look petty and vindictive. Then again, I could also tell he wasn't bluffing. Preston would probably put on a clown nose and honk like a goose at the next staff party if it meant getting rid of me. He'd hated me since my first day at Apollo. I represented everything Preston Mills couldn't stand. I did things my own way. I didn't bow down to authority. And the fact that I'd gotten Apollo more acquisitions than any previous COO rubbed his own inadequacy in his face. My hands flexed in my lap. My inclination to turn to fists to solve a spat wasn't something I'd ever been proud of, but right then I didn't care. Any consequences would surely be worth even one punch to Preston's smug face. But this wasn't just about me. It was about Rose as well. I was a goner, but I could still throw her a life jacket. I rolled my shoulders back and sat up straight. "All right, I'll resign. Under one condition." He cocked an eyebrow, but I continued before he had the chance to respond. Give Rose a staff writing job at the LA Herald. Her portfolio is good, some of the best out there, and her work ethic is unparalleled. A long silence stretched out between us. As a co-owner of the LA Herald, Preston had the power to get anyone a position there. That didn't mean he would, though. We both knew that he could just throw both Rose and me under the bus. I was counting on him taking this route, though, to avoid embarrassing himself in front of the board. "All right," he said. "I'll have her hired there." My shoulders dropped in relief. "You're done as of now, though." He rapped my open door with his knuckles. "I look forward to receiving your resignation tomorrow." He left, taking decades of hopes and hard work with him. Fuck! I swept my arm across my desk, sending papers, pens, and knickknacks flying. Dropping my head into my hands, I sucked in a labored breath. I was so stupid, so fucking insanely reckless. I'd let myself down, and I'd let Rose down. At least now she had a job at the LA Herald. Maybe that would be a bit of consolation for her having to put up with such a careless man. Lifting my head, I shut and locked my door and then poured a whiskey from the liquor cabinet. Downing half the glass, I grabbed a box from the closet and began piling in small things. Preston didn't need to wait until tomorrow for my resignation. I would be out of there that night. I'd hire a moving company to come in ASAP to get my artwork and furniture. But after this evening, I would never step foot in Apollo again. Hell, I would probably never step foot in the publishing world again. Preston Mills had checkmated me. I'd been in this world long enough to know how someone like him operated. He was probably already on the phone, lying through his teeth about my behavior. Saying I'd broken Apollo's dating policy wouldn't be enough. No doubt Preston would spin a tale about me being unprofessional, and perhaps even criminal. I'd seen this happen to others before. With Preston's sway and influence, no one in media would hire me for an executive job ever again. I was as good as done in this industry. Downing the rest of my whiskey, I poured another glass. Maybe it was for the best. I'd grown tired of the politics and games. Thanks to the money I'd invested wisely, I could afford to never work again. When the time was right, I'd find another career to throw myself into. There was the matter of Rose, though. Her new job at the LA Herald wouldn't be enough to protect her. With Preston blabbing our business all over town, the spotlight would be on her. It would damage her career as well. I didn't trust Preston to protect her job at the Herald, which meant someone else could fire her the moment they found out about her relationship with me, the publishing world's soon-to-be newest pariah. I'd fucked things up for myself, but at least I could protect Rose. There was only one answer. In order for her to save face, she'd need to cut off all association with me. The reality of the situation punched me in the gut, and I had to put my glass on the coffee table and sit down. It hurt like a motherfucker, but there was no other way. I knew what I had to do.
Chapter 28. Rose. Settled on the biggest couch in the coffee shop, I wrapped my arms around myself and stared into my tea. Coffee had been out of the question. Another item on the long list of foods and drinks that now made my stomach churn. "We're here for you." Sarah touched my hand, and I looked up into her caring face. Tears formed in my eyes. I'd known her for such a short period, and in that time she'd become one of my best friends. I almost didn't know how I'd gone on without her before. "No matter what," Jenna chimed in from the armchair across from us, "we'll be at your side the whole way." "Thanks, you guys." I brushed the tears away. "This whole thing just sucks." "When are you going to tell him?" Jenna asked. "I don't know," I mumbled. "He's going to freak out." "You don't know that for sure." I chewed on my bottom lip. I do. Griffin already told me he doesn't want kids. Sarah readjusted into a cross-legged position. Sometimes people think that. Then they have kids and they're really happy. That's what happened to my sister and her husband. A bit of hope flared in my chest. Could that be the case with Griffin? I couldn't know for sure, and I had no interest in hanging on to such a flimsy dream. I needed to prepare myself for the very real possibility that I would be doing this parenting thing by myself. "Do you know how many weeks you are?" Jenna asked. "I'm not sure. I might find out at my prenatal tomorrow." Prenatal. Just saying the word made my palms sweat. I'd taken 2 more pregnancy tests since arriving home from Paris, and they both came out positive. This whole thing still felt like a dream. On one hand, I wished I could reverse the weeks and make sure Griffin and I never had sex that day in his office. On the other hand, I was excited, even a little thrilled. This wasn't how I'd imagined becoming a mother, but I would embrace the opportunity nonetheless. It would be hard, for sure, taking care of a little kid and my mother, who I hadn't yet told about the pregnancy. I was willing to meet the challenge, but it would be so much easier with a partner by my side. I picked up my phone, only to find there still weren't any notifications. It was nearly 9, and Griffin still hadn't texted me, which was odd for him. Maybe he'd picked up on my inner turmoil the last couple of days. Maybe he'd decided to go ahead and distance himself from me. Yet again. Maybe that would be best, in some twisted way. It would make everything so much easier if I knew there was no chance of us staying together. Then I could let go of the last shred of hope I still had. "He's going to resent me," I said, more thinking out loud than anything else. "That's not true," Jenna said, although I got the sense she was only saying what she felt she was supposed to. "His life is jetting around the world," I said. "He doesn't want to be tied down with a kid." She twisted her lips, her shoulders dropping in defeat. A heaviness settled around our small circle. I took a deep breath. Of all the difficult times I'd been through, I already knew this would be the hardest. My mom would be so disappointed in me. Not that I was pregnant, but that I was on my way to becoming a single parent, just like her. Mom loved me to death, and my life with her had been great, but it had been hard. Really hard. Being a single parent in an expensive city like LA with zero support network was no joke. Her parents had both died before I was born, and a life of taking care of me and working meant all her friendships fell by the wayside. I'd wanted something different, not just for myself, but for her as well. I wanted her to see me thrive. I swallowed back another wave of tears. There was still the chance to make something successful out of myself. Even if I couldn't find a writing position somewhere, the Apollo EA job was a great launching-off point. Griffin wouldn't fire me once he found out about the baby. He wouldn't be that cruel. I couldn't see us working together for much longer, though. I would need to find a position somewhere else, unless a nugget of hope still burned in my chest. Maybe Griffin would be happy about the baby. It was a long shot, but crazier things had happened. My phone buzzed with a text. "Is that him?" Sarah asked. My breath lingering in my throat, I checked.
"I'm going to bed," Griffin's text said. "It's been a long day. I hope you sleep well."
I let out a slow exhale. Yeah, it's him. "Are you going to call him?" I shook my head and put my phone away. "No, I'll tell him in person. It's better that way." Not only that, but it would give me more time to acclimate to the possible upheaval. Or perhaps I was procrastinating? Either way, things were about to get real between us, and there was no stopping them. The most I could do was hang on and brace for impact.
Chapter 29. Griffin. Sitting on my board, the morning sun glinting off the water and the cries of California gulls slicing through the air, it was almost easy to believe that everything was right in the world. That was one of the reasons I'd initially been drawn to surfing. It didn't matter what kind of shit was happening in your life back on land. Once you got on the water, all of it melted away. Or at least that's how I used to feel. Today, even my favorite activity was failing me. Getting on my stomach, I paddled in search of the perfect wave. When it came my way, I hopped to standing and rode it toward the sand. Up ahead, my bedroom window sparkled with the sun's reflection. My chest squeezed tight. Never again would I have Rose in my room, tangled up in the sheets with my arms around her, our lips pressed together. Suddenly, the world turned upside down. I was going ass over tea kettle, the unforgiving ocean tossing me like I was nothing more than a leaf. I managed to fall somewhat safely, though my shoulder smacked into the sand and the waves turned me over a few more times. Emerging from the water, my sinuses burning with the salty sting, I gasped for breath. Fuck. Pulling my board to the sand, I plopped down next to my bag and shook water from my eyes. I needed to be more careful. I hadn't taken a fall like that since the early days of surfing, and I'd been completely unprepared for it. Not even Rose, who was still new to surfing, would have fallen so gracelessly. She always looked like an angel when she evacuated her board. My insides thickened. Surfing was yet another thing we would never do together again. For exactly how long would this painful list of reminders plague me? I'd fucked up big time. I knew that. I had no one to blame but myself. This was what happened when you let your heart get involved, except the outcome was so much worse than I'd predicted. Not only had I hurt myself, I'd hurt Rose as well, which was 100 times worse. She didn't deserve any of this. I still hadn't told her that we needed to end things, and I was being a real pussy holding back. The thought of looking in her eyes and dropping the bomb, though, was almost more than I could bear. But the longer I waited, the worse the fallout would be. Pulling my phone out, I stared at our text thread. We hadn't spoken since last night, and Apollo's workday had already started. Soon she'd be wondering where I was. My thumbs hovered over the phone, but I couldn't find the strength to send a text. Dropping the phone on my bag, I sighed in defeat. I was one sorry-ass motherfucker, and I was exactly like my father. He'd been so self-absorbed, so rigid, and unable to see others' needs, that he ended up hurting the woman he claimed he loved. Instead of meeting her halfway and seeing her point of view, he'd clung to his beliefs like they were his personal religion. As far as I knew, he was still the same way and probably would be until the day he died. My phone buzzed, and I reflexively snatched it back up. Seeing Rose's name on the screen was both a godsend and torment. Biting the inside of my cheek, I opened her text. "Are you okay? You're usually at work by now." I rubbed the aching point in my temple. Despite having tried to go to sleep early last night, I'd ended up giving up and climbing out of bed, only to spend several more hours drinking myself into oblivion. I debated how to answer. No, I wasn't okay. My whole fucking life was burning down. Everything was slipping through my fingers. My career, the woman I loved. A lump formed in my throat. Yes, I loved Rose. More than I could put into words. In another reality, where I was a different person, we would have been perfect for each other. As it was, I knew too much about the way of the world. Dean had tried to help me, but I wasn't like him. I was a lone wolf. Someone who remained better off doing things his own way. Yes, I hated it sometimes. But the alternative hurt too much, led to too much disappointment. I'd already lost so much in life. My brother, my parents. I'd thought I was broken before, but losing Rose was the last blow that blasted me into pieces. In the past, I hadn't been above ghosting when things got hard. Rose deserves so much more than that, though. She couldn't know about the photos Preston took, of course. She would blame herself for being reckless, when in reality, it was all my fault. As her boss, I should have been more careful. Hell, I should have never started a relationship with her in the first place. I should have known I wasn't cut out for any relationship. Though still, I wouldn't have traded my time with Rose for the world. Sighing, I grabbed my things and trudged toward the house. I would end things in person, look Rose in the eye and do it the right way. And then what? Then nothing. My life was a black pit now, and it always would be.
Chapter 30. Rose. The midwife, whose name I couldn't remember, looked over the long intake form I'd filled out. "All right," she smiled and put the clipboard down. "Thank you for being so thorough." I nodded, my tongue too thick to speak. Did she think it was weird I'd arrived at my first prenatal all alone? What must she think of me? Both Sarah and Jenna had offered to come along, but I'd waved the gestures off. I'd told myself I didn't want to interrupt their busy workdays. Now that I was sitting in the exam room, alone and with my heart racing, I regretted that choice. This was supposed to be a joyful day, and here I was, holding back tears. "Your vitals look good." The midwife scanned the paper again. "Based on your last period, you're at 12 weeks gestation." 12 weeks? I blurted out. Of course, this made sense. 3 months ago was when Griffin and I had unprotected sex in his office. Hearing the gestation said out loud, though, made everything so much more real. "Uh-huh." She grabbed a book with pictures. "That means you're at the end of your first trimester and entering the second one next week." She pointed to a diagram of a 12-week pregnancy. It took a second to find the tiny little creature within the uterus, but the moment I did, the dam broke. Tears ran down my cheeks. "Here you go." She handed over a box of tissues. "Thanks. I'm sorry." I dabbed at my eyes. "I'm not usually this emotional." Her smile was patient. "The first prenatal visit is often an emotional one. Can I ask about your support network? Who do you have in your life to help during this time?" I sucked in a breath. "Well, my mom and my friends." I twisted a tissue around. He used to be my boyfriend. I don't know if that'll last, though." She touched my shoulder. Though she didn't say anything, the caring gesture made me feel a little better. "How much information do you like? If you're a learner, I can give you pamphlets up to your ears." I chuckled through my tears. I like to know everything about whatever I'm doing. "Perfect." 20 minutes later, I left the birth center with my hands full of pamphlets on pregnancy and my heart bursting with complex emotions. I'd been up half the night, nearly sick with worry over everything, still holding on to the hope that Griffin would stick around. Was I being delusional, though? Seeing that diagram had been a real slap in the face from reality. In 6 months, I would be a parent. I couldn't wait around for a man who might never show up. Griffin hadn't even responded to my text that morning, and it was now late afternoon. Clearly, he was avoiding me. Hold on. Could he already know about the pregnancy? Stopping in front of my car, I looked at my reflection in the window. Was it just me, or was I already showing? Turning to the side, I smoothed my hand over my belly. It was hard to say. I hadn't inspected my body this closely in a long time. My phone pinged in my bag, and my heart fluttered. It was awkward to get the phone out with all the pamphlets in hand, but I finally managed.
"Can you meet me for coffee?"
Griffin's text had come with a location share, the address of a coffee shop halfway between my house and his. "I can be there in 20, I wrote back. Putting my phone away, I inspected my reflection once more. Hadn't I read once that small-framed women could have pregnancies that showed as early as 12 weeks? My mouth went dry. If Griffin had been paying attention to my cycle, like I'd failed to, then he'd noticed my lack of period. Most guys would take no notice of something like that, but Griffin was different. Observant. Shaking my head, I got into the car. I was jumping to conclusions. All the answers I needed were a short drive away. Lucky me, I only had to wait 20 minutes for them.
Chapter 31. Griffin. My stomach twisting, I stared out the coffee shop window. The worst conversation of my life was coming, and I had half a mind to step into traffic in order to avoid it. But did it really have to be this way? What if I asked Rose to run away with me? We could take Wendy and leave L.A. behind, set up anywhere in the world they wanted to. I had enough money to last us for the rest of our lives. If I asked, she might just say yes. And that was the problem. Rose didn't want to leave her life in L.A. behind. Not really. She had dreams of being a writer, and unfortunately, if she ran off with me, I would get in the way. The one silver lining in this whole debacle was that she would soon have a job at the L.A. Herald. Thousands of writers would have killed for the same desk. So in the end, I'd done her a bit of good. At least I had that knowledge to comfort myself with. The door to the coffee shop opened, and suddenly she was there, having come around the corner I wasn't watching. The light in the room seemed to change, getting all hazy and soft around her, almost as if she were glowing. My chest squeezed tight. God damn it. How would I be able to pull this off? She walked toward me, her floral dress swaying around her legs. Hi. Hey. I wanted to stand and embrace her, but I stayed where I was, my hands between my knees. Rose took a seat, her eyelashes fluttering. She probably thought it odd I'd had her meet at a coffee shop rather than one of her houses. The reason was that I didn't trust myself. If I opened my front door to her one more time, there was a chance I might never let her go. You didn't come to work today? Her eyebrows pinched together, and she studied me. I sucked in a breath. I was settling some things. Her lips turned down in confusion, so she hadn't yet heard about my leaving Apollo. Funny. It was a surprise Preston hadn't sent out gilded announcements by now. This was good news, though. If Rose even suspected something fishy was up, specifically the blackmail, she would probably quit Apollo out of solidarity, and I couldn't let her do that. Preston would pull her job at the Herald, and her career would be over. She had too much talent for such a fate. What kind of things? The defenses went up in her eyes. She knew a storm was coming. I cleared my throat, shifted in my seat. It felt like the temperature in the coffee shop had suddenly spiked by 10 degrees. It's time for me to move forward, I said, realizing how dry and fake the words sounded. Okay? She shook her head. Griffin, listen, it's over between us, Rose. Her pink lips parted in surprise. The urge to wrap my arms around her and tell her I was sorry and I didn't mean it filled me, and I gripped the edges of my seat to stay in place. This was good. Even though it sucked now, this split was for the best. Let's face it, not only did I need to protect Rose's career, but I needed to keep her safe from me. If I was anything like my father, and I now suspected I was nearly a mere fucking image of him, then in the long run, I would only end up hurting her worse. We're too different, I said. We want different things. It was a lie. Over the last couple of weeks, I'd come to realize our desires were more in alignment than I ever imagined. I could see myself growing old with her, but that picture was only an intangible fantasy. Her nostrils flared. "Are you kidding me?" My heart twisted like a pretzel. "No." Tears filled her eyes. Fuck. I needed to finish up and get out of the coffee shop ASAP, or else I wouldn't be able to follow through with the plan. "You wouldn't be happy with me," I said. "Trust me." She shook her head, sniffling. "Why don't you let me make that decision?" I looked at my lap. "Your house was never for rent. I bought it, and I planned on transferring it to you next year, along with all the rent you'll be paying. My lawyer is working on the title transfer now, though. He'll be in touch to finalize it." She didn't answer. Slowly, achingly, I lifted my head. Her eyes flashed evergreen, their intensity sending a shiver through me. "I don't get you, Griffin," she said through clenched teeth. "You tell me you don't want a relationship, but then you spend all your time with me, hire my mom a caregiver, and buy me a frickin' house? Then suddenly you do want to be with me? Oh, wait, and now you don't. Who are you, Griffin? What do you really want?" "I want you. I want you for the rest of my life." I bit my traitorous tongue. "I'm a loner," I said. "Our time together has been great, but it's time to move on." She wrapped her arms around herself, and my gaze flicked down to her small, soft body. I wanted nothing more than to pull her to my chest and take back everything I'd said. Pink bloomed across her cheeks. "Is this about something else?" she asked. I stiffened. Had she heard a rumor about Preston's blackmail? "No." I nearly choked on the word. "It's about what I just said. It's time for me to move on." Her gaze ripped away from my face, and her shoulders dropped. "Keep your house. I don't want your charity." In one swift move, she pushed her chair back and stood. "I really thought I meant something to you, but I guess that was crazy, huh? Silly me." Tears streaming down her face, she left the coffee shop. People at the other tables glanced at me, probably wondering what I'd done to make such a beautiful, gentle creature cry. Everything, that's what. I'd fucked things up in all the ways possible, and I hadn't even been trying.
Chapter 32. Rose. Hot, angry tears burned my eyes as I jumped in my car and took off. My heart slammed against my chest, singing a song of agony and disappointment. This was my own fault, though. I'd known what I was getting into with Griffin, and yet I still dove right in. I'd let the momentary pleasure distract me from the eventual crash. What was more, I'd entertained this crazy idea that he could be the one. I'd been afraid to even articulate it to myself, but the hope had been there all the same. Gripping the steering wheel, I drove toward home. No, it wasn't my home. It was a house that Griffin had bought for me without my knowledge. How could I stay in it in good conscience? He had to have guessed I was pregnant. His sudden change in behavior didn't make any sense otherwise. Plus, I could have sworn I saw him looking at my belly. Maybe I was starting to show after all. And he probably hoped that thanks to his breaking up with me, I'd hate him enough to cut him out of my and the baby's life. Because, obviously, he didn't want children. He was willing to burn down anything good in life in order to avoid that responsibility. At the house, I parked in the driveway but didn't turn the engine off. Already, I was regretting the choice to move. This new place was so good for my mom. Moving back to our old dump was out of the question. I'd need to come up with a plan later. Right then, It was time to put on a good face for my mom. Time to make dinner. Time to iron my work clothes for the next day. If I even still had a job. I was no longer convinced that Griffin wouldn't make up some excuse to fire me. Feeling like I weighed a ton, I dragged myself into the house and hung my purse on the hook by the door. "I'm in the kitchen," my mom called. Plastering on a smile, I joined her in the sunlit room, where she sat at the table, mixing dough, her back to me. "How was your day?" I asked. "It was—" She turned to look at me, and the smile fell off her face. "Oh, Rose, what happened?" I froze. "What? Nothing?" Her lips set in a thin line, and it was then that I caught my reflection in the mirror on the wall. My eyes were red and puffy, mascara smudged around their corners. Shit, I should have washed my face before coming into the kitchen. It was just a stressful day at work, that's all. I took a seat at the table, among measuring cups and a fine dusting of flour. "What are you making?" "Pumpkin bread. Your favorite." I had to hold back a fresh wave of tears. She hadn't baked in years. Whether it was the alternative treatments or the new house, or a combination of both, my mother was truly blooming before my eyes. I hated that it was thanks to Griffin, though. "That sounds nice," I murmured, using the last of my energy to force a smile. Her eyebrows pinched together. "Tell me what happened." My inhale rattled my bones. I might as well come out with it. She would find out everything eventually. "Griffin and I have been dating," I said. She blinked. "Well, I know that." She went back to mixing her dough. "It's pretty obvious. I also know that he's your boss and not your work friend." Heat flooded my face. "I looked him up." She shrugged. "Of course I did. I want to know who my daughter's spending time with. So what happened?" She touched my hand, and the last levee broke. "He said that he didn't want a serious relationship, but he acted like he did." She made an empathetic noise. "And then—" I blew out a breath. Should I tell her about the house? No. This home was her new sanctuary. I couldn't spoil it for her. "I'm pregnant," I blurted out. "And I'm pretty sure he won't want to be involved. He just broke up with me this afternoon." Tears blurred my vision, and I pressed the heel of my hand into my eye. "He broke up with you because you're pregnant?" Her voice rose in anger. I dropped my hand. "I don't know. I didn't tell him about the baby, but I think he might know, and that's why he ended things." My mom's mouth hung open in shock, and I could nearly hear the wheels turning as she processed the news. "I'm sorry," I squeaked. "Why are you sorry?" "Because I know you want more for me," I sniffled. "You worked so hard as a single mother, and I know you don't want the same for me. Now it looks like I might be raising this baby without a partner, and I don't even know where to start, and—" A sharp ache pierced my temples. I closed my eyes, fully out of steam. "Rose." Her voice was kind, patient. I slowly opened my eyes. "Yeah? You're not where I was when I had you. You have a big job in publishing, a real career. I was working at a grocery store without a degree." "I don't have a degree either." "And look where you've gone." I dropped my face. "Yeah." Despite everything, I could at least be proud of myself for that reason. "We live in this beautiful house." She gestured around herself. I cringed. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't tell her about the house. I would need to figure that out, though. It didn't sit right with me to accept charity from Griffin. Instead, I would work out some sort of payment plan for the house, even if he refused to take the money. "And we have a third bedroom," she said. "That's perfect for a nursery." Just when I thought I was all out of tears, a new batch streamed down my cheeks. "You're not mad?" "Honey, why would I be mad?" She squeezed my hand. "I understand this isn't how you wanted to become a mother. but it doesn't make you a failure. If anyone can be a single parent, it's you. For God's sake, you spent the last 10 years taking care of my sorry ass. If that's not good practice for parenting, I don't know what is. I chuckled through the tears. I like taking care of your sorry ass. I know. Her eyes warmed. And that's why you'll be the most amazing mother in the world. I bit into my lip, my chin quivering from emotion. She wasn't blowing smoke, and hearing the compliment from a woman who didn't just dish them out helped me to really believe in myself. I sniffed, surprisingly feeling a little better. Thanks, Mom. She patted my hand. You go rest. Dinner is taken care of. Matilda put some soup in the fridge. Damn, that's right. Even if we kept the house, Matilda would need to go. I couldn't afford to pay her on my own, especially with the soon-to-be costs of a baby. There would be diapers, clothes, daycare. My mom wasn't well enough to take care of a baby. I'd need to get a second job, but even then, who would help out at home while I was at work? The challenges made my head spin. I'd only just found out about the pregnancy, and already I was overwhelmed. I didn't let my mom see it, though. Instead, I put on a happy face and stood. I guess I could use a bath. Thanks, Mom. Kissing her on the cheek, I headed for the bathroom. With each step, the weight of reality became more unbearable. I was alone in this challenge, just like I had always been. What made it so much worse was that Griffin wasn't any regular guy. He was the only man I'd ever loved. And as much as I hated it, I would probably always love him. Until my last day, my heart would secretly beat for Griffin Maddox.
Chapter 33. Griffin. My headlights sliced through the night. Destination unknown. And it didn't really matter, did it? I could drive around until I ran out of gas. I had nowhere to be and no one to go home to. Hell, I probably wouldn't even be reported missing for weeks. Not until Dean became concerned over my not answering his phone calls. Fingers gripping the steering wheel, I leaned forward. The memory of Rose's face the moment I told her we were done floated in front of me. She'd looked so crushed, so furious. And she should be. And I was a grade-A asshole. She deserved so much better. Fuck, I hissed, pressing my palm against my temple. I'd known better than to get involved with someone so pure and good. I'd been selfish, though, careless. And now she was the one paying the price. Not that I didn't feel the worst I ever had in my whole life. I'd known breaking up with Rose would be hard, but I hadn't predicted it would feel like having my heart ripped out of my chest. Every atom in me ached to pick up the phone and call her, to apologize and beg her to take me back. The mere knowledge that there might still be time to change things dangled in front of me like the sweetest temptation. I had done this for Rose, though, for her future, her eventual happiness. One day she would forget about me. I'd be nothing but an asshole she once knew who'd fucked her over. Meanwhile, she would be soaring through her writing career, kicking ass and taking names. Hopefully, she'd be so distracted and happy, she would hardly ever think of me. A green sign flashed by my car. 20 miles to Sacramento. I froze. Had I really been driving that long? For the first time since leaving the coffee shop, I checked the time. It was almost midnight, and my gas tank was nearly empty. Without meaning to, I'd driven to my childhood town, a place I hadn't returned to for years. I stared at the familiar landmarks as they came into view, waiting for the apprehension to start. Waiting for my instinct to automatically turn my car around. Except that never happened. I took a certain exit, and then drove down streets I'd promised myself I would never visit again. Then, Without meaning to, and yet somehow doing it anyway, I ended up in front of my father's house. A light was on in the living room, the drapes half open to reveal the news playing on a wall-mounted TV. My mouth went dry. I hadn't seen, hell, hadn't even talked to, my father for several years. For all I knew, someone else now lived in this house. I started to drive away, but my headlights flashed against the old powder blue truck with the 70s rock bumper stickers. Yep, my old man definitely still lived here. Which meant I was out of excuses for walking up the steps and knocking on his front door. Fuck it. Parking on the street, I killed the engine and stalked across the front yard before I could question myself any further. Heart pounding, I knocked on the front door and held my breath. This was a bad idea. I should just turn around and head home. The man probably didn't want to see me anyway. I turned, my foot on the top step of the patio, and the door opened. Griffin? My shoulders tensed. Slowly, I turned back around. Hi, Dad. He looked so much older. His hair now fully gray, and his frame smaller than I remembered. A pang hit my chest. What are you doing here? He looked around, as if the explanation might be somewhere on the street or in his yard. I ran my palm over my head and blew out a breath. I'm not really sure. I was just driving, and a knot formed in my gut. I probably sounded fucking crazy. My dad opened his door further. Well, come on inside. It's good to see you. I hesitated. It's not too late. He stared at me for a long moment. I haven't seen you in 5 years, Griffin. Had it really been that long? I supposed I'd been doing everything I could to not think about him, or my mom, or the life I left behind. Still, while I kept busy during the day, they haunted my dreams. In that sense, a week never went by without me being back in my childhood home, listening to my parents fighting while I searched the rooms for Levi. Okay, thanks. Stuffing my hands into my jeans pockets, I entered the house. The living room was sparse, with a TV, a couch, a coffee table, a lamp, and a bookshelf. No surprise there. The home I'd grown up in had been filled with knickknacks, photos, and sentimental items. But once my dad became a bachelor, he started living like someone who wasn't sure what to do with the space he was in. It made me sad, seeing him living this way. While the house was nice and in good shape, it almost seemed he didn't feel he had anyone to decorate for or anything to celebrate. Was he lonely? Had he dated anyone over the last 5 years? If so, the relationships had no doubt been short and not serious. Since Mom, he'd eschewed serious relationships. Just like me. Yep, I'd become my father. Have a seat. He gestured at the couch, where I perched on the edge of a cushion. The TV was on mute, but he turned it off. Can I get you anything? A beer? No, thanks. I'm good. Considering the state I was in, even one drink would probably be a slippery slope. I had no intention of waking up in the morning passed out in my estranged father's yard. I ran my palms along my thighs, surprised to find my skin sweaty. How are you? He sat at the other end of the couch, his hands clasped. Good. Work at the dealership is good. I have a fishing trip coming up with some guys from there. I nodded. That sounds nice. He studied me. So, you were just driving and... I stiffened. Yeah, I was driving around and realized I was almost in Sacramento. Figured I'd stop by. His eyes narrowed. You were driving around for 6 hours? Yeah. My voice cracked. I'll get you some water. While he was out of the living room, I blew out a heavy breath and stared at the carpet between my feet. He probably thought I'd gone crazy. What was I doing here? He returned, a glass of water in hand, and put it on a coaster on the coffee table. Thanks, I rasped. The water was cool on my throat, and I realized I couldn't remember the last time I had a drink of anything. Have you spoken to your mother? I shook my head. My mom had barely acknowledged my existence in the last 20 years. When it came to her, I didn't have much faith in olive branches. I rubbed my hands together. I'm sorry that I haven't visited. You don't have to apologize. I understand why. My jaw dropped. You do? He looked down, unable to meet my eyes. Your mom and I, we went about things the wrong way when Levi died. She was hurting. You were hurting. And I made it about myself. I tried to control everything, you know? The funeral. How we lived afterward. Hell, I even tried to control Levi's memory. Remember that giant photo of him over the fireplace mantel? I nodded. Your mother hated having that photo there. She didn't want it always in her face, reminding her of what she lost. He shook his head. But I insisted. Said it was the only way. We had to memorialize him every day. It was my way of dealing with losing him, I suppose. I felt that if I could get everything else in life under control, the pain would go away. In the end, I lost more than Levi. You and your mother were gone, too. He raked his hands through his hair, and at that moment, I saw exactly how much life had beaten him down. My throat burned. Dad, don't tell me I'm wrong. I snorted. Oh, I wasn't going to. The hint of a grin flashed across his lips. Anyway, that's in the past. There's nothing I can do about it now, except apologize and try to make things better. My insides squeezed tight. There's not much of an opportunity to apologize when people aren't around, though. He sighed. And I don't blame you for that. I looked at the carpet, unsure of what to say. My whole life was changing in the blink of an eye, and I could hardly keep up. You know I'm awful proud of you, Griffin. Your mom is, too, even if she doesn't say it. He whistled. COO of one of the largest companies in the world. His approval and attention, two things I'd craved for so long, ended up twisting the knife already jammed into my soul. Former COO, I corrected. What do you mean? What happened? And just like that, the story spilled from my lips. I told him about everything. Preston's blackmail, my relationship with Rose, how I'd broken up with her in order to protect her. By the time I finished, it felt like I'd run a marathon. It was hard to draw a deep breath, and I was weak in the knees. Damn. My dad shook his head. That's quite a mess. I know. I pressed my fingers against the spot between my eyebrows. Mess was putting it lightly. Do you think that you made the right choice by lying to Rose? I dropped my hands. Of course I did. He shrugged and looked away. All right. My jaw tightened. You don't? Sighing, he ran his palm down his cheek. Look, son, when it comes to mistakes, I'm a bit of an expert on them. I would hate to see you in 30 years living with as many regrets as I am. My insides screwed up tight. I wanted to believe that I'd made the wrong choice with Rose, that there was still time to correct my bad behavior, but I need to protect her, I said. Her whole life rides on her career. If she's associated with me, people will make assumptions about her. You really think she won't find out about the blackmail sooner or later? I worked my mouth around. I don't know. I won't tell you what to do. Hell, I don't know what to do. All I know is that this world is hard. Real hard. That's why it's extra important to hold on to something good when it comes your way. Rose. She sounds like a real special person. She's the best, I croaked. He nodded. I would do anything to keep someone like that around, but that's just me. I stared at the carpet, a realization forming. I hadn't even given Rose the chance to make her own decisions regarding herself and our relationship. In my eagerness to protect her, I'd shut out her voice. If nothing else, she deserved the truth. Every single part of it. I need to apologize to her. A fever rising in me, I stood. My dad's eyes widened. Oh, all right. That's the spirit. He stood as well and went to clap me on the back. The moment his hand made contact with my shoulder, though, he paused, looking uncertain. Thanks, Dad. I drew him in for a hug. For a second, he froze. The shock was short-lived, though, and soon he was hugging me back. Thank you. After a tight squeeze, I released him. He nodded, his eyes red, and looked away. Any time. My door is always open to you. Thank you. I'm sorry it took me so long to visit. Maybe you can come down to L.A. sometime, see my house. It's right on the beach. That would be nice. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, still avoiding my eyes. You're not driving back there now, though, are you? You should stay the night. I have a guest bedroom. I chewed it over, but deep down I already knew the answer. Every minute I spent away from Rose was another minute for my mistake to sink in and do potentially irreparable damage. I need to go back, I decided. But I'll pull over if I'm too tired to drive, I promise. Right then, I felt like I had enough energy to power a city. There was a chance, however slight, that I might actually get Rose back. I didn't know how everything would work out, if she could really have both me and her career. But my dad was right. Her level of involvement with me was her decision to make, not mine. I could tell the sudden affection made the old man uncomfortable, but he was also grateful for it. We'd wasted far too much time, and I didn't intend on wasting any more. I would apologize to Rose, tell her the truth, and then I would release the rest to fate. My father was a smart man, but he'd only tuned in to part of the wisdom. When you came across something good in life, you had to hold on to it, but you also needed to give it space to breathe. I'd tried to control my relationship with Rose instead of letting it unfurl in its own time and way. Well, that was about to change. A new pep in my step, I walked out the door into my car. Driving through the night seemed like no challenge at all, when maybe, just maybe, the reward would be having Rose in my arms again.
Chapter 34. Rose. I stared at my digital to-do list, every single task scratched off, and frowned. How was I supposed to do any work when I hadn't been given any tasks? Sighing, I checked my phone. 10 o'clock and still no Griffin. Obviously, he was avoiding me. How could he get away with not showing up to work 2 days in a row, though? I didn't know. Maybe he was on another one of his exotic trips. Maybe he wasn't alone. My stomach churned at the thought of him whining and dining another woman, slipping his arm around her shoulders. Shaking off the image, I put my phone away. Griffin's absence was definitely for the best. I had no clue how I could work with him when he returned. Perhaps I should quit. Hell, he'd probably find a way to fire me anyway. I'd assumed he'd had too much to lose to stoop that low, but maybe I'd been wrong. Griffin knew me well enough by now to know I would never claim he misused his power and coerced me into a relationship with him. Closing my eyes, I drew a deep breath that did nothing to calm me. I couldn't lose this job, especially not with a baby on the way. The desk phone rang, making me jump in my seat. Recognizing a number from within Apollo, I quickly pulled myself together. Mr. Maddox's office, this is Rose. Rose, it's Carolyn in HR. My stomach dropped like a brick. Shit! Had the company found out about me and Griffin? Was Carolyn calling to fire me? Well, that was that, I supposed. At least I would no longer fear losing this job. What I would do to support 3 people, though, I had zero clue. Possible futures flashed before my eyes. We'd have to move out of L.A. and to a tiny town in Ohio, where rent was a quarter the amount. I'd wait tables until the day I died. Or we would stay in L.A. and eventually become homeless, the 3 of us packed into my car on Skid Row. I cleared my throat. Hi, Carolyn. How are you? Good, good. Listen, the L.A. Herald got in touch. They read your writing samples, and they'd like to offer you a full-time writing position. The room went blurry. I understood each of Carolyn's words as separate things, but strung together they didn't make any sense. The L.A. Herald, me, full-time. Rose, are you there? Yeah, I'm here. This is just... Wow, I thought they weren't hiring right now. They must have been really impressed with your portfolio. Who did you talk to during your interview? No one. I touched the edge of my desk and noticed my hand was shaking. I didn't have an interview with them. I sent my portfolio out to different friends, and then heard they received it through the grapevine. Hopefully, Carolyn couldn't read into the statement as really meaning my boss, who I had a clandestine relationship with, sent it to them for me. Congratulations. Carolyn paused. That is, if you're taking it. I do assume you're taking it. Opportunities like this don't come along often. Yes, I'm taking it, I nearly shouted. I mean, I would love to. Thank you so much, except... I didn't know anything about the hours or pay, or if the job would require a lot of travel. Those were details that could prevent me from taking the position. Check your email. I just forwarded you the letter with more information. Okay. With Carolyn on speaker, I opened my email and went to the top message. A quick scan made my eyes bulge. The staff writing position paid 20% more than my EA job at Apollo. Plus, I would be doing my favorite thing in the world. Hell yes, I would take the job. This looks great, I gushed. Thank you, Carolyn. Are you aware that the Herald offices are housed separately from Apollo headquarters? Yes, I am. Good. They want you to start the day after tomorrow, if you can. That was so soon. What about my role as Griffin's assistant? Could they hire someone else in such a short time? Then again, that wasn't my problem. I had my growing family to think about. As painful as it was, Griffin was in the past. All that mattered was my mom and my unborn child. After thanking Carolyn again, I hung up and studied the email in more detail. The turn of events seemed too good to be true. And maybe they were. Had Griffin pulled some strings and gotten me this job? Since he no longer wanted to be with me, why would he do that? Probably because he wanted to get rid of me. He couldn't stand to even look at me anymore, especially knowing that I had his baby growing in my belly. Hot tears pricked my eyes. While I didn't want to accept the help, I couldn't turn down an opportunity that would change my life. Griffin had torn my heart to pieces, but this job would give me and my family a new start. Standing, I grabbed my purse. With no work to do, it seemed a great time to run down to the cafe. I was still having morning sickness. Keeping my stomach empty was just asking for disaster. The whole way down to the cafe, my mind spun. So this was really happening. I was leaving my job at Apollo, and I would probably never see Griffin again. Sure, if he wanted to be involved in the baby's life, I would let him. I'd never keep my child from his or her father, and I'd let Griffin know when the baby was born in case he did want to be a dad. But judging from how Griffin had dumped me at the first sign of a baby bump, I was pretty sure he wouldn't want to be involved. I turned to the side to hide my misty eyes from the two other people in the elevator. Barring the off chance he wanted to know his baby, cutting Griffin out of my life was the healthiest choice. It hurt extra, though, because he's the one who made the choice. I didn't have any say whatsoever. I didn't make it more than 3 steps into the cafeteria when Sarah rushed up to me. "What's this rumor I heard?" She gripped my arm. "Good morning to you, too." I rooted around in my purse for my wallet. And it's true. I'm leaving Apollo for a writing position at the L.A. Herald. Her hands went to her mouth. "You are?" she squealed. "Yep." I smiled, something I'd previously thought I was still months away from doing again. "Rose, that's amazing! Congratulations! But—" Her eyebrows knit together as she frowned. "That's not what I was talking about." "What were you talking about?" I asked. I wasn't really interested in office gossip, especially now that I was leaving the company, but I wanted to be polite. "There's a rumor going around that Griffin resigned." For the second time that morning, I was shocked beyond words. All I could do was move my lips and make little sputtering sounds. Resigned? That didn't make any sense. Why would Griffin leave the company if he'd already found a way to get rid of me? What else did you hear?" I asked. She shook her head. "Nothing else. You didn't hear anything?" "No." I bit my bottom lip. "I haven't talked to him at all, either. That's probably for the best. I know." I looked away so she wouldn't see my disappointment. After grabbing tea and a muffin and making plans for Sarah to come over for dinner that weekend, I stopped in the kitchen to ask about cardboard boxes. Then I headed back to my office. I'd had very little time to collect things while at Apollo, but I decided to go ahead and start packing anyway. As I was debating whether to keep the label maker I never used, shouting erupted from the hall. I froze. The 55th floor was usually so quiet. With only a handful of people working on it at any time, some errant laughter was the most disruption we ever got. Putting the label maker down, I went to look into the hall. And suddenly Griffin barreled through the doorway.
Chapter 35. Griffin. The moment I burst into the office and spotted Rose, it was like the whole world slid into focus after decades of hardly anything making sense. She was here, she was real, and she was everything I needed. "Did you take the writing job?" I gasped. Rose gawked at me like I was a crazy man running in off the street. To be fair, I probably looked close to that. I'd driven most of the night, only stopping to take a quick nap in my car at a rest area. The morning rush hour traffic had been horrendous, and I'd nearly gone insane hitting the brakes. I could have called Rose, but that wouldn't be good enough. She deserved for me to grovel in person. I also hadn't wanted to give her a heads up that I was coming, in case she decided to avoid me. That was probably a tad manipulative, but the way I looked at it, I only had one chance to get this right. "Yeah, I did." She frowned at me. I heard that you quit. Why would you do that? Security is on its way. Preston appeared behind me, his face ruddy. Okay. Her frown deepened. I know you have a lot of questions. I'll answer them all soon, if you'll give me just a chance. It's all pretty complicated. She snorted. Isn't everything complicated with us? One of the front desk receptionists appeared next to Preston. The two of them jammed into the doorway. Sorry, Mr. Maddox, but I need to ask you to leave. I turned back to Rose, the only person who mattered. I fucked up. Again. But I mean it when I say that I'm fixing things this time. I'm so sorry for not being there for you. I'm an idiot. You're confusing, she murmured. That's for sure. I know. I tightened my grip on hers. Preston was mumbling something, but his voice had turned into white noise. I love you, Rose, more than I ever thought I could love anyone. Will you give me another chance? Her eyes filled with tears. Yes. I'd braced myself for the possibility that she would tell me to go fuck myself, so hearing the opposite didn't seem real. Really? Yes, she laughed. Yes, yes. Taking her face in my hands, I pressed my lips to hers. All the shit we'd been through, the worry and the fears, just melted away. This was right. This was perfect. This was us. Security is on their way, Mr. Maddox, the receptionist said. Rose broke off the kiss. Maybe we should get out of here. I don't have any work to do anyway. My boss kind of disappeared. Her smile was flirtatious. I grinned back. God, I'm glad I'm not your boss anymore. Taking her hand in mine, I pushed past Preston, who looked ready to shit a brick. I couldn't help but flash him a smile. Good to see you, Preston. His right eye twitched, the fury floating off him nearly palpable. He'd been expecting to take away all my happiness by blackmailing me, but he made one major mistake. He forgot about what mattered the most. To be honest, so had I. Thank God I'd gotten my head on straight in time, though. Hand in hand, Rose and I took the elevator down to the main lobby. Left and right, staff members stopped what they were doing to whisper and stare. In response, I drew Rose into the crook of my arm. Where would you like to go? She wrapped her arm around my waist. I don't care. Anywhere with you is perfect. I kissed the top of her head, her fruity scent melting me from the inside out. I feel the same way. As we walked away from Apollo, I glanced one last time at the building that had been my whole life for the last 8 years. It was crazy. I'd put so much time and effort into this job, only to realize it didn't matter to me at all. Life was short. Like my dad said, when you found someone good, you needed to hold on to them. At my car, I opened the door for Rose, taking a moment to appreciate the graceful way she sat down. A fire sparked in my bones, and I ached to slide my hands up her skirt. All in good time. Now that I had Rose back, I intended to never let her go. Taking my seat behind the wheel, I leaned over and kissed her. The touch sent a spiral of need through me, and I groaned into her mouth. What? She drew back, that teasing smile I loved so much on her lips. What's it like to be the most beautiful woman in the world? She flipped her hand and laughed, but then her face abruptly turned serious. Why did you come back, Griffin? The last time I saw you, you acted like you never wanted to see me again. My head dropped, and I blew a breath at my lap. There would never come a day when I wouldn't kick myself for that mistake. I didn't break up with you because I didn't want to be with you. I rested my hand on her thigh. Preston found out about us, and he threatened to expose us to the board if I didn't resign. He's had it out for me since I started here, so I know he meant it. Her eyebrows knit together. But either way, you would have lost your job. Once the board found out about us. Yes, I would have been tossed out to sea, but not you. I told him I would resign on the condition that he'd get you a job at the L.A. Herald. He's part owner there. Her mouth fell open in shock. I figured you had a part in that. Honestly, though, I thought it was so you could get rid of me. My heart nearly cracked in two. Fuck, I was such a bastard. I wanted to make sure you still had a good job. I cupped her face. And I couldn't tell you about the blackmail because I thought you might quit your job in solidarity, which you can't do. Your mom needs your help. So you took the bullet for me, she slowly said. Griffin. I dropped my forehead against hers. I would do so much more than that for you, Rose. We stayed like that for a moment, the sounds of the air conditioning and our breaths filling the car. I smoothed her silky hair from her face, knowing without a doubt that I'd made the right choice coming back to her. Now came the work of making up for my mistakes, something I would be doing for the rest of my life. Rose deserved to be treated like a queen, and I would rather have died than provide her with anything less. But then you changed your mind. She drew back and cocked her head at me. Why? I talked to my dad, realized that I shouldn't stand in the way of you making up your own mind. Oh, Griffin. Her fingers interlaced with mine. I drew a ragged breath. Everyone knows about us now. You still have the new job, but I don't know how our relationship will affect your career. I guarantee Preston is bad-mouthing me all over town. There's a big chance people won't want to work with you. I don't care, she said with zero hesitation. Rose. I brushed my thumb across her satin lips. I have enough money to last both of us our whole lives. She shook her head. No, you already bought that house, and the help from my mom. And I want to do so much more than that. I knew she wouldn't accept any more help, but that wouldn't stop me from trying. If I had my way, she would be on a throne all day long. She bit her bottom lip, looking worried. I'm sorry. My exhale burned my nose. I know how important your career is to you. Fucking it up was the last... No, it's not that. Her forehead wrinkled. So you broke up with me because you wanted to save my career. It wasn't for any other reason? I ran my hand up and down her arm. No, I love you, Rose. What other reason would there be? She drew a deep breath. Griffin, I figured you knew that... That what? She'd gone unnaturally pale, and I rubbed her shoulder. Hey, are you okay? Do you need some water? Griffin, her gaze locked on mine. I'm pregnant. With that, she opened the car door and vomited into the street.
Chapter 36. Rose. I only felt mildly bad about vomiting in front of Apollo. Some people there, namely Preston, could go to hell for what they did to Griffin. On the other hand, this was where Sarah and loads of other good people worked. I pressed my hand to my stomach as it calmed down, ready to apologize to Griffin. The feel of his holding my hair back made me pause, though.
Are you okay?
His eyes widened with concern, and he grabbed me a small pack of tissues from the glove compartment box. Yeah, it's normal. I dabbed at my mouth, still feeling self-conscious, especially since he hadn't yet acknowledged my pregnancy announcement. And it didn't seem like he planned on doing so anytime soon. Griffin was already driving away, hitting the gas a little harder than usual. I side-eyed him, my insides in knots. This wasn't good. Was everything about to change yet again? Of course it was. It didn't matter how much Griffin loved me. He'd been clear about not wanting kids. I might have burst into tears, but I'd cried so much the last 2 days that it seemed I had nothing left. Instead, the grief collected in my heart, forming a callus that I already knew would make it hard to ever love again. Suddenly, Griffin took a sharp right and pulled into a gas station.
Be right back.
Before I had time to ask, he'd whipped off his seatbelt and was out of the car. I stared after him, the tissue he'd given me still clutched in my hand. My phone beeped in my purse, then beeped again. No doubt it was Sarah asking where I was. The news of Griffin's arrival was probably all over Apollo by now. Well, the happily ever after Sarah was expecting wasn't meant to be. My bottom lip trembled, and I bit into it. After a long string of letdowns, this one, I knew for sure, would break me. Griffin exited the gas station, a drink in hand. Anger rushed through me. Really? I told him I was having his baby, and his answer was to stop for a soda? In the car, he popped open the can of ginger ale and held it out to me.
Here.
I stared at it.
It's good for morning sickness, right?
He touched my head.
Would you like something else? Did I get it wrong?
Out of nowhere, the tears I thought I'd run out of exploded from my eyes. I let out a wail, burying my face in my hands.
Oh, baby.
Griffin wrapped his arms around me.
Rose,
he murmured, stroking my hair lovingly. I thought, dropping my hands, I sniffled, aren't you? You said you didn't want kids. His face fell.
That's why you're crying?
I used a fresh tissue to wipe my eyes. Of course. And I figured that's why you broke up with me. I thought you knew. He blinked at me for a long moment. Then he pressed the heel of his palm against his forehead.
Of course. That makes sense.
Even though I was dying inside, I lifted my chin. I'm having this baby, Griffin, even if I have to do it all alone. He looked like I'd slapped him across the face.
Rose, I want the baby.
You do?
Yes.
He brushed hair off my face.
I know what I said in the past. I also said that I didn't want a relationship. I've come to know myself better since then, though, and I've admitted to myself that you're my whole damn world.
A sound somewhere between a cry and a laugh escaped my throat. So many feelings were rushing through me. Joy, shock, fear. I didn't know what to focus on, so I just decided to hang on and enjoy the ride.
A baby.
His eyes lit up.
Rose, we're going to have a baby.
I know. I grinned and sniffled.
Oh my God.
He ran his palm down his mouth.
This is amazing.
You're not disappointed?
No.
He kissed me all over my face.
God, no. This is amazing. We can turn my home office into a nursery, and your mom can have a spare bedroom, and...
I laughed. You're asking us to move in with you?
Yes.
He ducked his face and gazed deep into my eyes.
Of course.
I don't want you to offer just because we're having a baby.
I'm not. Rose, I want you by my side every damn second.
His lips turned into a grin.
Although if the baby's a good excuse.
I shook my head. Okay, very funny.
I'm serious. Move in with me. You and Wendy both. Let's be the family we were made to be.
Hope and joy bubbled up my chest. I wanted to say yes, but everything was so overwhelming. Let's take it one step at a time, I said, biting into a smile. Starting with the ultrasound I have next week. Can you make it?
Wild wolves couldn't keep me away.
Are you sure you don't have a plane to catch to Bali? He didn't so much as grin.
Rose, I meant what I told you at Apollo. I'm not going anywhere. I plan on being right by your side through everything.
It won't be easy, I said.
I'm not looking for easy. I'm looking for fulfillment, and nothing will be more fulfilling than raising a child with you. I've been on enough adventures around the world. I want this."
He took my hand in his and held it to his heart.
"This is the adventure I want. You."
Joy bloomed through my chest. "I love you, Griffin."
"I love you more than I could ever put into words."
He kissed the tip of my nose.
"Now, where would you like to go? Shopping? The baby will need clothes."
I chuckled. "We don't even know what we're having yet."
"We can get gender-neutral outfits. Or would you like to go home and rest? I'll make you something to eat."
"How about your house?" I gripped his thigh, already knowing I wouldn't feel like resting. The whole drive to his place, we shot each other sidelong grins. Life had been flipped on its head once again, and this time I'd ended up smack dab in heaven. I was having a baby, starting my dream job, and best of all, I would have Griffin by my side through it all. It seemed impossible that life could get any better. After he parked the car at his house, he opened both the car door and front door for me. "I'm not fragile." I rolled my eyes, but couldn't help but smile. "You're precious, though." Closing the door behind us, he slipped his arms around me. I edged closer, losing myself in his calming touch. "Okay, fine. If you want to treat me that way, I guess I won't complain."
"Good."
He kissed the side of my neck, pulling a soft moan out of me. Getting onto his knees, he kissed my belly, then my hips. Shocks of excitement traveled through me. Raking my fingers through his hair, I shook my head in amazement. This was it. The life I'd been chasing. Just that morning, I'd thought it impossible. That just went to show that anything could happen. Standing, Griffin picked me up in one clean movement. Looping my arms around his neck, I kicked off my shoes as he carried me to his bedroom. He set me on the bed, snuggling up close to me. One hand found my ass, his fingers digging in, while the other cupped my face. We kissed for a long, long time, the world around us melting away. There was no Apollo, no Preston and his bullshit, no confusing, painful past. Just us, two people who had found each other in the midst of chaos.
"I'm never letting you go,"
Griffin whispered against my lips, his breath sweet and full of promises. I gripped his shirt. I should hope not. Climbing on top of me, he undid the buttons that ran up the front of my dress. The entire time, we stared into each other's eyes, grinning like idiots. "What about you?" I undid his zipper. Griffin chuckled.
"If you insist."
He removed his clothes, and I wiggled out of my bra and panties. With both of us finally naked, he settled back against me, all the missing puzzle pieces locking into place. His heat enveloping me like the gentlest hug, Griffin pressed his lips to mine. His hands slid under my hips, and I gripped his back. My body already ached for him, the tender spots between my thighs sore and pulsing. Griffin slid smoothly into me, my body instinctively molding around him. His lips dragged across my mouth, and he seized my bottom lip between his teeth. I whimpered from hot, animalistic desire, and Griffin chuckled. Curling his fingers into my ass, he pumped steadily. I threw my head back, eyes squeezed tight, completely overtaken by the instant ecstasy. Griffin kissed the base of my neck, my shoulder, and my breast, treating each spot like the holiest of shrines. I swiveled my palms up his back and over his arms, searching for my favorite part of him and never finding it. Every inch of him was perfect. Every inch of him was mine.
"Rose,"
he grunted into my ear. "Yes?" I turned my face to him, our eyes only inches apart. The energy that moved worlds swam in his gaze.
"You're the most amazing thing that's ever happened to me."
My heart must have grown 3 sizes. Tears slipped down my cheeks, and joy radiated through my whole body. "Not as amazing as you," I gasped as he slammed deeper into me. I started to say more, maybe to tell him that I'd never been this happy, but my pleasure crescendoed. I no longer knew how to talk. I no longer knew how to think. Burying my face in his neck, I came with a frenzy. Griffin opened the floodgates, plowing into me with the force of a hurricane. His grunts rang in my ear, and he plunged himself fully in me, filling me with his cum. Gasping for breath, we lay in each other's arms for who knew how long. Surely the world outside continued on, but what did it really matter? What did anything matter when we had each other? "I don't want anything but this." I pressed my face against Griffin's firm peck. His fingertips trailed down my arm.
Same here. Well, except one thing.
I sat up to get a better look at him. "What?" Griffin sat up as well, pressing his back against the headboard, and took my hand. My pulse sped up. I couldn't take any more surprises for a while, even if they were good. I desperately wanted him to come out with it.
I've decided to start my own publishing company.
"What?" I shrieked. "Griffin, that's amazing!" He grinned.
Preston might be spreading shit about me, but the best way to counteract that is to strengthen my reputation. Plus, this means I'll get to do things my own way.
"You already do things your own way," I giggled.
Yeah.
He shrugged. His face lit up like a kid on Christmas morning.
I guess the only answer is to become my own boss.
"Absolutely."
Come here.
He drew me back to his chest, back to the spot where everything good began.
Chapter 37. Griffin. Let's see. The ultrasound tech moved the wand across Rose's belly. "Here we go," she chirped. A black and white image popped up on the screen, and my stomach did an unexpected flip. I squeezed Rose's hand, then realized I was probably holding on too tight and loosened my grip. From where she lay on the exam table, Rose beamed, her gaze fixed on the screen. "Oh my gosh, is that the head?" "Yep, right here," the tech pointed. Raw emotion washed through me, and tears filled my eyes. I'd thought I was prepared for this moment, but it turned out I wasn't at all. I doubted anything could prepare you for the first time you saw your child, even if it was a grainy image revealing something that looked more alien than human. I caught Rose's eye, and her smile sparkled. "Look at that," she cooed. "I know." I rubbed her shoulder. "I can't believe it." "Did you want to know the gender?" the tech asked. Rose sucked in a deep breath, and we looked at each other again. The matter of when to find out the baby's sex had been a constant conversation over the whole last week. Initially, we'd thought it might be fun to wait until birth, but the idea of going a whole half year without knowing quickly started to feel torturous. Finding out at any point, we'd concluded, would be meaningful and exciting. "Yes," Rose nodded eagerly. "Okay," the tech pointed. "See that right there?" I leaned forward and squinted. I thought I saw, but no, maybe not. It could be I was imagining it. "We have a boy," the tech announced. "A boy," Rose gasped. I laughed out loud. "A boy!" Leaning down, I kissed her full on the lips. From the way we were celebrating, you would have thought we'd won the lottery. Truth be told, we'd have been just as excited for a girl. It was the mere finding out that was a thrill. "Everything looks healthy," the tech nodded with satisfaction. "He's doing good. Congratulations." "Thank you." I cleared my throat and blinked back the tears. "Can you believe this?" Rose asked as the tech left the room. She got off the table. "No." I drew her to me and rested my hand against her lower belly. She'd been feeling the baby move around the last few days. I could hardly wait for the first time I would get to feel him against my hand. Him, our son. Rose and I were together, having a baby. And she'd agreed to move in with me. Taking her hand in mine, I kissed it. I must be the luckiest person alive. Pink bloomed across her cheeks. Nuh-uh, you're the second. The second? I cocked an eyebrow. Do you have another boyfriend I don't know about? She laughed and swatted my chest. It's me, Griffin. I'm the luckiest person alive. She rolled her eyes playfully as we walked out of the room. God. In the car, her phone started going off with email alerts, but she only put it in her purse. I don't mind if you want to answer. I checked for traffic before pulling onto the street. She shook her head. They can wait until the morning. My boss knows that I was taking a half day for the ultrasound. Still, I saw her peek at her phone, like she was a little kid and it was candy she wasn't allowed to have. Rose clearly loved her new writing job. Though she'd been at it for less than a week, every evening she talked about it for an hour straight. I was more than happy to listen. Seeing her so excited about something made my heart sing. If I wasn't busy with my lawyer getting everything in order to open my publishing company, I might have been jealous that she had her hands full and I didn't. As it was, Preston's attempts to blackmail me from the industry were failing. I'd already talked to a handful of contacts in the field, and they'd all informed me about the rumors he was spreading. Tall tales about embezzlement and bribery. Not a single person I'd spoken with believed them, and they were all willing to vouch for my character should I choose to file a slander lawsuit against Preston. Right then, I didn't feel any need to put energy into the matter. Preston was reaping what he'd sown. Years of being catty and untrustworthy were coming back to bite him in the ass. No one put any stock in anything he said. Rose released her bottom lip from the vice-like grip her teeth had on it. Okay, maybe one quick check. I waved my hand in approval. Be my guest. It'll only be a minute, she murmured as she scanned an email. I didn't mind. We had many more afternoons together, and while they certainly would never be enough, I also would never dream of taking Rose away from her greatest passion. When we pulled up to my house, the driveway was already full of cars. Wendy's, Dean's, Jenna's and Sarah's. A smile slid across my face. My parents had wanted to come for the Friday afternoon barbecue, a simple get-together to celebrate the pregnancy, but neither of them had been able to make the drive. I'd catch up with them next week instead, when Rose and I drove up to Sacramento for a visit, a very, very overdue visit. Turns out my mother had wanted to hear from me just as much as my dad did. She just hadn't made the first move for fear that I would reject her. All it took was a call from me, though, and layers of regret, anger, and pain began flaking away. Things weren't perfect. They never would be. It would be a joke to believe we would one day be some kind of picture-perfect family. We were all working on things, though, doing our best. And they were both thrilled to hear about the baby and eager to meet Rose, so I had a lot of hope for the potential that could bring. Parking my car at the end of the driveway, I jumped out and ran over to Rose's door, which, to my disappointment, she was already opening. I can open it. She grinned at me, though, because she knew how much I liked doing things for her. Though she was independent, I suspected she liked it when I catered to her as well. I'll get you next time. I kissed her on the cheek and took her hand in mine. The smell of grilling meat was already thick in the air. I'd told Dean that I could take care of starting the grill, but he'd insisted on doing it himself. It seemed he hadn't been the only one with such a mindset. As Rose and I walked through the back door into the yard, I was momentarily stunned by the sight in front of us. Our friends had decorated and cooked like it was a holiday. Paper lanterns hung from the lights strung across the patio, and blue and pink balloons were tied everywhere. A small tent covered displays of food and coolers of drinks. Are you serious? I shook my head. I was just going to throw some steaks on the grill and offer everyone a few beers. It's no trouble, Wendy said from where she and Matilda sat at the table. You shouldn't be doing anything right now. Gisela came over and hugged me. You're our host, and today is a special day. Jenna loped over on her long legs. We got pink and blue balloons because, we didn't know what you were having. Did you find out? She tossed an arm over Rose's shoulder. Sarah paused while blowing up a pink balloon. Yeah, let us know. I'm starting to get lightheaded over here, and unless you're having fraternal twins, there's a good chance half of the work I've done is useless. It's a boy, Rose laughed. Hallelujah. Sarah released the pink balloon, and it flew over the table as it released air. There were shouts and applause all around. Everyone crowded forward, even Wendy, for hugs and congratulations. Thanks, everyone. I slipped my arm around Rose and pulled her against my side. It means a lot that you're all here. A whole lot. Rose wiped away a tear. Wendy walked over, albeit slowly, and hugged Rose. Congratulations. I can't tell you how happy this makes me. I can't wait to have the little guy over. Rose's eyebrows knit together in confusion. Huh? Wait, I said. Are you saying you changed your mind about moving in here? Wendy took her daughter's hands in hers and looked between the two of us as she spoke. Rose has spent the last decade taking care of me, sacrificing for me. I wanted to, Mom, Rose insisted. I know, honey, but that doesn't mean it's right. It wears you down. I can see it. Rose licked her lips. But we'll have Matilda's help when you move in, and you two will need your space. A young couple with a baby on the way? This time is for the two of you to enjoy, alone. Rose's shoulders dropped, and I could tell how conflicted she was. She loved her mother as much as any person could, but what Wendy said was true. She'd missed out on a lot of experiences while taking care of her mom. The other house is so close, Wendy said. And with Matilda, I'll be perfectly fine. Rose's lips twisted. Are you sure? Our house is open to you any time, I said. Thank you. Wendy touched my arm, her eyes shining with appreciation. If it weren't for you, Griffin, I wouldn't be able to make this choice at all. You've been a lifesaver. I ducked my head, uncomfortable with the gratitude. I'd only done what seemed right. Rose nodded her head. Okay. I want you to call whenever you need me, though. Any time of the day or night, I mean it. I don't want to worry about you. You won't have to, her mother said. And it's not like it will be far. It's less than 10 minutes away. Rose blew out a breath. Yeah. I kissed the top of her head. I'd already planned on having Wendy here with us and enjoying it, but she had a point. Rose and I needed some time alone as a couple before the baby came, especially if the rest of the day went as I hoped. We should have a toast, Jenna said, pulling a bottle of champagne from a cooler. She popped it and filled glasses for everyone, Rose's with the sparkling apple juice. What are we toasting for? Rose asked. Jenna caught my eye, and anxiety knotted in my throat. Shit, I hadn't expected to feel so nervous. Clearing my throat, I ran my hand down Rose's shoulder. To the amazing time we've spent together, to our new baby, to all the days we still have left to live. Dusty pink spreading across her face, she looked down and then back up at me. And, hopefully, handing my champagne flute to Dean, I got down on one knee. Rose's eyes widened. "What are you... Her lips continued to move, but no words emerged. From my pocket, I pulled the ring box I'd picked up 2 days earlier. It had been sitting in my home office safe, a promising secret that had been on my mind every minute. "I am," I said. Her jaw dropped. "Griffin," she whispered. "But only if you want it." "You haven't even asked her yet," Sarah exclaimed. We all laughed, Rose burying her face in her hands and shaking her head. "Oh, right," I grinned. "Rose, will you marry me?" She spread her fingers, revealing tears streaming down her face. "This is real, right?" My chest expanded with absolute joy. I half expected to fly into the air and float away. "I know it feels like a dream," I said, my gaze fastened on hers. "But it's real." Crying more happy tears, she dropped her hands. "Yes, I would love to marry you." There were claps and cheers, and maybe one of our friends said something as well, but if they did, I didn't hear it. My vision and hearing had tunneled, and only one thing existed in the whole world: Rose. Taking her hand in mine, I slipped the ring onto it. A teardrop-shaped diamond on a gold band. It sparkled in the setting sun. Seeing it on her hand, I realized all my biggest dreams had come true. Not the dreams I'd originally set out for myself, but the dreams I hadn't even let myself acknowledge. The desires that I'd stuffed deep down inside of me for fear that they would never come to fruition. Yet here I was, standing smack dab in the middle of a fairy tale life. Standing, I stepped up to Rose and pressed my lips to hers. Her sweet, fruity taste sent a rush of energy through me, and I gripped her waist. Everyone clapped and cheered again, and I felt her grin against my mouth. "It's real," I whispered so only she could hear me. "This is real." And it was ours.
Epilogue. Rose. 1 year later. "There we go," Jenna said. "You look so good in your big boy shirt and little bow tie." She wiggled Milo's bow tie, and the baby kicked his feet and cooed. A second later, however, he peed all over his new button-up shirt. Jenna gasped. "Oh, my God!" "And that," I chuckled, "is why you always bring extra changes of clothes." Jenna slapped herself on the forehead. "Or you put a diaper on immediately after taking the old one off." From Milo's diaper bag, I pulled a fresh onesie and shorts. "You ready to get dressed again?" I asked the 6-month-old. He wiggled and fussed, annoyed at having to lie down for so long. "Give Mommy 1 second." I whipped off his wet shirt and put on the dry onesie. Jenna jammed the soiled clothing into a plastic bag. "You're always so fast at that." "You have to be." I grinned at her over Milo's head.
"Rose?"
Griffin called down the hall. My heart did a flip, which was crazy. Would the butterflies that always cropped up whenever Griffin was around ever go away? I sincerely hoped not. "In here," I called back. He entered the office full of new furniture, and my knees went weak. God, he looked so delicious in his deep blue suit and pink tie, his honey hair curling just below his ears. I wanted to yank him into the supply closet and steal a little time to ourselves. Somehow, I kept myself together.
"Is my big guy ready?"
He kissed Milo's cheek. "As of 2 seconds ago, yes," I said. Griffin's eyes softened as he looked at me.
"And are you ready?"
I sucked in a deep breath, waiting for the anxiety to hit. The last year had been a whirlwind. First, there'd been moving in with Griffin, then the wedding a month after his proposal. We'd kept it simple, wanting to exert most of our energy on the honeymoon, which had been epic. 3 European cities, including Paris, in 2 weeks. then back home to my job at the LA Herald. Meanwhile, Griffin threw himself into setting up his publishing company. It wasn't long before I was roped into operations as well, but there was prepping for the baby in all the many ways necessary. It felt like we weren't prepared at all when suddenly Milo arrived. 2 months of postpartum rest and bonding with Milo, and then we were back at it, working and spending every spare minute with each other and the baby. Now we were here. It was a year since Griffin proposed to me, about to cut the ribbon on Maddox Publishing. Not only was I co-owner, but I would also be editor-in-chief of our weekly newspaper. We were staffed up, ready to publish 2 magazines alongside the newspaper. When I thought about it all, my head spun. Not that I had much time to think about things. In between work and Milo, there weren't many opportunities to pause and let it all soak in. Standing there, though, holding my baby son with the love of my life by my side, I started to get a clear vision of the last year. Talk about insane. And beautiful. Miraculous, even. Instead of the expected anxiety, only joy and excitement bloomed in my heart. Tears filled my eyes, and I blinked them back. "I'm ready," I told Griffin. He searched my face, and he didn't need to say a thing. I saw it all in his eyes. His love, his devotion, the unwavering commitment to our family, his pride in me. I might have wished the moment would last forever if I wasn't sure there would be many more exactly like it. "I'll take Milo," Jenna said. I handed the baby over, and he immediately grabbed for Jenna's earring. "Hold on, Buster." From his diaper bag, she pulled out a stuffed animal to distract him with. Griffin slipped his hand into mine, and the warmth and love waiting for me there made me feel like a superhero, like I could do anything as long as he had my back.
"Let's go,"
he murmured, his gravelly voice sending delicious shivers down my back. Hand in hand, we walked through the Maddox Publishing hallways and to the front of the building. There, our staff and friends and families filled the parking lot. I caught sight of Sarah and waved, and she blew me a kiss. That would be one of the best parts about Maddox Publishing, getting to work with her. And she wouldn't be just a writer. She would be editor-in-chief of one of the magazines, a job that she'd already thrown herself headfirst into. Next to Sarah, my mom and her new boyfriend, Steve, waved. I waved back, unable to stop my giddy chuckle. Up until the last 6 months, my mom hadn't dated my entire life. I always figured my father had burned her too badly. But with the progress she'd made with her alternative treatments and Matilda helping out at her house, she was able to get out more. She joined a meditation club and a book club, and she was happier than I'd seen her in a long time. And then she met Steve, and it was like she just opened up. The two of them went on road trips together and had even taken a cruise. All of this was a big change for a woman who hadn't left California in many years. Steve treated her like she was God's gift to humanity, and not a day passed that I wasn't grateful to him. At the sight of Griffin and me, the crowd started hooting and clapping. My cheeks warmed, and I ducked my face and smiled, not used to the attention. Griffin waved his hand and stepped up to the blue ribbon strung in front of Maddox Publishing's welcome mat.
"Welcome, everyone. It's so good to have you here."
I shot a sidelong glance at Jenna, standing in the building's shade with Milo. She gave me a thumbs up. Griffin continued.
"I would call the founding of Maddox Publishing a labor of love, except it didn't feel like it took much work at all. Once I decided to open my own business, everything seemed to fall into place."
At the front of the crowd, Tony nodded in approval. Though he was still CEO of Apollo, he'd remained friends with Griffin, and we'd even had him over for dinner a few times. A touch at my waist, and my attention turned fully on Griffin. He looked down at me, his eyes simmering with admiration, and pulled me closer.
"I credit most of this to my amazing wife. Miracles seem to happen whenever she's around."
There were coos from the crowd, and I wanted to hide my face again, but this time I kept it raised and looked into Griffin's eyes.
"I love you,"
he whispered. "I love you," I mouthed back. Griffin addressed the crowd again.
I want to thank every last person here. Our amazing staff, who have been handpicked because we know them to be the best of the best. Our family, our friends. We're standing up here today because of you.
I spotted Griffin's parents in the crowd, standing a comfortable distance apart, of course, just in time to see his mom wipe away a tear. Even Dean, with Gisela at his side, looked emotional. Griffin squeezed my waist, a cue for me to speak. I cleared my throat and gathered my thoughts. Honestly, what else could I say? Griffin had hit the nail on the head. Still, almost without meaning to, I found myself speaking. It was like the words flowed from me with zero thought or effort. Being here today, with all of you, I shook my head. It's almost too beautiful. What Griffin said about everything falling into place makes perfect sense. I've spent so much of my life working hard and trying to get ahead of things. Not that those skills don't have their place. When something is meant to be, though, really meant to be... I looked at Griffin, whose smile had the power to lift me up to heaven. Nothing can stand in its way, I finished. Griffin lifted my hand and pressed a kiss on the top of it. Milo made a fussing noise that meant he wanted us, so I held out my arms to take him from Jenna. With Milo against my hip, Griffin picked up the ridiculously large scissors that leaned against the building. I put my hand on top of his on the scissors, the touch making my pulse race.
Everyone, welcome to Maddox Publishing,
Griffin said. Together, we cut the ribbon. Its ends fluttered to the ground, and the parking lot erupted with applause. Griffin placed his mouth close to my ear, so I could hear him over the noise.
And welcome to the rest of our lives.
This concludes Boss Me, Baby by Crystal Monroe, narrated by Avi Page and Elliot Sands. Copyright 2022 by Crystal Monroe. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Crystal Monroe and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.